Chapter 59, USJ, Izuku, P2. I roll my eyes and grunt as Himi boots me away, loudly belittling me for the lack of damage I did to Eraserhead. Sheesh. She's really playing into this. Was she hoping for more blood? I can understand if she's disappointed about that. The only blood we've seen so far are from where bones are poking out of some of the villains Mirko took out. The whole excessive force thing kind of goes out the window in this type of situation. Especially since that law is mainly for property damage instead of villain damage. Still, at least they'll get proper medical attention when they're arrested. Which is good, since we weren't planning to bring any of them back with us. Plus, I'm pretty sure the doctor is busy preparing for 2 to wake up soon. It'll be nice to have another member on the team. Anyways, moving around with a broken arm is annoying, so I'll just lay here and watch Eraserhead fight the Nomu. Not much else to do until Kurogiri gets back. Though portaling everyone shouldn't take that long unless he's waiting for a cinematic moment to do it. I did give one a bunch of guidelines to go with his role even if he absolutely hates the costume I made him put on, so it would make sense. It's actually pretty relaxing watching and listening to the fight. Eraserhead is managing to keep ahead of the Nomu's attacks, always managing to dodge just enough that its fists don't even brush his skin. Seeing how much weaker it is just reinforces my belief that we won't be coming out of this with a martial victory. But I'm here for a mental victory. Speaking of, I twist my head to the side and smirk as I see Himi kicking Izumi out of some bushes she was hiding in. I start crawling towards them, careful to stay out of sight as they start talking, Himi pacing around her with a mocking stride so that Izumi is facing my direction. Close enough that I can see her face fall into horror as Himi speaks and reveals my face that she's wearing. There are no secrets from family, sister. I smirk, glorying in inflicting her with the same emotion she and Kiken had forced upon me for so long. But it drops as quickly as it appears, because just as quickly Himi flubs her lines. I've literally never called Kiken anything other than Kiken. And she just goes and says Bakugu? Not even Katsuki? At least then there'd be a chance it could be brushed off. But nope, as I predicted Izumi catches on immediately and calls her out. Though I'm taken aback by just how angry she seems to be that Himi looks like me. It's weird. She tries to salvage the ruse, but doesn't get very far before green energy appears at her neck, choking her words off. I frown, starting to go faster but still staying hidden. Nobody chokes Himi unless we're doing roleplay. Still, seeing how quick she is to attack even a person identical to me with no hesitation reaffirms my belief that she doesn't miss me. Probably just scared that me being back means that there's a chance her horrible deeds will get revealed. Because I'm positive that Toshinori has done everything he can to keep that information from coming to light. Pizza knows that every news station in Japan would be spamming the story for weeks about the symbol of peace and his family being quirkists. I see Himi twitch when Izumi points out where she went wrong with her acting, and I can't help but groan thinking of how much she's going to be studying everything about me later in order to make sure it never happens again. And not in a fun way. More of an obsessive stalker way. We could still have fun with the stalker way, at least. But when I'm right behind Himi, I freeze. I listen to Izumi's rant. The emotions that fill the words spilling from her lips as she shouts her mistakes, her actions, her regrets. And I feel rage. I watch as she collapses in a heap, a high-pitched keening of fake and worthless apologies filling the air in our small corner of the battlefield. Himi raises her knife. You should have been a sister. But you can't change the past. Only accept it when the consequences of your actions come back to you. Goodbye, Izumi. There's a brief moment of hesitation where Himi sends a glance down at me, and I hold up 4 fingers. The second-long interaction goes unnoticed by Izumi, who's closed her eyes as the knife falls to take her life. I stand, ignoring the shouting of Eraserhead as he takes his eyes off the Nomu, a costly mistake as I hear a loud thump that reverberates through the ground. I draw the fake taser gun from my belt and shoot it at Himi, wondering for a moment as she drops to the ground, shaking if I accidentally grabbed the real one by mistake. But she'll be fine even if I did. We've done taser tag when we were bored before, so I know that she won't be down long. Izumi opens her eyes and sees me standing where Himi just was, and I can't do anything but chuckle at how utterly absurd it is that I decided against letting Himi splatter her blood across the ground. I might have done it, if she had kept her mouth shut. But with everything she said? That she's somehow convinced herself that she was better than she was? She deserves to suffer. I scratch at a cheek after removing my mask, trying to cover up how much I want to murder her by acting shy. Yet. A lot of stuff has happened. But I'll explain later. For now, it looks like Eraserhead needs help. I turn away before she can say anything, and I don't look back as I charge towards the Nomu. If I do, I might just kill her now. Still, I can't help but toss some mocking words over my shoulder at her. They urge her to follow me, which is good. The closer she is, the more dramatic it will be. And with how she's deluded herself into thinking she cares. Oh, this will be fun. When I'm nearly to the Nomu, I see Izumi's quirk manifest around its joints, restricting its movement. I can admit that it's an impressive new trick, practically as effective as a full body bind but utilizing far less energy. Actually, it might be more effective since it can't put out as much force around them as its arms or legs. Thanks to that, it's not hard at all to pull out the metal in its brain. All for One decides to put on a bit of a show by having it howl for a few seconds before it stiffens and slowly falls backwards. An imitation of many movies where the villain has a defeat me switch or button or whatever. Kind of like Power Rangers used to be, before the entire line got cancelled for how it essentially showed quirkless people being able to take on quirked individuals with the help of support items. Someone didn't like that, and poof. A centuries-old story verse, gone. While I crouch to check on Eraserhead, noting that the side of his face that was slammed into the ground is bleeding a lot but he's otherwise fine, by my definition, Shigaraki rants, leaning heavily into his gamer speak for his insults. I'm pretty sure that he's actually mad and not just acting, since seeing the creation meant to take down All Might defeated twice has to be rough. Not to mention the fact it was a birthday present from All for One. I wish I could say I'm surprised when Kaken tries to kill me the moment he sees me, but that would be a lie. It is a bit surprising that Izumi pulls me out of the way, but then again she's deluded herself into thinking she cares about me. Hopefully it will make the punishment so much sweeter. She turns to me, letting her lips twitch into a fragile, wobbly smile. We'll figure things out. It's good to see you again. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. I don't let my thoughts show, just saying something. I'm not sure what it is, but it doesn't matter. My head is hurting, something that I haven't felt since I jumped. I haven't felt any pain since I jumped, but somehow Izumi has still found a way to hurt me. It hurts so much that I barely notice that the Nomo has torn a hole in my chest because I've fallen. And Izumi's holding me. I take in what's going on around us with blurry eyes, seeing that she's encased us in a solid dome of her energy, completely shut off from the outside. Normally I'd be all about analyzing it, since it's not how her quirk should work. Solid constructs aren't a part of telekinesis. Her quirk is basically a manipulation type of power, not a creation type. But the pain. At least I'll be dying soon. That should fix whatever is wrong with me. While I wait, I let myself ramble, trying to keep my attention enough that I don't accidentally reveal anything but otherwise letting my mouth have free rein. Except for my last words. Those I force out with meaning. Don't gasp, trust wheeze in KO. I let darkness claim me, receptionist peering at me over her glasses. She doesn't speak for a moment, just studying me. When she does speak, she says something completely unexpected. Why are you crying? I wipe at my eyes, surprised at feeling them wet, giving her a dry and strained chuckle. I don't know. It's I don't know. Her raised eyebrow shows she doesn't understand, but that's okay. Neither do I. Chapter 60, Aftermath, Heroes. While physical injuries to the students were mostly limited, we cannot dismiss the fact that villains managed to infiltrate UA grounds. Nizu starts the meeting with what is arguably the most prominent point. Though All Might is quick to object to his dismissal of the damage of the attack, given the state his daughter was left in. How can you be so casual about this? Look at what they did to Izumi. Recovery girl sighs. Yagi, she's unconscious. Other than that, my examination confirmed that she's only suffering from quirk exhaustion, admittedly to a greater degree than normal, but quirk exhaustion nonetheless. At least physically. Given Aizawa's account of the situation, I'd definitely recommend she meet with Hound Dog. All Might growls at the reminder, buffing up momentarily as he slams his fist through the table. How dare they try and use my son's image to hurt her? I'll make sure they rot in Tartarus. Nizu and Aizawa share glances, still unsure if their previous decision to not inform All Might of the possibility of him being his biological son is the right one. But without his body, and the blood on site being too contaminated by Izumi's own DNA to be accurate, there's no certain way to test if they were. So it would be best simply let the man believe they were a fake. If the consequence of believing wholeheartedly that the League of Villains utilized Izuku's likeness is him dedicating his time to hunting them down, then that's all the better. Aizawa, of course, initially objected, but eventually conceded to the principal's reasoning. That's not to say he's happy about it though, considering the boy had likely saved his life. He would have liked to honor him properly, but he supposes he'll just have to help him rest in peace by taking down the League of Villains. Especially since they lack a body to bury. While the enthusiasm is appreciated, I would appreciate it if you refrained from destroying school property. Nizu's cold look causes All Might to deflate, crossing his arms with a huff of frustration as he falls back in his seat. Now then, I believe the most salient questions to address is how they managed to infiltrate school grounds, as well as how they knew to attack the USJ specifically. Well, the first one is obvious, Kayama says as she leans back in her seat. There's really not much we can do to stop a warp quirk. Especially since we don't know anything about how it works. At most, Power Loader can set up sensors to detect if they come back, right? She looks at the man in question to confirm, getting a nod in answer. The only way to block a quirk like they used would be to know how it works, and develop countermeasures specifically for that quirk. Though it should be simple enough to rig something up to detect sudden changes in mass that I can put around campus. But a student's quirk that changes their size would prove problematic. Maybe key them into the system? Or something that... He devolves into silence as he tries to tackle the problem, and everyone familiar with the man knows that they'll have a solution by the end of the day. Of course, that doesn't really change the core problem regarding the warp user. And there's still the issue of how they knew about the exercise. It's clear that they used the break-in from the media to obtain the information. Whether by design, or by plan. Aizawa explains, resting his broken arm on the table. I'm leaning more towards it being part of their plan, given that someone warned Mirko that the League of Villains would be attacking us. Nizu nods. Indeed. But why would they have warned us? And, out of everyone, why would they send Mirko and young Todoroki too? He glances down at the paper to check, once again, a fancy dinner. He shakes his head. Given that Mitosagi was present at the attack but Chisagi wasn't, it is possible that she is not in agreement with the League's goals. What exactly are their goals, though? Yamada questions, crossing his hands behind his head. I know Shota said they wanted to kill All Might, but is that really it? If it was, why couldn't they have just attacked him while he was on patrol, or staged an ambush at Might Tower? No offense. He quickly realizes how his words might sound to the number one hero and hastily apologizes, which gets waved aside while everyone ignores Midnight's claim of its love. It's quite all right, he sighs. Honestly, I would have preferred that as well. At least then Izumi and the other students would have been left out of it. Aizawa clears his throat. Actually, they might have been after your daughter, specifically. All Might's head shoots up to stare at him with wide eyes, and the others are the same. Nizu is the only one not surprised since he'd already gotten a short report on the key events of the incident. Aizawa sighs before Nizu takes up the explanation, causing their attention to shift to him. According to Aizawa, when the villain who covered themselves in severed hands Shigaraki, correct, left, he reportedly told the warp villain, I believe he was called Kurogiri, don't forget to grab the psycho, moments before a portal opened up beneath young Izumi. He pulled her away, and the villains seemed to decide against pursuing. Possibly because they worried he'd use his quirk to prevent them from fleeing. Hey, why didn't you do that? You might not have stopped all of them, but keeping that Kurogiri guy trapped probably would have been a problem for them. Yamada points out, but Aizawa shakes his head. It wouldn't have mattered. My eyes were too dry from overusing my quirk on all the other villains to keep it active for long. Plus everything was blurry due to the injuries the Nomua gave me, otherwise there would have been a chance. He grimaces. As much as they overestimated how strong it was more than enough to cause permanent damage. I'm going to have trouble keeping my quirk going as long as I have before. His friends put reassuring hands on his shoulders, getting a grumble in reply. But they've both known him long enough to understand that he's grateful. He just doesn't show it. Because all three know it's not really his injury that they're comforting him about. It's the people he might not save because of the injury. And the knowledge that, had it not happened, he might have deprived the League of one of their most potent resources. But why would they have gone after the young'un? Snipe asks the question on all their minds. Do they know she's All Might's kid? That they didn't think about. But as they wonder, it makes sense. But then again, it doesn't. If they know Izumi is All Might's daughter, then they could have planned her kidnapping for any number of reasons. Blackmail, ransom, threats, etc. But if they're aware, why wouldn't they have gone after her in a more secure setting? After she'd left school grounds, while she's out with her friends, or even while sitting in the classroom. It's not like they would have been able to stop her from being warped somewhere else before their attack. But instead, they launched a full-scale attack on an off-site facility during a school event. They might have wanted to simply achieve both their goals at the same time, but they can all agree that they would have had a higher chance of success if they'd been done separately. And that's even ignoring the most important part of that assumption. If they'd been aware she's All Might's daughter, they would have been aware of his civilian form. In which case why not target him at home? Or while he's out and about but not doing hero work? Nizu shakes his head. No, the theory that they are aware of her identity does not fit the circumstances. But then, why target her? There is likely more to the situation than we are aware of. But it will do us no good to try and guess at their intentions. Instead, we must create safeguards to prevent them from succeeding. Why do I feel like you're about to suggest something that will give me a headache? Aizawa asks rhetorically. Whenever the principal does anything, it's a near certainty that someone will be getting a headache. Aizawa has just gotten adept at figuring out when it's him. Nizu claps his paws. Since Power Loader will be implementing a system to detect Kurogiri's quirk, UA Grounds will be most suited to provide protection to its students. Far more than even the number one hero's home, unless he wishes to advertise that he lives there. But they attacked the school? Not while the students were out, but while they were here. That doesn't really scream safety, ya hear? Nizu waves off Yamada's objection. That was before we implemented protections for the students. Now we can ensure that, should they attempt the same, we will be prepared. It will take time to obtain the services of an individual who can lock the school grounds from warp access, after all. There's silence as everyone stares at the aptly named Rat Satan. Power Loader's judgmental stare is the first to give rise to voice. So you're telling me that you know someone who can stop him from just showing up? Why wouldn't you lead with that? The principal just chuckles. Now, how would any of you grow if I simply presented a solution on a silver platter? Speaking of, I will require both you and Cementos to begin construction of dorms for both students, and any staff that may wish to live on campus. We do not know how the League of Villains will react to their attack's failure, after all. Izumi's dream. I'm at home, playing heroes with Izuku. We both cheer as we take down the pretend villain, some pillows stacked on top of each other with a pot for a head. I turn to my twin with a happy smile on my face, only to freeze. We aren't at home anymore. We're somewhere dark. And he's older. I'm older. But he's no longer smiling, he's crying. Why, Izumi? Why didn't you help me? I stumble backwards, raising my hands to object. But the words don't come out, because I can see them. My hands are covered in blood. Izuku's blood. I stare at them in horror before he grabs my shoulders so tightly they should hurt. But there's no pain, instead he winces, but he doesn't let go. Bloody tears force their way past his eyes. Why? All I wanted was to be a hero. I didn't have to be the best, or even well known. All I wanted was to help people. Why was that wrong? I shake my head, trying to tell him that it wasn't wrong, that he can be a hero. But again, the words refuse to leave my throat. I'm crying now, my hands clawing at my own throat in an effort to free the words I want to say, that I need to say. But with each movement, Izuku winces, blood flowing from his skin. It takes me too long to realize what's happening, and by then it's too late. My hands are covered in his blood as he falls to the floor, his accusing gaze focused on me as the light fades from his eyes. Why? This wouldn't have happened if you had cared. If anyone had cared. Why did you hurt me? Why did Mom hurt me? He coughs out blood, falling still as flames erupt around us, his words seeming to echo in the darkness. Like mother, like daughter. I drop to my knees, my silent cries shaking my frame as I try to bring him back. But there's nothing I can do, not with his blood on my hands. When I wake up in a hospital room, my screams are finally heard. Chapter 61, Aftermath, Villains. I cackle as I toss back a root beer, slamming the tankard back onto the bar's countertop. Did you see the look on her face? It was chicken hilarious. Down the bar Tomura and one tossed down their own drinks, Tomura still dressed like he was for the attack with severed hands hanging off of him. One changed out of the gag costume I got him, though I smirk at seeing how he kept the fake mustache. Maybe I should give him the real costume I thought of? He did do well for his part, and he even stuck a couple of students to the USJ's ceiling with his gum. A good debut for him, though I'm not sure if he ever introduced himself. Kurogiri gives the impression of a raised eyebrow. Did you just say chicken hilarious? I shrug, motioning to Himi who's glaring into her cup of juice with a frown on her face. Well, sometimes the urge to curse is overpowering, but I'm not allowed to. So I need to make up alternative curse words since I still get the pan for curse adjacents. He hums noncommittal before bringing out more snacks for our celebratory dinner. Sure, All Might didn't show up like he was supposed to until after I died, apparently. Typical, and the Nomu ended up being unrecoverable, but at least I got to traumatize Izumi. I really didn't think that it would work so well, but since she's deluded herself into thinking she cared, I bet my trick was super effective. I pushed down the little voice in my head whispering that it might have been real. Thanks to Bakugo and the Yagis, I have plenty of experience doing that. And even if, in the infinitesimally small chance that it's actually true, why should it matter? I literally killed myself because of them. What right do they have to act sorry and think they deserve forgiveness? And don't even get me started on all those fake I cared lies she told. I was constantly missing my first aid supplies, I had to start hiding them so I would have enough between pharmacy visits. I never got a single present from anyone except Shoko after I turned 4. Cake? Ha! I had to buy it by the slice after saving up for the month leading up to my birthday and eat it at the park by myself. Yes, sometimes my injuries were wrapped when I was sure I passed out before I could bind them. But what's more likely, the person who gave them to me helped with them, or my body had done it so much that I could even do it passed out. I scoff into my root beer, my good cheer dampened from the memories. Oh, there was the occasional attempt where someone tried to act like family, like when Toshinori was going to take me to the amusement park USJ. But we never got there, instead he abandoned me after we stopped to eat. Sure, I know now that it's because All Might had to fight a villain that popped up nearby, but he could have come back. Instead I had to rely on the grace of strangers who didn't know that I had an extra toe joint. Some off-duty rescue heroes stopped by for a quick bite to eat, thankfully, and took me back to the house. Of course, Toshinori never brought up trying to go again, and I didn't think I would be as lucky if I were to be abandoned a second time, so I didn't mention it. Makes me wonder how they're doing. They're some of the only heroes I won't help kill. Not only do I respect them, but I also like them. Which is such a rare combination, but at least I know I won't have to hunt Stain down for going after them. He doesn't target underground or rescue heroes. Hey! Aizu! I'm pulled from the memories by Himi's soft voice, and I look over to her. She has a strange look in her eyes. One that I haven't seen in the entire time I've known her. Not even when she walked in on my first resurrection. Uncertainty. Are you sure that your sister was lying about all that stuff? I slowly lower my cup, keeping eye contact with her. I only speak after it makes a small click upon making contact with the table. What? She takes a breath as she closes her eyes. When she opens them, they're more determined, but still uncertain. I think that there might have been more going on than you think. I know liars. I know masks. When she was yelling at me, she wasn't either. I feel my eye twitch and my hand tightens around the cup. Himiko. You know I trust you. Most people would say to an unhealthy, suicidal degree. I cock my head to the side. You know exactly how little that matters to me. But this. I take a deep breath, letting it out slowly as I straighten my head. This is something that's personal. You did not live my life. You were not a part of it back then. You have no idea how many times I came close to hurting myself. To seeing whether or not all the rumors of a person bleeding themselves instead of others doing it for them actually helps. The only thing that stopped me. I scoff, forcing myself to take a drink. I'm aware that Tamura, Kurogiri, and one are watching, but it doesn't matter. Heck, hopefully hearing me saying this to Himiko will make sure they don't question me themselves. There's a reason I've never told them everything that I went through, why it always comes out in bits and pieces. It was All Might's message. The belief that no matter what happened, there was a chance I could become a hero. If I tried and failed, then it would have simply been because I was too weak. If I tried it and they refused to accept me, then I would know that I do have what it takes, but society wouldn't let me. Either way, I would have had faith that things could improve. There's a crack and my hand gets wet, but I ignore it, grinding my teeth as old feelings bubble up from the abyss I forced them into. I was done with them. I didn't want to remember that I even felt them. And now Himiko is saying that I didn't know what was going on? The moment All Might destroyed my dream, I realized something. Do you know what that was? I don't wait for her answer, already knowing that she doesn't. I realized that it didn't matter. She blinks in confusion and I let a twisted smile grow on my face. None of my pain mattered. All the suffering, all the abuse. Every single fucking. I grab hold of the pan she instinctively tries to hit me with, both of us knowing that this time is an exception for our usual rule. Thing. I went through everything they put me through for nothing. I wouldn't have the chance to try. To prove that a matter. Because being a hero? That would have been the only way to show people. The only profession that gets enough attention that people would have to acknowledge that I exist as more than an outlet for a quirked person's frustration. I suddenly break out into giggling, hunching over the table as I bring both hands to cover my mouth, ignoring the blood pooling in my palm and how my face is getting cut. Once I get it under control, I turn them over, letting the glass shards and blood land on the bar. My eyes are wide as I stare at Himiko with a wide, blood-soaked smile. When I came back to life, I thought that I would finally matter. But you saw what happened. It was the same. They didn't even give me a chance to tell them. And that's when a new realization set in. I spread my arms out to my sides, looking up at the ceiling as if showing off a major reveal. Quirks don't matter. People don't matter. Beliefs don't matter. The only thing that matters are actions. I snap my head back so that I'm looking at her, seeing that her mouth is hanging open. You took my corpse home with you to drain my blood. You cared about me even before I came back to life. It's your actions that made me fall in love with you. And every day your actions cause me to fall even more deeply in love. Over, and over, and over. I reach out, grabbing her shoulders, unseeing of her wince. The only thing that matters to society are actions, so I will make sure my actions can't be ignored. No one will be able to say otherwise. They will see that I matter. That you matter. We'll teach them that not only do our actions matter, but so do we. My face abruptly turns into a frown as I whirl around, taking a step away from her while looking at the ground. But now, you're saying that Izumi's actions don't matter. That because she deluded herself, what I went through isn't accurate. I take a deep breath, letting it out slowly. Do you remember our promise? I say suddenly. The one I told you needs to be kept. I wait for an answer, eventually getting a quiet yes from her. I look at her over my shoulder, ignoring the way the room seems to still. Have you kept it? Another quiet yes answers in the positive. Well, there's a reason I never let anyone see my back. Maybe keep that in mind, next time you want to think they weren't as bad as I remember. I sigh deeply, heading for the door. I think that I need some time by myself. I'll be back later. I don't let any of them speak to try and stop me. I walk out of the bar with heavy steps. It's not her fault. I trusted Izumi too, once. Even after the bullying. Never again. The rest of the league stares after him, even All For One from through the TV, though he's kept quiet after getting the overview of what occurred. Each of them has their own thoughts on what Izuku had said, but they all share a single feeling. Worry. We really need a healer in our party. Shigeriki's mutter seems to echo in the silence, prompting the others to speak as well. I get that none of us are really, normal, but maybe we should kidnap a therapist or something. And his face. One trails off, incredibly unsettled. Not at Izuku's speech, but rather. I do not believe he was aware of them. Kurogiri states in a calm tone, though the undulations of his misty body convey just how worried he is about what he saw. I do not believe that what we saw is possible without the aid of a quirk. All For One muses, his own concern tempered by 2 centuries of experience. That or modifications done by the doctor. Himiko is silent for a moment, her eyes fixed on the door. Kurogiri reaches out with a cloth to clean the cuts the glass in Izuku's hands caused, but just before he touches her she stands, startling the others. When she speaks, her voice is determined. There's more going on. I know there is. I don't think any of them know the full story. She makes her own way to the door, her form becoming engulfed by the sludge produced by her quirk until she's taken the form of a random teenager. But I'm going to find out everything. Chapter 62, Picking Stuff Up from the Side of the Road. I kick a can on the side of the road with my hands shoved deep into the pockets of my jacket, the hood pulled low to hide my face. The few people who manage to catch a glimpse of it are quick to rush past me, all too happy to let me be someone else's problem. Sure, I could die to heal the cuts on my face and hand, but I want to be alone. And despite how standoffish receptionist likes to act, she does like to hold a conversation while I'm there. I kick the can again, watching as it bounces off a sign advertising a sale on lotion. Maybe I'll rob the store. The league doesn't really do robberies, so it would be something different at least. I think Shiggy is running out of skin cream too. I stop in front of the window, staring into the store of beauty products, watching the people inside try the free samples. It's been a couple days since the attack, a couple days since I walked out of the bar, and the response has been lackluster, to say the least. Yes, there was outrage, but it didn't last long. Measurable damage was essentially nil, due to Eraserhead choosing not to announce his injuries like Daylight Heroes would. And since all the thugs were captured, UA has portrayed it as them defeating a group of low-level criminals who used a rare quirk to infiltrate the school. And really, they aren't exactly wrong in that assessment. All for One is the one with the massive organization, connections, and money. But despite helping Shigaraki establish the League of Villains, he's made it clear that it's Shigaraki's, not his. So the League is technically a low-level group. If All Might had been there, and gotten injured, then we'd probably be promoted to mid-level at the least, or maybe even high-level. I shake my head free from my musings, realizing that I've been staring into the store long enough for people to become unsettled. I move on before anyone can try to ask me to leave, deciding that I'm not really in the mood for random crimes just for the sake of crimes. Instead I continue doing what I've been doing. Walking around to clear my head. I sigh, having given the slip to yet another hero summoned by a concerned passerby. Maybe I'll just kill the next one who shows up. It's going on day 3 of trying to clear my head, and I've been studiously ignoring the questions blowing up my phone of where I am, what I'm doing, and when I'm coming back. I'm not ready, so I won't come back. Thankfully Himiko knows me and has left things with a simple "be careful, I'll be waiting." She knows me, she understands me. I need time, and that's what she's giving me. Oh, but she did let me know that we've finally gotten a secure computer so I can safely call my cousin. It's been a long time since I've talked with Melissa, I wonder how she's doing? And what her quirk could be. I know she won't join the league since, unlike Toshinori, Uncle David actually cares about her. I was really grateful whenever he tried to talk to the Yagi adults about how they paid more attention to Izumi on the trips to see him. It didn't do much good, but I still appreciated that he cared enough to try. Maybe I should just head back, I mutter to myself. It's not like I'm making any progress working through my feelings on my own anyways. The issue isn't that Himiko got taken in by Izumi's act. Well, not really. It's more. I heave another sigh as I scratch furiously at my head. I don't know why I'm so upset. Is it really just because some old feelings got drudged up? But that doesn't sound right. Or maybe it's too right. Some of my memories are painful, more than the others. When Toshinori ditched me is one, the first time one of my analysis books got completely destroyed by those two is another. I quickly got used to that though and made sure that they were replaced with ones that could stand up to the abuse, but the first time still sticks out to me. But, those aren't the worst. Certain memories I don't actually remember. There are memories that abruptly cut off and then restart. I'd suspect those were the results of a quirk, if I wasn't fully aware of what they actually are. The human mind is a resilient thing, but when pushed past its limits it does what it can to ensure both it and the body can function. If that includes suppressing memories, then that's what it will do. Heck, if Himiko wasn't with me back then, the same thing might have happened when Inko dismissed me. But then again, everything has its limit, and there's an even chance that the same event would have sent me on the path of villainy anyways. I think the reason her words upset me so much has to do with one of those suppressed memories. I equally suspect that one of them is the reason I can't bring myself to outright hate Izumi. Her actions? I absolutely hate them. She deserves to suffer for what she did to me. But hating her? I just can't. It doesn't mean that I'm feeling any guilt about the USJ though. Like I told Himiko, people care more about actions than the individual, so my actions towards her are perfectly in line with her actions towards me. So no, I don't feel guilty about them. But I know liars. I know masks. When she was yelling at me, she wasn't either. She's absolutely right. She knows when someone isn't being their true self around her. I didn't ask since we respect each other too much to try and force our pasts out. But she did offer up that like knows like before, which, when I consider her quirks requirement and that she's insane, is more than enough to give me a decent picture. So, what if one of my suppressed memories means that I don't have the full picture? Or what if all of them are keeping me in the dark? I just can't say for sure, and that's what has me angry. It's not like I can just choose to remember them. They were suppressed for a reason. I turn into a random alley as I try to work this new angle to the problem, silently hoping that someone will attack me so I can push it out of my mind. I don't remember everything. So I might not have the whole picture. But that doesn't mean what I do remember should be trivialized. But does that mean there's a reason? Something that justifies how they abused me? I frown and shake my head, immediately murdering the thought. No, I have no problem hating any of the others. All Might crushed the pillar that I was clinging to. Inko had to have intentionally neglected me given she let everyone think that I was dead. Bakugu is, himself. Honestly, he's just a terrible person all around. His abuse wasn't even relegated to only me. There's at least 3 people who transferred schools to get away from him. Being a horrible person is just who he is, so him being himself is enough for me to legitimize my hate for him. So what is it? It can't just be that I don't fully believe in what I'm doing, right? Or is it that I'm just not certain about Izumi's character? That part of me wants to believe that she's not as bad as the others. Fuck, I'm not getting punished just because. I absent-mindedly stick a knife in the throat of the guy who was trying to grab something lying on the ground, letting it drop to the ground as he does the same, falling to his knees with wide eyes while ineffectually grabbing at his throat in an effort to stem the flow of blood. While he's failing in his attempts to not die, I pick up what he was aiming for and tuck it under my arm, walking away with a slight bounce in my step. Sure, my trip away from the league didn't really help me come to terms about anything, but at least now I have something to show for it. I'll just tie up my feelings and shove them in a box before throwing them back into the abyss. My knots are really good too since Himi went through that bondage phase a couple months ago. I walk through the doorway of the bar after giving it a strong kick, sending whoever it is that was trying to leave slamming to the floor inside. I make sure to wipe my feet off on the new indoor doormat since they're covered in filth before taking a seat at the bar and putting my prize on the counter next to me. I give a little wave to Shigaraki who's staring at me before giving Kurogiri my order. I'll have a bottle of Coke, please. Hey, do you guys know where Himi is? Kurogiri alternates his stare between me and my prize for a few seconds before sighing and pulling out his phone. After sending off a text, he puts my drink in front of me and a juice box next to me. She shall arrive shortly. Would you like to explain now, or when she gets here? I hum before shrugging. Might as well wait. Better to explain once and get everything out of the way. It doesn't take long for Himi to burst into the bar, giving the doormat a firm kick before using it as a springboard to launch herself at me. Aizu. You're back. I smile as we wrap our arms around each other, and I just bask in the warm feeling that fills me. It's only with great reluctance that I let her pull back as she examines my prize before turning back to me with a raised eyebrow. So. You were busy. I laugh, picking them up to show off. Yep. I mean, when I saw them I couldn't not grab them. Unicorns are rare, and they're just horses with a single horn. I carefully put the little girl with long silver hair on one shoulder, being careful of the dirty shift she's wearing. Bandages are wrapped around her arms and poking out of the poor excuse for clothing, and on one side of her forehead protrudes a short horn. And since there's no mythologies about a person with a single horn, then they must be even rarer. Unless she's half ONI, but that would still make her at least as rare since there's only one confirmed unicorn out in Iceland. Did you seriously kidnap some brat on a whim? Shigaraki asks in a deadpan tone, and I mock gasp. How dare you? It's only kidnapping if they live in a positive environment. Or at least a neutral one. If they were in a negative environment then it's a rescue. Was it a negative environment? Kurogiri questions. I look up at the girl as she looks down at me, her confused crimson orbs so different from the ones I grew up with, filled with pain and fear instead of hatred and rage. But there's a familiar gleam buried within, one I became oh so familiar with growing up and seeing it in the mirror every day. Hope. Honey, did the people you were with hurt you? It's okay to tell us, I promise that we won't hurt you at all. And we'll make sure they never get the chance to hurt you again either. She must see something in my eyes, because after another moment of staring she breaks down, sobs racking her small frame as she buries her face into my hair. I feel a small vibration that I'm pretty sure is Himi patting her on the back. There, kid. Welcome to our weird and justifiably unhinged family. I have a feeling you're going to fit right in. She gives the girl a wide, gentle smile, mildly at odds with her prominent fangs. Welcome, to the League of Villains. Chapter 63, SUS Cousin Call. Now remember Himi, we are not letting Melissa know that we're villains. I repeat myself for the fourth time, just to make sure she understands how important this is. Unlike the Yagis, I actually still consider her family. Himi rolls her eyes, crossing her arms with a huff. I know already. I got it the first time. Just make sure you introduce me as your girlfriend properly. I put a hand to my chest in mock offense. Of course. What, do you think that I'd introduce you as an insane girl who took my unresponsive form home with her to drain of fluids? You absolutely would. I chuckle in agreement as I turn to the computer. Yeah, I totally would. The best part is that it would be technically correct too, the best kind of correct. I throw a quick glance at the room through the camera, making sure that my cousin won't see anything that might encourage her to cut me out of her life. The blade wall, since we have more sharp objects than just knives, is the same wall the computer is against, so that's okay. The bed is clean and made, no signs of last night's activities anywhere on it. I can only imagine what she'd think if she saw the state it was in. Who knew that finger painting would cause such a big mess and stain the sheets so badly? Speaking of Eri, the girl acorn I rescued a few days ago, she should be taking a nap. Or Shiggy is teaching her the joys of video games again, though I did tell him to keep horror games away from her for now. We don't want her unknown quirk activating from a jump scare or something. I take a deep breath, working up my courage to press the call button. Funny, killing people is much less nerve-wracking than calling the cousin you haven't contacted in more than a year. Seeing me hesitate, Himi groans and leans over me, pressing the button herself. You've been chickening out of this for 3 days. Suck it up. I huff, leaning my head back and eyeing her. Pretty sure that sucking is your job. Only out of the bedroom, she snarks back with a smirk. Inside it's both our jobs. I smirk back. How about? Izuku, what the hell? I startle, jerking forward while Himi laughs behind me. On the screen is my cousin, Melissa Shield, with the parts of her face not covered by her hands a bright red from embarrassment. Doesn't stop her from peeking through her fingers though. I clear my throat, hyper-aware of the fact that she's not the only one blushing. Though now that I think of it, I'm pretty sure the last time I blushed was back on Himi's birthday when she said she wanted me as a present. Or was it the first time she turned into me while saying I'm the only man either of us need in our love life? Either way, actually being embarrassed is a rare thing for me. So, obviously, Himi does anything she can think of to try and get me to blush. Which apparently now includes talking about our sex life in front of my cousin. Hi Melissa. I give a little wave while trying to banish my blush, hoping that she'll let me change the subject. It's, well, been a long time. How are you? Blow anything up? She doesn't respond for a moment, taking a few deep breaths and letting herself calm down. Once her face is a normal color, she thankfully takes my olive branch and lets the previous topic fade away. Things have been good. And yes, I have. You know that good inventors blow up something at least once a week. I chuckle, Himi folding her arms on top of my head and resting her own on them as she studies Melissa's appearance. Yet. It jump-starts the creative process. I'm pretty sure you just love the fact that it exacerbates your dad. A mischievous grin plays across her lips, one that she tries to hide by reaching up and adjusting her glasses. I certainly have no clue where you would get that idea. Why would I want to irritate my dad? I roll my eyes, tapping my chin as I decide to treat it as an actual question for Himi's benefit. I wonder if Melissa hasn't asked about her because she's still embarrassed? If I had to pick a reason, it would probably be that quirk-enhancing device you designed, then he claimed credit for. She scowls for a brief moment before schooling her expression into one of disinterest and shrugs. Like he said, it's a revolutionary device that could change the world. If people figured out that someone who wasn't even an adult at the time designed it, then they would have come after me. No matter that I live on Island, jealous scientists would have helped them. I close my eyes as I nod understandingly. Yes. You've said that all before. My eyes open and I level my stare at her. You've also said how much you hate it when people try to pass off the work of someone else as their own. We both know that you don't like it, and I thought we established that you don't have to lie to me. She maintains eye contact for a moment before sighing and looking down. You're right, I'm sorry. It's just that it's been so long, and I wasn't sure if you were the same. Or if you expected me to be the same. I chuckle darkly, choking it off quickly when she looks up and furrows her brows. Trust me, whether or not you change doesn't matter to me. So long as you're happy, then I'm happy. I smile brightly. So no more lying, got it? She chuckles. No more lying. Her smile turns cat-like, and I have to briefly remind myself that Himi is with me and hasn't ever gotten any of Melissa's blood. In that case, care to introduce me to your girlfriend? I smirk back at her, her attempt at making me flustered failing horribly as I gesture at the little vampire using me as a headrest. Gladly. May I introduce to you Himiko Toga, my girlfriend of almost a year. The person I'm eternally grateful to wake up next to every day. Oh hush, you. Himi lightly taps my head and I see her blush on the camera despite her looking away. I'm the one who's glad to wake up next to you. She looks back, making eye contact with Melissa as her voice and smile turn playful, matching the look Melissa has. Of course, that's not to say I'm not grateful when you keep me awake, either. And we're back to blushing. At least this time it's all three of us. I clear my throat, deciding that the best way to get rid of the sudden awkwardness would be to bring up the status of the quirkless. Two's a coincidence but three's a pattern, and all that. And Melissa will make four. But before I can, I see Melissa's eyes widen. Do the two of you have a kid? Hey. We both whirl around in confusion, only to see Ari staring back with a scared expression, clutching the gamepad between her hands hard enough to turn them white. We've made a little progress with her knowing she's safe here, but she has the same self-deprecating personality that I used to have before I met Himi, so she often thinks she's a bother. But the two of us make sure she knows she's not by wrapping our arms around her from both sides, whispering reassurances in her ears that we're not mad that she showed up during the call, and that we're always happy to help her with anything or see whatever she wants to show us. It takes a few minutes, but she eventually manages to calm down enough that we can ask her what she wanted. Not needed, but wanted. The difference is slight, but the distinction is important for her to know that she can come to us whenever she wants, not just when she feels like she has no other choice. It certainly helps that it's true. I'll never treat this traumatized little girl the way the Yagis treated me, and if I ever did I'd put my trust in the League to find a way to permanently murder me with all due prejudice. And then some. I wanted to show you a cute thing. Eri says quietly, trailing off in a clear show of insecurity. We'd love to see it. I say with a voice full of excitement, accompanied by Himi's rapid nodding. We both love cute things, just look at Himi and yourself if you don't believe me. Her lips twitch for a moment in an almost smile before she shows us what she was playing. On the screen is Kirby, and for a moment the image is superimposed with the girl from the UA entrance exam, forcing me to hold back a snort of laughter. There's absolutely no way I'll make our little girl Acorn feel bad like that. They're totally cute. Himi says enthusiastically. They're one of my favorite characters in that game. This time I can't hold back a snort, but I make sure Eri knows who it's directed at. Yeah, but only because you both love sucking. She snorts back, leaning in to give me a peck on the cheek. Too late, the time for those jokes have passed, go back 3 spaces and return to your cousin. I blink, having forgotten what we were doing for the moment. Looking back I'm relieved to see that Melissa is still on the call. She's leaning her cheek on her hand and has a dopey smile on her face as she watches us. Seeing me looking back, she coughs, clearing her throat before she speaks. Well, I'm happy that you're happy. It looks like you're going to be good parents. She blinks as she looks up. Speaking of, do you know why Izumi was acting weird when she called me before? I tense slightly, working to hide it as I pat Eri on the head and send her and Himi off to play together. I close the door behind them as they talk about their favorite colors of Kirby, returning to my spot in front of the computer as I try to put on a nonchalant air. Can't say that I do. When exactly did she call you though? She frowns. It was a bit before UA's entrance exam. Shouldn't you know that? Even if the two of you are fighting, you do live together. I clear my throat, preparing my series of half-truths and redirections. Actually, I moved out around the same time I met Himi. So I wouldn't know. I did talk with her recently, but it didn't come up. She blinks at me in surprise that's echoed in her voice. You moved out? How? Why? And wait, how are you paying for a place to live? And with a girlfriend and a kid? Do you need help? I chuckle, the offer for help reminding me of all those trips to Island where she asked me if I needed help with organizing my quirk analysis. I didn't show them to people other than Shoko though, and she got used to the way they kind of blurred together in places, so I didn't really need any of the gadgets she offered to make. Yes, I moved out. And it was actually pretty easy. Himi and I both work for some eccentric rich old guy and help out his son with some of his projects. They want to change society, and we support him in that. The pay is good, and they provide a living space, as well as covering all the bills. We aren't the only ones either, he basically has a nanny who's been with him for years. I smile fondly. They may not be the most stable of people, with the exception of the nanny, but it's fun. I don't regret meeting them for a moment. I shake my head free of nostalgic memories of all the non-murderous/violent stuff we've done. Like that time when we tried to vacuum up Kurogiri's mist to see what's underneath only for him to drop us in a dump. Or that time Himi and I numbed Shigi's hands and made him think they vanished while he was sleeping. There's also the time where they stitched together some of my discarded body parts to make a puppet of me that we had a little play with. I was actually a little worried about that one. If my quirk were to somehow activate after the parts were put together. But thankfully they didn't, and I blended them into slush before selling the resulting drink smoothie on a website for those with cannibalistic quirks. As for the why, I trail off, this actually being a perfect opportunity to bring up quirks. There's actually something I found out, I say with full seriousness as I meet her eyes. Sensing the shift in mood, she straightens up, her own eyes gaining a focus they lacked before. I lean forward, interlacing my fingers. I found out that having an extra toe joint does not mean someone is quirkless. She's silent for a moment, her eyes wide. There's a few reactions I was expecting to see when I brought this up. Shock. Disbelief. Hope. But what I didn't expect, is fear. She frantically looks around before leaning forward, her hands presumably flying across her keyboard. How did no, you've always been smart. Especially when it comes to quirks. But then no, too dangerous. Then that means. She falls silent as she focuses on whatever she's doing, and it takes a few minutes for her to be done. The whole time I'm just staring at her with my mouth hanging open. Eventually, she leans back, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank science that you have a secure computer. It would have been bad, otherwise. She blinks. Wait, why do you have a computer that can't be traced and firewalls that could rival some of the less dangerous island servers? UFH. Eloquent, I know. She waves her hand. Not important, you're right. She takes a steadying breath, casting one last furtive glance around her. It's too dangerous to talk about this online or over the phone, even if the devices are secure. I'll send you some tickets to the Island Expo at the start of summer so you and the others can come up. She shakes her head. In the meantime, whatever you do, do not tell anyone. Even if you completely trust them. She rubs at the spot between her eyebrows, suddenly seeming much more tense. She swallows. I'll explain when you get here. Just trust me until then, okay? And with that she ends the call, leaving me staring at the screen with confusion-filled eyes, no idea what just happened. Really, I only know two things. Melissa already knew the truth about the quirkless. And there's even more to it than I thought. Chapter 64, Comfort. Mina. I shove my way through the crowd of students, scowling at the ones who insist on standing in my way. Which makes absolutely no sense since Bakugo is the one who pissed them off. Why are you bothering me? Go bother him. He's still yelling, but that's unrelated to the other courses checking out our class. Honestly, it would be pretty funny to see him explode some of the extras, as he called him. But I have something way more important to do. As I head down the hall to my target, I can't help but think about how she'd been acting all day. It was strange. Usually Izumi would be all over everyone, desperately trying to be helpful and make sure they're all okay after the USJ. Even if the worst damage any of us got was Kaminari short-circuiting from his own quirk. Again. But she came in with massive eye bags, even worse than our teachers. And she was extremely out of it, she barely reacted when the sports festival was announced. Heck, even Toru was more excited than her, and she was just depressed that nobody would pay attention to her because she's invisible. Even with all that though, I could wave it off as her having an off day. I know just how bad those can be. Not that I'll ever tell anyone. No, the real thing that made me concerned is how she reacted when that jerk with purple hair said that all of us are too arrogant to be heroes, and that people will die if we let surviving a villain attack go to our heads. I'm gonna be honest, in that moment, I wondered if he had brain damage. Like, why would not dying make us arrogant? Seriously, what the fuck? Aizawa-sensei even said that the people we fought only counted as villains because they used their quirks. They barely even qualified as hired muscle with how weak they were. But Izumi seemed to hunch in on herself when he said that, lowering her head so that her eyes were hidden. She seemed so small in that moment, and I could just tell that she needed help. Of course, before I could go to her, Bakugo shouted about how they have the right to be arrogant, especially with how two of the villains didn't survive the attack. Which is especially stupid. We all know that All Might killed some kind of monster the villains brought in an effort to end the symbol of peace, and they killed one of their own people. But we had nothing to do with either of those situations. Why is he acting like All Might showed up specifically to help us? Well, he did, but Bakugo was making it seem like he only came because it was our class. Anyways, after Bakugo said that, Izumi punched him in the face and stormed off. So now I'm trying to follow her and ask what's wrong. She might not tell me, but even the fact I showed up will help her feel better. It certainly did for me. I just wish I wasn't tracking her by the trail of small wet spots on the ground. Not only is it super hard, but I know what those are. She's crying. It takes so long that I don't even realize that I nearly pass my destination, the only thing stopping me from moving on the faint sounds coming from it. I look around and see it's a restroom in one of the rarely used hallways. Probably because it leads to a dead end with a picture of our principal in an old military outfit. When I come into the restroom, I'm not surprised to hear Izumi sobbing, half incoherent apologies addressed to somebody who's not here. But I pale when I hear something else. A familiar sound, one I wish I hadn't heard so often myself. I rush to the closed stall she's hiding in, pushing on it by instinct even though I know that it will be locked. But to my surprise it opens easily. She's not used to doing this in public, is my only thought before she enters my vision. She's staring at me in surprise with tear stains trailing down her face, her mouth hanging open, frozen, with a small knife made out of some sort of green energy clutched in one hand. And dripping from that knife, is blood. Izumi's blood. I look at her with sad eyes as I stand there, not moving. If I move, I'll startle her, make her panic. I need to let her react first. It's so weird, being on the other end. Asterisk drip. Drip asterisk. It takes a while, both of us just staring at each other in silence except for the blood slowly dripping from the tip of the blade onto the floor. Meanwhile I take in her appearance, making sure my eyes don't flicker. It would set her off. She's cutting her thigh, her skirt pulled down to her knees while she sits on the toilet. Both of them are a mess of scars, old cuts clearly overlapped by the newer ones, and her right leg is sporting the cuts I interrupted her making. But they're surprisingly clean, not covered in blood like they should be. Instead, the blood hangs in the air, free-floating due to her quirk. The green energy coming off of it is easy enough to see, a clear signal that she's the one holding it, and I can't help but be disturbingly impressed. Using her quirk to hurt herself, and using her quirk to keep things from getting messy. Smart. I panicked after my first time, and back then I'd been thankful that my parents were meeting up with friends they hadn't seen in a long time. I had to scramble for a towel to clean up, then bandages to wrap the cuts, and then another towel to clean up from when I went to grab the other two things. Then I had to put everything through the quick wash and dry cycle, all the while praying that my parents didn't come home. Thankfully or not, depending on your view, they didn't. It was months before I was caught, and even then the only reason is because of bad or good luck. A girl from another school had dragged her boyfriend under the bleachers to make out at a baseball game, and that's all it took. To be fair, I think anyone would scream when they see a girl with blood dripping down her head when they were hoping to get lucky. After that though, obviously my parents found out, everything, really. They found out that I was hurting myself, they found out about the bullying, they found out about the discrimination. The school got sued, I got transferred and put in therapy, and my parents put a ban on all sharp objects in our house. It was really funny whenever we had steak for dinner, only for them to remember they'd gotten rid of all the knives. It took time, but I got better. I'm pulled from my memories when Izumi finally moves. She lets go of the knife and it disappears, causing her to wince when the rest of the blood splashes to the floor. The blood she's holding with her quirk shoots down the gap between her legs and into the toilet, hiding exactly how much she bled. But I could tell by the size of it that it was a lot. She gulps as she struggles to pull her skirt up, becoming increasingly more panicked when it doesn't immediately cooperate. Her eyes dart from side to side, trying to look anywhere but at me, and it hurts how much I know what she's going through. Hi, Mina. How unexpected, to meet you here. Her words are awkward, and I move slowly so as not to startle her. Her hands put more effort into their work, and there's a tearing sound as the skirt rips, having been caught between the toilet and the seat. She looks like she's about to start crying again. But now I'm close enough. Slowly, carefully, I reach out, drawing her head to my chest as I hum reassuringly. It's okay. It's okay. The tears come again as she sobs into my chest, hands clutching at the hem of my blazer. I use my foot to gently close the stall door, wishing that I could lock it without pulling away. I whisper to her as she cries, reassuring her that I'm here for her. That it's okay. But when I say it's not her fault, she pulls away like I slapped her, clutching at her head. It is my fault. I drove him away. I put him where they could get him. It's my fault he was there. It's my fault. My fault, my fault, my fault. A crooked and jagged form of the energy knife appears in her hand again, and before I can stop her it plunges down into her left leg, causing an injury far different from the others. My fault, my fault, my fault, Izumi mutters over and over as she twists the knife, jerking it side to side and widening the wound. I grab her wrist to stop her, feeling sick when I look at the mess she's made of her leg. Even if she could have hit her cuts before, that's going to need to be looked at. It's like she carved out the flesh, leaving only a gaping hole where it used to be, bone barely visible through all the blood that flows down her leg. I hold her wrist as I pull her head back to my chest, not letting her continue. It's okay. It's okay. That's all I can say. If I tell her that she's wrong, that it's not her fault, I think she might switch targets from her to me. She'd regret it afterwards, but it would make her self-harm all the more brutal in the future, when no one could stop her. Eventually her blame stops, instead she starts rambling to me about why it's her fault, clearly desperate for me to understand and let her suffer. The sick feeling in my chest gets stronger the more she talks, and for a brief moment I think about my old bullies. They were the same. But that's just it, they were the same. But Izumi is different now. She hasn't bullied anyone since coming to UA, and she's clearly had some of those scars for months. She was the same, but not anymore. She's a better person than she was. But that's not what she needs to hear right now. Telling her that would just make it worse. So I say something different instead. Hurting yourself isn't going to make it right. I whisper softly. Then what is? Her question is filled with desperation. For forgiveness. For punishment. You can't change the past, only the future. Slowly, I move my hand to her head, gently running my fingers through her long locks. I'm not going to lie, what you did was horrible, and if I knew you back then I probably would have hated you. She opens her mouth but I talk over her, not wanting to hear whatever self-deprecation she has. But I didn't know you back then, I only know you now. And the you I know now, isn't a bully. If you want to make up for what you did, then make sure it never happens again. Make sure you protect people like the one you hurt. It won't make the pain go away, but at least you can know that you're making a difference. That you are different. Hurting yourself just means that there's more suffering, not less. She sniffles, but stays silent. We stay like that for a few moments, and I'm growing increasingly concerned with the amount of blood covering everything. Even with the knife blocking some of it. But then it suddenly vanishes. I'm taken by surprise and immediately move my hand from her wrist to cover the wound, working to stem the flow of blood. Her hand falls limply to her side while her body slumps back against the seat. It's only then that I realize that Izumi's fallen unconscious, probably a combination from the blood loss and mental exhaustion of being found and explaining why. Quickly, I use my free hand to dial a number our entire class was made to put in our phones, grateful for Izawa-sensei's insistence on calling them if we need them. Boy, do I need them. When the dial tone ends I hear a growling voice on the other end, causing me to breathe a sigh of relief. Hound dog here, who am I talking with? It's Mina Ashido, no time to explain. I need you and recovery girl to come to the girls' restroom by Nizu's military painting. Bring bandages. I hang up, hoping that doing so will make them come faster. If I stayed on, he would have wasted time trying to question me, instead of just doing what I asked. As I look down at Izumi, I make a promise to myself, and to her. I'll be here for you. No matter what. Chapter 65, Skyfall. I'm gonna shove this knife up your ass. I whoop as I arch my back, the knife wielded by a little homeless girl going into the now vacated space. Missed me, now you gotta kiss me. I laugh, twirling around and putting a table between us. My foot will kiss your ass. She snarls while trying to lunge across the table. I snicker at seeing the utter failure it results in due to her being too short and her arms barely reaching halfway across. You'll have to catch me first. The chase continues, with two rushing around tables and chairs in an effort to catch me while I foil every attempt she makes. All to the enjoyment of our audience, who are sharing a large bucket of popcorn while they watch. Think we should stop them soon? Himi asks, glancing at Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Why should we? It's fun to watch. Shigaraki punctuates his statement by shoving another handful of popcorn in his mouth while Kurogiri lets out a sigh at seeing the crumbs fall to the floor. Unlike Tomura's Shigaraki, they are not currently making a mess. Nor has anything been damaged. Oi! The argument between Nani and Ward goes ignored by the others, Himi looking at one with a raised eyebrow. He shrugs. I mean, the only reason I didn't attack him myself is because he helped me realize I have a quirk. Not to mention that the two of you scare me. Himi nods and crosses her arms. As we should, she says sagely. Ignoring her antics, one resume's watching and I give him a little wave as I do a front flip over two, which he also ignores. But then again, I didn't come away with any permanent injuries. I nod along with his words while two seems to grow angrier. Guess she's listening to them as well. And he's not wrong. Despite all the tests we did to one, we made sure that nothing left a permanent mark. 2. Wasn't that lucky? Burn scars crawl their way across her shoulders and down her arms, stopping just past her elbows. There's a full wraparound on her collarbone but doesn't extend up her neck. Luckily for her, her legs escaped unscathed. But that's only for the surface injuries. Part of why I'm letting her attack me like this is actually so I have a better idea of how her new scars affect her muscles, movements, etc. I matrix duck under a wild swing and can't help but frown. Her arm's mobility is down, I think. And she has trouble fully extending her arms. She flinches every time she swings, does a good job hiding it though but not when she stabs. The scarring restricts her joints. Sure, I can probably just ask the doctor to tell me everything, but where's the fun in that? Not to mention. I shake my head, deciding to put an end to this. On her next stab I let her knife enter my palm, grabbing hold of the handle while she's still too surprised to react. And to force her to let go of the knife, I have a variety of options. I could twist and pull, step forward and intimidate, just raise my arm since I'm tall enough that she wouldn't be able to reach, etc. But I decide to go with the tried and true method husbands and pimps have relied upon for time immemorial. The simple backhand. I raise my hand, bringing it down at two's face. And get a frying pan to the back of the head. Bad Izu. No taking out your frustrations on the lowly. You already put her in a coma. I groan, rubbing the back of my head while two dashes away from me, putting two tables between us in a reversal of our positions. Fine, fine. It would have been funny though. No it wouldn't. Himi shoots me down. A little funny. Shiggy acknowledges, raising his hands in surrender when Himi points another frying pan at him threateningly. Never mind. I sigh, sitting down next to Himi and pulling her into my lap. You're right, you're right. Sorry. I guess I'm just upset about Melissa. Himi nods her head. And that's perfectly fine. Just don't be going overboard with the group. Instead just ask and we'll go out murdering some people we don't care about. I chuckle, tilting my head up to give her a peck on the lips. We really should. I know how disappointed you were about how little blood got spilled at the USJ, and we haven't really gone on any dates to rectify that, have we? She shakes her head, her eyes flashing with some emotion I don't identify before it's gone just as fast as it appeared. Yeah, things have been pretty busy. Oh, speaking of, Mirko messaged us for a booty call for the end of the week. Think you're up for it? I laugh, loud and boisterous. Ha ha ha. Wow, you really like her, hey? Didn't she call like, twice, last week? She shrugs. Yeah, but I was busy and you were off brooding. Our trip to USJ is the day before, so we shouldn't have any problems meeting her, right? I nod. Yeah, sure. Let her know. What the fuck is going on with you psychos? I'm cut off by Two's outraged shout as she points at me. This prick threw me into a burnin' building. She points at the rest of the league. Then you pricks sit around eating popcorn while I try and stab him. Back to me. And then you don't even react to the fucking knife going into your hand. What the hell? Ah. I scratch my cheek awkwardly. Yeah, I guess you aren't used to our antics yet. The hell do you mean yet? But don't worry. I wave her question aside since it's unimportant, ignoring the drops of blood that go flying. Not only will we help you to train and discover every facet of your quirk, but we also won't judge you for however you want to use it. I sweep my arm in a gesture encompassing everyone. For we are the League of Villains, hardened criminals who... Papa. Mama. Eri bounces down the stairs excitedly, waving her gamepad in the air. I beat them, I beat them. Himi swings off of me, elbowing me in the face as she does so she can get to Eri first. Who'd you beat? Who'd you beat? She's practically bouncing as much as Eri is. I rub my cheek as I stand behind Himi and Eri turns the screen to show us. I beat the champion. I'm the Pokemon Master. Her smile is small, but from her it's equivalent to stretching across her face. Eee. Himi lets out a squeal as she pulls the girl into a hug, squishing their faces together. That's so awesome. Congratulations, Snowdrop. I nod emphatically. Yeah, Unicorn, that's super impressive. Especially for how little you've actually played it. I blink as I realize something, narrowing my eyes on her. Wait a minute, have you been staying up past your bedtime to play Pokemon? Sleep is for the weak, there is only the grind. Eri rattles off as if by memory, and I shift my focus to Tamura, glaring at him. He waves his hands frantically in defense. Don't blame me, I only say that when it's late and the group I'm with wants to get off. And on your streams. Kurogiri adds with a hint of reproach in his voice. Shiggy gives him a betrayed look before paling when he hears me crack my knuckles. So. You're teaching my daughter bad habits. More than that, you're affecting her development. Don't you know that kids are supposed to sleep for at least 9 hours a night, or else they won't get taller? I smile with my eyes closed and head tilted to the side. Are you saying you want my daughter to always be the size of a child? Before he can reply and seal his fate, Shigaraki is saved by an unexpected shout. You assholes poking fun at my height? I grew up dumpster diving fur food. It ain't my fault I'm short. I look at Two, confusion in my eyes. Wait, are you saying you're not 12 years old? I'm 16. I click my tongue in irritation. Tisk. Why is everyone I know older than me? I literally had to stab a guy and pick someone younger than me off the street. I trail off, slowly turning to look at Eri with an apprehensive gaze. Eri, how old are you? I've just been assuming she's around 5 or 6 this entire time, but if I'm wrong. I'm 6, Papa. I let out an internal sigh of relief. Good, I haven't been treating a 40-year-old woman like my child. That would have been embarrassing. Anyways, I feel like we got sidetracked. And whose fault is that? So let's just get to the crux of the matter. I look at 2, and this time I'm serious. Seeing the change in my demeanor, she swallows. I speak slowly, enunciating each word to give them the full impact. You have a quirk. It is a powerful quirk, even based on the findings of the single test I was able to conduct. I hold up a hand to stop her objections when she opens her mouth. I don't care that you were diagnosed as quirkless when you were 4. So was I, and so was 1. But we both have quirks, and it's easy to prove them. Not only do we have quirks, but they are both powerful, just like yours. I make my way through the tables, steadily approaching her as I start to gesture, passion filling my words. We have been lied to. Our quirks were actively hidden from us. Everyone wanted us to think that we were less than them, but the truth is that we are the same. I shake my head, short and sharp. No. Society lifts up those with powerful quirks, with useful quirks. We are not the same. We are not less. By their own standards, we are better. I place my hand on my chest, bowing as I formally introduce myself. I am Izuku Midoriya Usagi, the villain known as Midosegi. My quirk is called Undying, and it brings me back to life every time I die. I gesture to the side, ignoring the way her mouth hangs open in shock at hearing how my quirk works. 1 steps forward, mimicking my bow. I am 1. I threw away my old name when I became a villain, when my family denied the evidence I gave them about how I have a quirk. My quirk is called gum, and it allows me to create gum with whatever properties I wish, so long as it remains edible. I step forward, putting my hand on her shoulder. You are too, the second person I've found that has a quirk despite being named quirkless. When I dragged you through one of Kurogiri's portals, we fell from the sky. I died on impact with the ground, but you came out unscathed from the fall. Instead, your impact caused an earthquake that leveled a burning building. Your quirk doesn't have a name yet, but I would suggest kinetic transference for accuracy or shockwave, if you want to be intimidating. Dispersion could also work, and would be misleading for the people who learn its name. I give her a warm smile as I meet her eyes. The League of Villains can help you train your quirk, learn its limits. We can make sure that no one ever looks down on you for being quirkless again. And if you have something you want to do, that you need to do, I shrug. We will help you achieve your goals. Whatever they might be. She's silent for a moment, lowering her head so that her dark red hair covers her eyes. You dropped me into a burning building. And I'm sorry for that. The wind blew us off course from where I thought we'd land. If you'd like to take out your anger on me, I won't object. You have every right to be angry, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it up to you. I have scars. They itch. They hurt. I nod. I have scars too. Mental, and physical. I'm not the only one. I truly am sorry for causing them, but I cannot change the past. Only the future. Silence reigns for several minutes, but nobody moves. Not even Shigaraki, who's been staring at us with a gleam in his eyes this whole time. Eventually, she speaks. My name ain't Tu. I try not to let the disappointment show on my face, already coming up with ideas on where we can send her without it becoming a problem for us. Even if she doesn't want to join, I don't want to kill her. But her next words bring them to a halt, and instead a wide grin stretches across my face. She meets my eyes with her own blazing with determination. You can call me Skyfall. Chapter 66, Omax before the festival. Mirko stands at attention in front of the head of the HPSC, looking straight ahead with a professional air around her. One that's completely at odds with her thoughts. Shitty old hag. Why can't you and the geezers just let me do my job? The rabbit hero had been required to reschedule all of her plans for the day in order to attend the chairwoman's summons, which means she hasn't gotten to work through any of the excitement that has built up. It's even worse since the meeting is at noon, which is long past when she'd originally planned to get it taken care of. I better run into someone who can give me a good fight. I had to cancel my meeting with the twins this morning too. Yes, Mirko is aware the two are villains. But they also gave her the warning about the attack on the USJ. Which means it's not out of the realm of possibility that they would be willing to give her even more information, or perhaps even betray the League of Villains. Even if they aren't, having a reliable source of information in the underworld is a useful tool for any successful hero. Daylight or underground. Of course, that's not quite why she wanted a meeting. I was really looking forward to another threesome. After leaving the hero standing for a suitable amount of time to feed her ego, the chairwoman speaks. We are given to understand that you have a connection to this League of Villains that attacked UA. Mirko shrugs, not deigning to answer the unspoken question. The chairwoman's eyebrow twitches before she continues. When did you encounter them, and why were they not arrested then? Now that she's been directly asked, she needs to answer. So with a lazy drawl, she gives a brief overview of how she met the Usagi twins. Some brat threw a water balloon at my face, so I chased them down. When I caught them, their friend showed up and told me that the League of Villains is targeting UA, since All Might works there now. They vanished through a warp quirk before I could question them further. Very brief. The chairwoman's stern expression doesn't change. Why not arrest them and question them at the police station? That would have prevented their escape. Mirko deadpans at the woman. The hell was I supposed to know they were villains? We both know it's not exactly uncommon for someone to throw something at a hero in that city. The chairwoman maintains a glare before letting out a huff of dissatisfaction. Very well. Thankfully, this does open up certain possibilities. Oh. One of Mirko's ears twitches at the chairwoman's tone, curious where this is going. Seeing that she finally has her attention, the chairwoman lets out an internal sigh. She hates working with the more willful heroes. It seems to me that you have a, if not positive, at least neutral relationship with the League of Villains. Would that be accurate? Mirko thinks back on the single interaction she had with them before the USJ, and the wide variety of things they did. She holds back a smirk as she replies smugly, you could say that. The chairwoman nods in satisfaction, a small smile appearing on her face. That puts you in a position where you can get in their good graces. Where you can earn their trust. Where you can infiltrate their organization. Mirko blinks, her mouth opening and closing a few times at the unexpected claim. Or rather, at what her orders clearly are. Eventually though, she speaks three simple words. A question, really? Are you stupid? I scream as the scalpel slides under my fingernail, becoming a lever they use to peel it off, the connecting skin snapping as the nail slowly, oh so slowly, rises. It feels like it takes forever, an eternity before it snaps off, the scalpel digging deeper into my flesh all the while. It retracts, the person holding it. Blag. Throwing up in the trash can next to us. Fuck this. It's fucking disgusting. Oh come on Skyfall, you've barely started. You can't call a few scratches and a single fingernail revenge torture. Those ain't scratches, you fucking psycho. I roll my eyes, taking another sip of my orange juice, eliciting an even louder yell from the newest member of the League of Villains. And who the fuck drinks fucking juice while they're being tortured? I shrug, making a popping sound as I take my mouth off the straw. I mean, I at least screamed for you, so that's something. Probably. It's not. Welp. It seems that this was a bad idea. Or at least not a good one. I mentally cross out let Skyfall do whatever she wants off my to-do list as she storms out of the room. Apparently she doesn't have a mindset for torture, even if she wants to hurt the other person. For anyone curious, this was supposed to be where Skyfall gets her revenge on me for the burn scars she has. But, other than stabbing me a few times, she really couldn't do any actual torture. Still, it's good to know that, while she has no trouble killing someone, she won't take satisfaction from causing other people pain. Well, fake pain in my case, but potato tomato charnado. But as I look around the room, I realize just how insidious her revenge really is. See, the stab wounds are deep, and scattered across my body. Which means there's a lot of blood. Blood which has leaked onto the floor. And Mamagiri told us that he wants the room clean after we're done. Which Skyfall would have taken care of since we were originally going to torture me to death. But now. Clever girl. I mutter as I grab my clothes off the rack they're hanging from and use them to wrap my wounds as best I can. I'll get in even more trouble if I leave blood trails all over the base looking for cleaning supplies. You seem dissatisfied, Tomura. I guess. All for One frowns at his protégé. Usually he is one to air his grievances without hesitation, often referring to the problem in question as a glitch or bug, in accordance with his interest in video games. But now, when directly questioned, he avoids clarifying. Quite odd. He maintains his attention on the boy expectantly, and eventually he groans, pausing his game as he turns to give his sensei his full attention. He huffs out a breath, his hand twitching towards his neck before clenching his fingers and crossing his arms. It's just. The league is mine. If All for One had eyebrows, he would be raising one. Yes? That is correct. Seeing that he doesn't understand, Tomura lets out another huff before clarifying. I'm the leader of the league, but Midosegi acts like he's in charge. It pisses me off. Oh. All for One is surprised by the claim, for this is the first he'd heard of it. But perhaps Tomura is simply blowing things out of proportion, as he tends to do? He folds his arms across his chest before beginning his questions. Has he attempted to subvert your control? No. Tomura growls out the answer. Perhaps this, then? He has implied you are not fit to lead, or expressed a desire to lead in your place. Tomura's growled reply is deeper this time, his arms tightening. No. Quite the predicament. All for One muses, tilting his head upwards as he wonders how, exactly, the conundrum of a boy, acts as the leader. He motions for Tomura to speak, and he does, reluctantly. He gestures uncertainly while attempting to vocalize his emotions. I'm the leader. Me. That means I'm the one who makes the decisions. I decide what we do, when we do it, and how we do it. All for One nods, each of the points being accurate. At least now that he no longer wishes to transfer his mind to Tomura's body. A consequence of his. All for One suddenly understands, but lets Tomura continue speaking, hoping that he will realize it on his own. I'm the leader, so I decide who gets to join. But he just picked up another random for the party and didn't even ask me. You were aware that the girl joining was the plan, though, correct? If you had reservations, why did you not speak them while she was being treated? I don't mind her joining, Tomura waves the contradiction off easily. It's just. He falls silent, unsure of how to say it. Seeing his difficulty, All for One does it for him. You feel that he is doing more for the League of Villains than you? Yes. Tomura shouts, throwing his hands up in the air out of frustration. He recruited 2 people, and we got stuck with what he wanted to do at the USJ because he killed the Nomu. Meanwhile, what have I done? I broke into the school so we knew where to attack, but that's it. So, it is simply that he does not see his own potential. A fault I caused, unfortunately. You have done far more than you believe. What, then? He snaps, and All for One is unsure of how to feel with the more casual way he speaks to him. No reverence, no awe. More like an acquaintance. Or a son. He ignores the intrusive thought brought upon by Midasagi's insistence, simply listing out Tomura's own accomplishments. As you said, you obtained the information that allowed the attack to occur. While the Nomua failed in combat against the boy, that only means that it would have failed against All Might as well. It is no loss, and certainly not a failure of yours. The 200-year-old man lets his mind drift back to that day, to what feels like long ago but was only a year. You say Izuku recruited 2 people to the league, but you did so as well. You recruited Izuku and Himiko Toga, so their accomplishments are yours. Tomura waves the claim away. They literally walked into the bar on their own. I had nothing to do with that. Incorrect. You showed that your instincts were accurate in identifying opportunities you could take advantage of to grow your power. Many others would have simply dismissed the 2 of them as mad and washed their hands of the headaches the duo would cause them. They are a pain in the ass. Tomura nods in agreement. They may have brought Stain to our hideout, but it was because you informed them that you wished to recruit him. It was not them who spoke to him, offering benefits for cooperation. That failed though. Bastard stabbed me. But you did not falter. Even wounded, you remained calm and collected, and you put him on the back foot. You did not earn his loyalty, but you earned his respect. Not an easy thing, from what is said. All for One pauses, letting him digest the information before moving on to the most salient point, one he has completely overlooked. But what you have failed to realize, is that you have obtained Izuku's loyalty. He does not understand, not truly. But that is why All for One is here, to guide him. The Usagi are mad, there is no doubt about that. He nods in understanding. But they are loyal above all to each other, closely followed by those they consider family. In this case, that means you. He opens his mouth to object, but All for One pushes past it. You have interacted with them on a daily basis, and you have all seen each other at your best, and worst. Had they not considered you family, had they not been loyal to you, I have no doubt that they would have already abandoned the League in order to pursue the life of freedom they both desire. He pauses. But they have not. Instead, they have chosen to tie themselves to you, to the League of Villains. You have earned their loyalty, something that even I likely would have had difficulties with. And that, Tomura, is where your influence grows from. His brows furrow, and I sigh. You do not understand, and that is acceptable. You will understand one day. Just know that while fear is a useful tool, it is loyalty that will carry you to heights far past what you ever imagined. I can't believe she hasn't even called. Inko Yagi complains to her acquaintance at a little cafe. She got moved into the dorms a week and a half ago, and she hasn't called a single time. What kind of daughter leaves her mother to worry like this? Her acquaintance nods understandingly, taking a sip from her strawberry lemonade. Completely ridiculous. I know. Inko throws her head back as she tosses her more alcoholic beverage down in a single gulp, signaling for another from a grumpy waiter. Honestly, it's all because of that quirkless. It would have been better if they were never born. Her drinking partner makes some vague noises while taking another sip. Inko throws her arm around the other woman, not noticing the way her nose crinkles. You get it. Honestly, I have no idea why it's such a big deal that some villain who looks like that trash died. They were a villain. Another vague noise before they finally speak. Yet. If they had a good quirk they could have been a hero. Good quirks are what really matters, don't you agree? Inko beams at her, plopping back into her seat as the waiter brings her drink, snatching it out of his hand with barely a glance. You do get it. She looks around, not so subtly eyeing the waiter before he leaves, then leans in close. The other woman tries not to flinch at the foul stench of alcohol coating her breath. Hey! I have some friends who I think you'd get along with. Want to meet them? The other woman smiles, at odds with the abject disgust filling her eyes as she looks at the green-haired woman. I think that I basically have to. I'm very interested in learning more about you. And these friends of yours. Chapter 67, A Speech. The League are all sitting in the bar, settled in to watch UA's sports festival. Why are we watching the sports festival? Because why not? Not only will we get information on all of the hero students' quirks, but we also might catch sight of someone who could be open to joining us and becoming a villain. Unlikely, yes, but if we do manage to recruit a UA student, it would go a long way to helping Shigaraki bring down hero society. It's hard to understate how useful a spy inside of UA would be. A shame All For One labeled the person he initially had his eye on as incompetently flashy. Whatever that means. Of course, that's the official reason. Really though, most channels are airing the event, so there's not really anything else interesting on. Plus, I might, maybe, possibly, more than likely want to see how Shoko is doing. I've checked up on her occasionally, sure. But I haven't actually seen her since that day I followed her. I was glad to find out that Endeavor's home has gotten less medical supplies delivered to it than in the past though. Which means that she isn't getting trained to the point that it can be considered abuse anymore. Good for her. I'll still have to see if she wants my murder plans for Endeavor though. If he's become a better father to her, she may not hate him anymore. That's the main reason I haven't gone after him yet. Or at least convinced Shiggy that we should target him. Plus he's the number 2 hero, so it wouldn't be easy. We already learned that the top 10 heroes can't be tracked down reliably outside of their typical patrol routes, and that goes double for someone who often gets called in to assist the weaker heroes whenever they can't handle a villain. And on their patrol routes they're too on guard to be taken down by a surprise attack. Who ya think will win? Skyfall throws out into the room. How would we know? One asks with a raised eyebrow. Skyfall looks at him like he's an idiot, not unreasonable given his response. Because the lot of you attacked the school? Fought the students? One lazily twirls his fake mustache. Ah, yes. That we did. You aren't coming off gentlemanly, Himi notes. More condescending. Drop the smug, increase the accent. I see, I see. One nods, twirling the other side of his fake mustache. Perhaps this is more acceptable. Better, I say, but I'd like to point out that you, specifically, cannot see the words you speak. Annoying sister over in America can though. Her closed caption quirk is kind of strange, but useful. Isn't that just describing how she is? Shigaraki questions with a curious look. Sounds mean. Eri pouts. I shrug. Yes, but she has a close relationship with her younger brother, so she took it as her hero name since he always calls her that. I pause, trying to recall what I know of her brother. I think his hero name is Laboratory, and his quirk has something to do with compressing objects into marbles and releasing them. He hasn't actually given any official information about his quirk though, so I'm not entirely sure. He hums but doesn't let his thoughts show on his face. I would advise you not to go causing trouble in the wider world. All For One's voice comes out of the second, older TV we have. We're waiting for the sports festival to start on the bigger one I bought. Or at the very least, you should avoid China. Shiggy glares at his father/sensei's TV. But what if I can find good recruits there? Let it be said that Shiggy has shown absolutely no interest, let alone intention, of leaving Japan for any reason. I'm pretty sure he's just annoyed at All For One directly telling him what to do for once. At least his fanaticism is gone. Because they have people there who are without quirks, but can manipulate the elements. All For One states calmly, me and the other diagnosed quirkless sitting up and paying more attention now. They are known as benders, with a modifier for the element they can manipulate. For example, the most dangerous bender, an earth bender, actually has 2 hero names, depending on whether or not you've faced her. The seriousness in his voice has all of us tense. Even I am, since I'm not too familiar with heroes outside of Japan. I only knew of the brother and sister pair because I craved a relationship like that with my own sister for so long. That said, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one taken aback by one of the hero names he says. On the official hero records, her hero name is Melon Lord, while those who have faced her in combat refer to her as the Blind Bandit. In her long career of being a hero, she has never once lost a fight. Skyfall rolls her eyes. Must not have been that long if she ain't lost a fight. She is over 100 years old, and is still an active hero. It's safe to say that our brains shut down. And I'm pretty sure Shiggy will need a reboot after we hear what he says next. In fact, I challenged her 30 years ago and was defeated. It appears the festival is starting. Kurogiri's words are enough to shake us from our shock, though I make a mental note to interrogate All for One for more information about these benders. Are they like me, One, and Skyfall? Or are they something else? But that's for later. Right now my attention is pulled to the screen when I hear who's doing the student pledge for the first years. I scowl watching Izumi climb the 3 steps onto the stage, taking her place in front of the microphone. She takes a deep breath, a look of determination on her face. She opens her mouth, and my mind grinds to a halt. Anyone can be a hero. To you, it may seem easy for someone in the hero course like me to say that. You may think that I'm in the hero course because I have a strong quirk. But that's not true. I'm in the hero course because I need to be a hero. I will become a hero. It's not the quirk that makes it possible for someone to become a hero. It's their heart. So long as you have the heart of a hero, the determination to become one, then it doesn't matter what anyone else says. It doesn't matter how many people tell you to give up, that you can't become a hero because you're weak. Because your quirk isn't suited to it. She looks up, staring directly down the lens of one of the cameras, her entire face filling the screen. There are tears in her eyes. It doesn't matter if you have a good quirk, a so-called villain's quirk, a weak quirk, or even no quirk at all. You can be a hero. So to everyone gathered here today, I say show the world your determination. Show the world that you too, can become the heroes you know you can be. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Silence. I'm aware that the others are looking at me. I am. But it's a distant awareness. I know that Himiko is taking Eri out of the room. But I don't react to it. I can hear people talking to me. But all I hear is static. No, that's not right. I don't hear static. Instead I hear. Just accept the fact that you'll never be a hero and give up. Worthless Deku. You'll never be a hero. Laughter. I hear her words. I hear Kakan's words. Their mocking laughter. You have the knife? Good, let's make sure everyone knows this trash is quirkless. He'll have a harder time lying about it after we're through with him. I feel the knife. The fear. The desperation. Fire. Burning. It won't open. Why won't it open? I feel trapped. Crashing. Pain. It hurts. It hurts. No. My voice is a whisper. I stand, my seat tipping backwards from how abrupt my action is. I grab it before it can fall, dragging it with me as I step forward. No. I stand in front of the TV, watching as the crowd cheers for Izumi's speech. You don't get to say that. What a speech from one of our top students. She's an inspiration to every aspiring hero. You don't get to say that. I scream as the chair smashes into the TV. I stare at it with bloodshot eyes as I swing it again, broken plastic flying past me. You don't get to say that. You don't get to be a good sister. You don't get to pretend like you believe that. Each sentence is punctuated by another swing. Another crash as the chair destroys the TV. Each swing is filled with my anger. My rage at her words. At the blatant hypocrisy she displays on live television. Where was that when I wanted to be a hero? Where were you? 10 years. You had 10 years. How dare you? You don't get to say that. Before I know it, the chair is splinters in my hands, my breathing coming out in ragged gasps. I stare at the destroyed screen, gritting my teeth. You don't get to say that anyone can be a hero, when you said I couldn't. Do I say those words? Maybe. I don't know. But I do know this. She will suffer. I turn around, ignoring the way the others face me, ready for a fight in case I lash out. But they aren't the ones I'm going to hurt, no. It's looking to me like Izumi wasn't happy with how our last family reunion turned out. So I think it's time for another. Midosegi. I look up. Tomura is standing in front of me, his arms crossed and a glare in his eyes. I breathe out slowly, unclenching my hands, feeling the blood dripping down my palms. What? It's not a question. It's a demand to know why he's standing in my way. We keep eye contact, neither of us looking away. One and Kurogiri look between us uneasily, while Skyfall has taken cover behind the bar, her eyes peeking out to see what happens. Suddenly, he lets loose a malicious grin. Make sure everyone knows just how badly the heroes fucked up. I stare for a moment, uncomprehending. And then I smile too, returning his manic grin with a savage one. Always, party leader. Himiko comes out of the door leading to the bedrooms, my costume in hand. Here you go, sweetie. Just, keep Eri and me in mind, okay? My expression softens just a bit at the concern in her eyes, and I accept my costume from her while giving her a deep kiss. It's not a quick one, not a long one. It's the perfect one to show her how much I love her. It's a promise that no matter what, we will be together. Always. I pull back with love in my eyes. Always. She wraps her arms around me, giving me a fleeting hug before skipping backwards with her hands behind her back. Then go ahead. Remind your sister of what she's done. That her actions have consequences. I grin, and I'm fully aware of the madness dancing in my eyes. I don't care though. I know I'm crazy. Himiko knows I'm crazy. The league knows I'm crazy. But they accept me anyways. Like a family should. I turn away, off to teach someone who doesn't know how family acts exactly why they shouldn't lie. I leave a single word behind in the bar as I walk out the door. A promise. Always. Chapter 68, I'm back. It really shouldn't be as easy as it is to get into the sports festival, especially with how many heroes they have acting as security. Doubly especially so considering I'm wearing my villain costume. Sure, I've messed with it so it doesn't immediately scream villain, but still. I guess a teenager with a broken arm doesn't rate very high on the list as far as threats go. They should really rectify that. I shove MT Lady's unconscious body into a supply closet underneath the stadium, grumbling under my breath. Seriously, why is she so heavy? Does her quirk make her naturally dense to compensate for her growth? Is all that mass actually compressed when she's normal-sized? Things to think about later. Actually, now that I think of it, I haven't really been analyzing quirk all that often lately. Between working with one, taking care of Eri, and most recently helping Skyfall, I haven't really had time to go out with Himi and hunt anyone. Not to mention that my previous analyses are already as good as they can get without me actually going out and physically studying their quirks. I glance up at the cheers of the crowd after closing the door. By the time MT Lady brought me down here to get checked out by Recovery Girl, the second event, a cavalry battle, had been underway. It sounds like it just finished. The last event is always a tournament, and knowing Izumi, she'll get pretty far. A grin splits my face as several ideas sprout. Oh, this will be fun. Come on, there's no reason to be nervous. Sure, Bakugo looked like he wanted to murder me, but there's no way he'll do it live on national television. Yurika pauses, thinking about it for a moment. Right. Oh, he definitely would. She jumps, whirling around at the unexpected sound of someone's voice. Who's there? The hero in training is currently in the preparation room, giving into its function and trying to prepare herself for her match against the most unhinged person in her class. Sure, she has a plan, but that doesn't mean she's still not panicking. But when she sees the person casually leaning against the door frame, she gasps. You. The person she knows as Bigius Dicus, the person she met at the entrance exam, the person she believed to have died at the entrance exam, gives her a bright smile, his tone joking. Heya, Eureka. Since you're stressing out about your match, I figured that I'd drop by from beyond the grave and give you a bit of advice. She stares at him with her mouth hanging open, trying to form her questions. You how I what? He chuckles, fiddling with the zipper on his jacket. Yeah, makes sense that you'd be shocked. But just to be clear. He steps forward, looking directly into her eyes, his expression suddenly sad. I did die that day, Eureka. Her mouth closes, her eyes suddenly teary. I did what you asked me. I gave Bakuga your message. He gives her a small smile. Thank you for that. And I'm sorry that it made you a target for him. But that's why I'm here. You helped me, so now I'll help you. A choked laugh bursts out of her and she wipes at her eyes with the heel of her palms. How? Are you going to possess him and make him walk out of the ring? The boy in front of her laughs, loud and bright. No, no. You wouldn't be able to show off your skills if something like that happened. Though it would be funny to see his tantrum afterwards. No, I simply have a plan and some advice. You can follow it or not, it's up to you. But the advice I have will be useful either way. He holds out a hand, a shadow seeming to fall across his face. So, tell me. In exchange for a plan, would you take this poor sinner's hand? Are both contestants ready? Midnight asks, her flogger held out in front of her. Bakugo stares at Eureka with a malicious grin, his hands held out to his sides letting off a series of pops and sparks in a show of intimidation. Give it up bitch, and I won't have to wreck your face. He's been wanting an opportunity to hurt the chubby-faced girl ever since their first day, when she insulted him. Not that she did, but he blames her since she's the one who said the words to him. Safe to say that Bakugo adheres to the Uruk saying, always kill the messenger. Midnight frowns at him but remains silent, turning and pointing her flogger at Eureka and offering her the chance to speak. She stares at her classmate with determination in her eyes, her hands clenched at her sides. She holds her head tall as she speaks, her words echoing throughout the stadium. The past doesn't stay dead, Bakugo. Are you prepared to face yours, when it comes back to haunt you? He scowls at her to hide his confusion. The hell is this bitch going on about? Well then. Midnight raises her flogger. With those unexpectedly ominous words, let the match begin. Bakugo immediately launches himself forward on a set of explosions, aiming to beat the girl down as brutally and quickly as possible. He sneers when he sees her running backwards to the edge of the arena. He was looking forward to hurting her, but it looks like it will be an instant ring out. Still, he can at least make sure to hit her with a strong explosion. But it might be better to just beat her down, without using his quirk. As much as he doesn't want to admit it, there's going to be some serious competition during the tournament. Todoroki, for one. Izumi for another. Todoroki's ice is a good counter to his quirk, the cold preventing him from sweating. And with Izumi's quirk evolution, his planning is brought to an abrupt end after he swings at the brunette in front of him, an explosion primed and ready to release directly in her face. But instead of the expected scream and the sight of her flying out of bounds, he's suddenly staring at the sky with his back hurting. He's in a bit of a daze as he tries to make sense of what just happened, but again, his thoughts are ground to a halt, this time by Midnight's announcement. And the winner by ring out is Okako Eureka. He shoots up to a sitting position, twisting around to stare in unbelieving shock at the hero acting as judge for the tournament. She gives him a warning look, but he's still in too much shock to really make a scene like he usually would. What the fuck just happened? Eureka looks down at him, an equally shocked look on her face. But she manages to get herself together faster than he can, and she explains to him how he lost so fast. But her words, said conversationally, unheard by anyone else, force him to freeze. You should really fix your habit of always starting a fight with a big right hook. A villain might take advantage of that, Kakan. She walks away, leaving Bakugo staring after her with his mouth hanging open, her earlier words echoing in his head. I chuckle at the sight on the monitor, seeing the panic that manages to break through Kakan's wrath and color his expression before midnight prompts him to leave. 1 down, 2 to go. But where and when will the reveal take place? Private or public, kindness and wrath? Lay it all out, or save a surprise for another time? Decisions must be made. How much anger shall I sate? A grand reveal must be timed just right. I trail off, watching as the next fighters enter the stage. Waiting for my turn to enter the play. Since when am I a poet? That definitely had a rhythm and a beat. A tone to know the plans I make. Maybe I'll write something for Himi at a later date. Shoko stares at her hand as she uses her ice to make a sword. It's sharp, but brittle. It isn't a weapon made to last, just to distract. She can make sturdy weapons by changing the property of the ice she makes, but that takes more time to do. And using your quirk to give yourself an advantage before the match is against the rules anyways, so even this she'll need to use her fire side to melt before the match. Not that she'll need any advantage against her final opponent. She expected that she would be facing either Bakugo or Izumi in the finals, but she didn't expect Bakugo to get taken out within moments of his first fight. She frowns as she recalls it. It had happened so fast, so suddenly. It was clearly a plan, but not one her classmate would have made. Eureka, contrary to what people would think based on her quirk and bubbly personality, is the type of girl to tackle things head-on. So her baiting Bakugo like she did is completely out of character. But the plan itself is familiar, eerily so. Almost like a knocking on the door jerks her out of her thoughts, and she stares at it in surprise. No one should be here. She gets up, her sword held parallel to her leg just in case she needs it. She doesn't think she will, but it pays to be cautious. But after she opens the door, it slips from her fingers, the handle breaking after it makes an arc and hits the ground. She doesn't care. It doesn't matter. What matters is the person on the other side of the door. She slowly raises shaky hands in front of her, wanting to grab them and never let go. But she hesitates, as if they'll disappear the moment she touches them. The decision is taken out of her hands as the person pulls her into a hug, letting out a shaky breath. Shoko. It's good to finally see you again. I'm really sorry to be abrupt, but I need a favor. She wraps her arms around Izuku, taking a deep breath, his scent filling her nose. She knew he was alive, but she didn't think she'd see him again. Hear his voice. Feel his touch. It's been over a year, and he'd only ever communicated through letters, and even then less than a handful of times. She's missed him so much. But now he's in her arms, and there's only one answer she can give him. Of course, Izuku. Anything. The final match of the tournament. On this side of the arena, it's the force for a greener world, Izumi Yagi. Izumi walks onto stage, waving to the crowd with a smile plastered onto her face to hide her nervousness. This won't be an easy fight, after all. She knows how strong Todoroki is, and more importantly she's had a year to put the analysis her brother did on her quirk into practice, deepening her understanding and capabilities of her quirk. She's not sure she can win, but she's going to give it her best shot. And that's all I can do, she thinks to herself as she looks up at the stands, her eyes falling on Mina. The energetic pink girl gives her double thumbs up, cheering on her friend the loudest of the entire class. They share a bond now, after Mina found her in the bathroom. She's thankful for her. To have someone who not only understands, but knows the truth. If it wasn't for her, then she probably wouldn't have been able to stand up on stage today and give her speech. But she's glad she did. With any luck, it goes at least a little towards helping her brother rest in peace. In the other corner, it's the temperature queen, Shoko Todoroki. Footsteps echo out of the tunnel on the opposite side of the arena, building up the crowd's excitement as they take their time. Izumi frowns, wondering at the oddity. After all, Todoroki has never been one for showmanship. They exit the tunnel, and her heart stills, her breathing freezing in her throat. She starts shaking as she watches them step onto the arena, unhearing of the confused murmuring of the crowd, the questions Midnight directs at them, present mixed confusion that echoes from the speakers. She only has eyes for the person a few feet in front of her, a mocking grin on their face. "Heya, Izumi," Izuku says before stretching his arms out to his sides in a grand reveal. "I'm Baak. Chapter 69, Setting the Stage. Mina. Holy shit. I stare down at the arena with my mouth hanging open while my classmates talk around me. Because unlike them, I actually recognize the person standing down there with Izumi. She showed me pictures of him while telling me what he was like. Even though they almost never had any positive interactions, she always kept an eye on him. She described him as a shy guy who'd talk for hours about quirks if you gave him the opportunity, and would barely even pause for breath. I made an effort to not point out that he was probably shy due to years of bullying though, since I've been trying to help her get better. But as I watch her brother, hear him speak to her, my stomach drops. That smile, the way he mocks her, the quickly reined in flashes of intense rage and hatred. I'm not a psychiatrist, but something tells me that she's going to backslide on all the progress we've made these last couple of weeks. And then something crashes down into the arena between the two of them. Eureka! I stare at the arena with my mouth hanging open, utterly confused. I mean, who wouldn't be in this situation? First, the ghost of the guy who sacrificed himself to save me during the entrance exam shows up to help me beat Bakugo, and it somehow worked. Sure, I got taken out by Tokoyami right afterwards, but still. Now, that same ghost boy is standing in front of Izumi Yagi, who's been depressed ever since the USJ. Mina pulled her out of it, thankfully, but everyone is still concerned about her. Which is a good thing, since apparently Biggest Diku's lied and is her brother. Okay, to be fair, I always thought the name was weird, but I saw him die. No way I was going to disrespect his memory like that. But everyone else can see him. So did he even really die? How much of the very limited information about him is actually a lie? But wait. Maybe he has a ghost quirk, and that's why he didn't die. But all the thoughts running through my head get thrown clear out by my already high confusion peeking at his next words. How could they not? You and our dear old dad caused me to turn into Midosegi. Hey, Izumi. I say with a grin, my arms stretched out as if to give the biggest hug in the world to my dear sister. I'm back. Did you miss me? She doesn't reply, just stares at me with wide eyes. She's trembling. I adopt a confused look, crossing one arm across my chest while grabbing my chin with my other hand. What? You aren't happy to see me? I wonder why. I hum to myself as I look up, watching Midnight out of the corner of my eye. She's talking into an earpiece, her expression going grave as she listens to whoever is on the other end. She's already torn her costume to ensure better dispersion of her quirk, but she hasn't started using it yet. Probably because they have no idea what I'm actually doing here or how I'll react. Honestly, I'm not sure either. All I know is that Izumi doesn't get to say you don't need a quirk to be a hero. Things could have turned out so much differently if she actually believed that, back when we were growing up. But instead I got derision. Pain. Scars. And now. Oh. I know. I tap a fist into my palm before I pull my goggles from my pocket, snapping them on before lifting my mask from around my neck. Could it be? I reach for my hood, pulling out the ears from where I pulled them in before flipping it on. That you and our dear old dad caused me to turn into Midosegi. Nizu. I bark out orders through comms to all the heroes at the festival, splitting them between evacuating civilians and searching for any other villains that might have infiltrated the event. Updates are coming in just as fast, including a startling discovery. MT Lady has been found. Unconscious, but no other signs of injuries. I'll bring her to Recovery Girl just in case. Understood, Kamui Woods. Everyone else is accounted for, but keep your eyes peeled. There's always the possibility that Midosegi is merely a distraction. Speaking of, someone make sure to keep All Might away from the arena. Midnight is prepared to intervene should things turn violent, but this is a delicate situation. Midosegi and the League of Villains had Izuku Usagi in their custody for roughly a year, if estimates are accurate. There's no telling what kind of information they obtained from him. And goodness knows that All Might is anything but delicate. There's also the possibility. I dismiss the thought, for now. Whether it is revealed to be accurate or not, we shall discover soon. For no matter how this commotion ends, one thing is for certain. Midosegi will not be getting away. Shoko. I thumb the button on the device that Izuku gave me while staring at the television with a focused look. No, this isn't how I expected the sports festival to end, but that's not important. Izuku's back. A shiver goes through me at the thought, my eyes not moving from his figure as he mocks his sister. Another thing I didn't expect. He's changed. When he was here, with me, those short few minutes, he was like he was back in middle school on those days where I'd freeze his bullies to a wall and we'd go hang out. They were kind eyes. But now, standing in front of Izumi, they're different. They tremble with emotion as he pulls goggles out of his pocket, and he covers them before I can see more. But I saw enough. Having trouble displaying emotion does not mean the same as not understanding emotions. Though I do have trouble with that sometimes too. But there's an exception to that. I know Izuku, and I know his emotions even better than my own. He may not be showing it, but he's in pain. Inko. I stare at the wall of televisions displayed in the store window, rage burning in my heart. It's tuned to the sports festival, and I was hoping to catch sight of my perfect daughter winning it. But now. You let your guard down. The no-name villain I was in the middle of apprehending yells out as he jumps at me, twin hammers made out of some sort of energy raised so high that he's bent over backwards. He tries to swing down, but I control a pair of shock cuffs to latch onto his ankles, slowing his forward momentum and angling his upper body forward. He slams into the ground face first with a sharp crack, his hammers disappearing. He groans in pain, so he's not dead. At least, not yet. I'm being forced to patrol some of the less savory parts of the city while keeping an eye out for the League of Villains, so thankfully there's no one around. Sure, there are still cameras. But they won't be a problem, even if by some miracle they do still work. They have more than enough resources to make a simple recording disappear. He screams as I turn the cuffs on to their maximum voltage, electricity causing his body to convulse. His pitch rises when I send another set to his wrists, before devolving into choke sounds as I send one of my specialty restraints around his throat. I tighten in slowly, not even glancing at his reflection in the window anymore. All of my attention is on the worthless, quirkless trash on the screen taking away Izumi's big moment with his pathetic act. As if he'd ever be strong enough to fight a hero. Midosegi is an actual villain, not a quirkless waste of space. The villain stops screaming, so I use the cuffs to drag his body into a random alley. I scowl as I start making my way back to my agency, frustrated that the events at UA will be over before I can get there. It's ridiculous. The USJ, his fake suicide, and even back then. Why won't you just stay dead? Mirko. So, I say into the phone conversationally. It looks like the whole use the Usagi twins to infiltrate the League of Villains plan is going out the window. I'm in the stands overlooking UA's sports festival, which has basically just gone to shit. I mean, a villain just crashed the finals for the tournament. And who he is just makes it all the more complicated. I mean, his villain ranking has basically been shooting up non-stop ever since he fought with Hawks. And his connection with the League of Villains, who attacked the school once already. Gotta admire the balls on him. Which I already have. He's cuter than I thought he would be. More androgynous than I thought he would look too, though the unhinged air about him fits well. What? Crap, I said that out loud. Not important. Anyways, what do you want me to do? Let it play out for now. Don't interfere. Depending on how this goes, you can still make use of them. Cunt. I hang up, neither confirming nor denying that I heard the old bat. Seriously. It's like she has no idea what a hero's job actually is. But he hasn't made a move against anyone yet, not even the girl he's ranting against. So until he does, I'll play nice with the bitch and observe. But after All Might crashes to the floor in front of him, Mitasajai's words echo through the speakers and my jaw drops. So glad you could make it to our family reunion, father. Holy shit. I fucked All Might's kid. I smile at Izumi, even if she can't see it through my mask. My voice is light, whimsical, when I speak. Ah, what's wrong? Still nothing to say. I pout at her and cross my arms across my chest. And after I worked so hard to set this up too. She stares at me with wide eyes before stuttering out a reply. Why you died? She lifts a foot then puts it back down without moving. I'm not sure what she wanted to do, move backwards or forwards, but she clearly hasn't processed what's going on yet. Good. I chuckle and plant my fists on my hips before bending sideways at the waist, looking like a curved upside-down L. Yet. Never said I didn't. Thing is though, it didn't really stick. But that's not important. I bounce back to a regular standing position before taking an aggressive step towards her, taking satisfaction in how she takes one back. My anger is palpable. Where do you get off saying anyone can be a hero? You spent 10 years beating into me that I couldn't. All the times I said I would become a hero. All the times I was laughed at. All the times I'd get beaten. All the times I was told I could never be a hero. My back. The fire. Nearly all of those memories flash through my mind, some blurry, but clearer than they were before. But I forcibly push them down, a nearly forgotten sensation of pain flashing through my mind. You got up on that stage today, and you lied. Just like you lied to me when we were younger. My voice is cold, no longer the light-hearted and familiar tone I was using before. You said we would be heroes together, no matter what. Well, guess what? You worked hard to make that a lie, and I accepted it as my new truth. I take a mocking bow, gesturing to her before straightening up and gesturing to me. You are a hero. I am a villain. And it's all. Thanks. To you. I flick my hand, drawing a knife from my sleeve. But before I can throw it, something crashes down onto the stage, throwing a cloud of dust into the air. I scowl before tilting my head as a crooked grin crosses my face. Well then. So glad you could make it to our family reunion, father. I spit out the word, grimacing as it passes my lips. All Might stands in front of me as the dust clears, his smile forced more of a grimace, his own rage radiating off of him. Villain. You won't get away again. I have a small smile on my face, hidden under my mask as I let another knife drop into my empty hand. Oh, don't worry, father. I'm exactly where I want to be. Chapter 70, Time for the Reveal. You are not my son. All Might clenches his fist as he bends his legs. But after I take you down, you will tell me what you did with his body. He deserves a proper burial. I can't help but snort at his words as I set myself, raising my knives in front of me. Nice to know that some things never change. You still have your head so far up your butt that you can't see anything but your own beliefs. I grin. I'm going to enjoy removing both of them. Behind him, Izumi raises her hand, her eyes darting between the two of us even as she falls to her knees, her breathing heavy. WA. Her words are meaningless. While Midnight's quirk starts to flow from her, All Might launches himself at me, his fist coming down towards my head before I can react. It's a good thing I have good instincts. I jump forward and swing a knife into his upper arm, barely getting enough of a hold to bring myself up as his fist buries itself into the arena floor. I give a little wave while standing on his arm, taking immense satisfaction in his stunned expression. You're getting slow, old man. Your injury giving you issues? Spreading, maybe? Must be getting frustrated, hey. I lash out with my foot, planting it firmly on his face but only getting a grimace as a reward before he reaches over with his free hand to grab me. Scowling, I backflip off of his arm, giving my knife a firm tug to get it free. Skin lacks any reinforcement, but excessive muscle mass makes inflicting anything more than a superficial injury much more difficult. If my knives weren't quirk reinforced, it's unlikely that I would have done anything but cut the skin. Conducting second test. I roll under a wide swing, coming up on his injured side. Now. I watch as his eyes widen, as the realization that I'm with the League of Villains and thus, know his weakness enter his mind. He twists his body, trying to bring his arms in to cover his injury. But he's too slow. He clenches his teeth and I put a gun to his head and pull the trigger. Bang! I duck under a jab as I scowl, unable to properly glare at Izumi without taking my eyes off my opponent. I can only direct my annoyance at her mentally while keeping her in the corner of my eye. She has one hand outstretched, the green glow of her quirk fading from her using it to jerk the gun away. Luckily I managed to hold on to it, but the bullet ended up going into the sky instead of into his head. How am I supposed to properly find out if he's bulletproof without shooting him myself? Izumi's other hand is pressed to her chest, and she's taking slow, deep breaths as she looks at us, and even though her emotions are clearly a wreck, there's determination in her eyes even as she sways unsteadily. Not very smart to take deep breaths while Midnight is putting out with her quirk, and the hyperventilation didn't help either. Of course she'd get in the way. I go into a roll as All Might brings his hands in from both sides to grab my arms, going between his legs and coming up behind him. And more importantly, out of Izumi's sight. I raise my gun for a second try and start to pull the trigger. Bang! All of a sudden a different gun goes off, and mine drops from my hand as a hole gets blown in it, blood splattering onto All Might's back. Flooded damn, I curse to myself as I sidestep with All Might's turns to stay behind him. I thought that Snipe was patrolling the town. It certainly hasn't been long enough for him to get back to the stadium yet. A second shot rings out, this time chipping off part of the arena floor next to my foot. And thanks to the damage done I can follow the angle to its source. I blink and miss a step from surprise when I see that it is not Snipe who shot me, but instead a raven-haired girl sporting a spiky ponytail and a determined expression. I can't help but laugh even as All Might manages to land a swing, my flight away from him signaled by the sound of my arm breaking much worse than the clean one I did to myself to get into the festival, as well as a couple of ribs. I cough up blood that stains my teeth as I smile at Yaeorozu. Glad you took my advice, little Rich. She doesn't reply, keeping the gun trained on me while the students around her stare at her with their mouth hanging open in shock. And a few in suspicion. The exceptions are a pink girl who's staring at Izumi worriedly, Eureka who looks completely confused understandable and Kakan, who's pale and angry. I land on the edge of the arena, rolling to a stop before I go over the edge. I test my weight on my broken arm but immediately come to the conclusion that it can't support me. I push myself up to my knees using my uninjured arm. My mask is cracked now, letting wisps of Midnight's quirk through. A quick glance confirms that Izumi has already succumbed to it, laying on her front, passed out. 5 minutes before I pass out. Even though her quirk is more effective against males than females, Izumi took it all to the face while what seeps through my mask can barely constitute as leftovers. I smirk at All Might, even though it's hidden behind my mask. Well, this is a change of pace. Upgrading your Worst Father of the Year award? Gotta say, moving up from neglect to abuse isn't really original. How about you try switching things around? Izumi's defenseless and right over there, so how about? A fist to the face forces me to be silent and breaks my mask, my goggles, and probably my jaw but definitely my nose as I fall back to the ground. Maybe a minute before her gas knocks me out. Silence, villain! All Might's voice booms across the stadium, halting the audience's evacuation. Much to the other heroes' dismay. You have lost. And all you have accomplished here today is proving that you, as always, stands strong against villains. That good will always triumph over evil. That there is nothing. I planted bombs in the tunnels under the stadium seating, and if you don't shut up I will have them detonated. Jaw isn't broken then, though the grinding sensation when I speak certainly points to something being wrong. You can what? I laugh at the utter bafflement on his face, choking a bit on some blood. You didn't really think I came here today to kill you, did you? My laughter intensifies as his expression changes. You did. Wow, you're even dumber than I thought you were. No, All Might. I bare my teeth at him in a bloody grin as my vision darkens, and the virus timer finally hits 0. The display screen changes from showing Izumi and Shoko's images for what the match was supposed to be, to a video of me. You're not important to Shigeriki's goal, Toshinori Yagi. Not really. It's your reputation that needs to be broken for Hero Society to fall. My payback is just the icing on the cake. My voice trails off as darkness claims me, but I don't wake up across from receptionist's annoyed face. Instead, the next time I open my eyes I'm surrounded by the glares of glitterified UA heroes, and am strapped to a hospital bed. Oh sweet niblets! The video plays as Midosegi falls unconscious and the audience stares at it with apprehension, ignoring the heroes who are trying to usher them out and to safety. But with the villain defeated, what danger is there? That is the mentality propagated through the population, cultivated through countless years. As for the bombs, the microphone Midosegi was using to project his voice over the speakers was located within his mask. So with it destroyed, his warning went unheard. Unaware of the potential threat to their lives, the audience watches as the video starts with bated breath, wondering what the person claiming relation to All Might has to say. Meanwhile, Principal Nizu is rushing through the secret tunnels in the stadium, trying to make it to one of his emergency offices before the video plays. Because he knows the kinds of things that Midosegi can release to the public. Depending on what he reveals, society may fall. But he doesn't make it in time. Hello, hello. Is this thing on? Midosegi wrapped in a cloth waves at the camera, or rather, the person behind the camera. Good, thanks again for helping me with this. There's no response from the person, though the sound of a door closing echoes from the screen. He nods before looking directly into the camera. You may be wondering who that was, but guess what? You don't get to know how. He mocks them in a sing-song tone before his eyes suddenly go serious above his mask. If you're watching this, then I probably got overwhelmed with emotion and did something stupid. Which also means that I'm dead. A wave of shock runs through the crowd and they turn their attention to the beaten and bloody body of the boy down in the arena. Feeling the sudden rise in tension, All Might crouches down and makes a show of putting 2 fingers on Midosegi's neck. He stands up. He's alive. His words cause the audience to be relieved, and the medical bots arrive to take him to the infirmary. Though a couple of heroes stealthily withdraw to head there themselves, cautious of the boy waking up. Mostly. I figured that even if I'm dead, the truth should be known. Midosegi takes a shaky breath as he lets the cloth fall back behind him, revealing that he's shirtless. But that's not what has the audience gasping, a few of them retching. No, that dubious honor belongs to the myriad of scars that cover him. From his hands to his shoulders, from his waist to his chest, they would be hard-pressed to find a single decently sized piece of unmarked skin. He raises one hand and completely removes his mask, including the neck wrap, which he places to the side. Another susurration goes through the crowd at what they see. There's a jagged scar that encircles his entire neck, as if they don't even know how someone could have gotten a scar like that and survived. My name is Izuku Midoriya Usagi. Though most of you would know me by my villain name, Midosegi. But that was not always my name. The name I was given at birth. He takes a deep breath before leaning back, cushioned by the cloth barely tied around his neck to make a cape. My birth name was Izuku Yagi, son of Toshinori Yagi and Inko Yagi, brother of Izumi Yagi. Looks are directed at the unconscious girl as she's carried from the stadium as well, her face pale and sweaty in unconsciousness. Congratulations! Midosegi claps, a wide smile on his face. Now you know who I am. His smile drops. What you don't know is that I'm not the only one who'd be better known from my professional name. You see, Toshinori Yagi is. He pauses for dramatic effect before bringing his hands up in front of his face and making celebratory noises. Do 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 do. He throws his hands out to the side. A hero. And I bet none of you would ever guess what his hero name is. Could you? Go ahead, guess. I'll wait. He crosses one leg above the other and holds it with his hands, indeed giving the audience time to guess about his father's identity. But they don't have to, all of their eyes going to All Might, who's staring at the screen with slowly dawning realization and disbelief written on his face. Midosegi claps. All done. Now, if any of you guessed All Might, congratulations. You are correct. He makes another celebratory noise before leaning forward. If you want to know what he looks like when he's not buff, check out the roster sheet for the people who work at Might Tower. It's public information, so just go ahead and search up Toshinori Yagi. Now, all of you get a prize. For guessing correctly, I'm going to tell you a story. You wanna know how I got these scars? He gives his widest smile yet, the corners of his lips bleeding from how wide he stretches it. He points to a hand-shaped scar on his upper left arm. You see, someone, not naming any names since it will be like a game of hide and seek for you all to figure out. Anyways, someone decided that they didn't like the fact that I was standing a few centimeters away from the wall while they walked through the school's hallways. Something about how I shouldn't try to avoid them. He shrugs. Let's ignore the fact that the day before they specifically told me to stay away from them. He waves it aside. Not important. Anyways. He said that I needed a reminder about why I shouldn't look down on him. He snorts. Talk about insecure, am I right? He pauses a moment before giving another shrug and pointing to his left wrist, where the skin looks warped, for lack of a better word. Got this one when a different someone decided they didn't like how I draw. So they twisted my hand. Not as bad as the other one you may think, but here's the kicker. He leans forward and puts a hand to the side of his mouth as if sharing a secret. They used their quirk and kept the skin twisted for hours. He waves the scar closer to the camera as he makes his voice more nasally. Gross, right? But wait, there's more. He points to a different scar and tells its story. Then he does it again. And again. And again. Each scar seemingly has an inane or otherwise petty reason as to why they were inflicted upon him, and the crowd is starting to get angry. Yes, he is now a villain. But from the way he's talking, these were all inflicted upon him before he started on that path. Hell, with how young he looks, they don't think he was even in high school when he got them. Finally, he points to the scar encircling his neck, and the audience tenses for what they believe will be the most horrifying story. This one I actually got, let's say by accident. He chuckles before tapping his head with a fist and sticking his tongue out while looking away from the camera. Tee hee. And just like that the video gets screamed at by the inevitably betrayed audience. He laughs as he rocks backwards. Sorry, sorry. But you know. He trails off leadingly. It does lead you to wonder where All Might was during all of this, doesn't it? A murmur runs through the audience as they realize that, if he's telling the truth, then as his father All Might should have known about the abuse. Hell, the torture. Well, if you want to know. He pauses for a good 5 minutes, all the sympathy he built up with the crowd beginning to give way to irritation. Human empathy at its finest. He throws his hands out. Then you'll just have to wait for part 2 of my podcast, The Truth Revealed. He laughs while a few scattered boos ring out from the crowd, quickly silenced by the glares of those who understand the seriousness of what's been revealed. But I'll give you a little teaser. He says as he gets up and walks to the camera, crouching down so his face fills the screen, eyes blazing with anger. All Might didn't care enough to notice. The video cuts off, darkness filling the screen. The crowd looks down at the arena to see the number 1 hero's reaction, but he's already gone. Chapter 71, Waking Up. Oh sweet niblets. I complain the moment I open my eyes and see that I'm surrounded by UA staff. AKA, half a dozen accomplished pro heroes who all rank in the top 100 for Japan's hero rankings. Not including Eraserhead, being an underground hero and all. Sure, that's not something I'd typically be overly concerned about, but given the fact that I'm strapped down to a hospital bed and still moderately injured. Yet. This is not a good situation to be in right now. Standing on the foot of my bed, Nizu, the principal of UA, cheerily waves at me. Hello there. General Kenobi, I interrupt, completing the meme. There you go, the ritual is complete. Can I go home now? Present Mike snorts, being hit by immediate regret when some of the glitter still stuck to his face goes up his nose. Ignoring his hacking as he tries to get it out, Nizu chuckles. Haha. Of course not. He stops laughing, peering at me with his beady little eyes. Now, Midosegi, or do you perhaps prefer Midoriya? Or Usagi? I try to shrug, stuck in place as I am. Since you still have your hero license, Midosegi. I send a quick glance around the room to confirm that the room lacks the irritating presence of a certain oaf before nodding my head. Glad to see that your intelligence hasn't been overstated. And that you aren't easily intimidated. Of course not. Nizu says, immediately understanding what I mean. A delicate situation requires a touch of grace, and he's already caused enough of an issue as it is. I hum in agreement. On that we agree. Though the other two aren't any better. But let's not pretend that we're here to talk about how much my blood relatives suck. What do you want, rat? Eraserhead huffs, scowling when it comes out as glitter. Watch it, brat. We have you on video confessing to the murder of dozens of heroes. I mock gasp. Who, me? Couldn't be. Then who? Midnight asks, a hint of amusement in her voice as she side-eyes her co-workers. Probably since she's not covered in glitter. All for one, obviously, I say, enjoying the way the room stills. Oh, did you all think he was dead? Or do you not know who that is? You're lying. Nizu says with a flat voice. I let a grin stretch across my face. Nope. I pop the P, letting it hang in the air for a moment before continuing. But I guess I can't really blame you, for not knowing. After all, it's not like quirks are so strange and varied that someone being able to survive without a head is normally possible. You totally don't have a student in one of the hero courses who doesn't have a head, but instead a speech bubble. Or another who can casually remove their head whenever they like. Someone surviving when half their head gets destroyed is absolutely impossible. Nay, it's inconceivable. I give him the best droll look I can from my position. In a world of quirks, you never assume someone is dead unless you have a body. And even then you double check it's not a fake. There's a tense silence as the teachers glance between us. Nizu knows I'm telling the truth. I know I'm telling the truth. The dog knows I'm telling the truth. He just doesn't want to admit it. Because despite having a reputation as one of the smartest beings in the world, All for One's reputation is larger. Even with how few know of him, his reputation extends a large shadow. All for One. The quirk merchant. King of the underworld. Sensei. He has had many names over the course of his long life. His reach extends to the far corners of Japan, perhaps even extending beyond its shores. A nightmare that keeps those in the know up at night, fearing for their quirks. I wonder how they would feel knowing that he's planning to retire and live in Fiji? Nizu abruptly hops off my bed and walks towards the door. We have much to discuss, Midosegi. But for now, rest. You need to recover, and Recovery Girl's healing can only do so much for an exhausted body. The rest of the heroes file out after him, none of them taking their eyes off me as they walk out the door. Midnight is the last, and her quirk fills the room before she closes the door behind her. I sigh as I feel myself slip back towards unconsciousness. Man, Himi is going to be so mad at me for getting caught. But even still, a small smile pulls at my lips as my eyes fall shut. But at least it will be interesting. Before Izuku woke up, heroes comb through the tunnels under the stadium, searching for any signs of the bombs Midosegi claimed to have placed. They've been searching for a good 30 minutes, but so far nothing. They checked all the support columns, load-bearing walls, anywhere they could have been placed to cause any significant amount of damage. But they're all clear. Eraserhead sighs in annoyance as he rubs the corners of his eyes, on his way to check the preparation rooms. Sure, they're separated from the crowd so that the participants won't get distracted while they get ready, but it's worth a shot. That is if he was telling the truth and actually planted bombs. He grumbles to himself. But he knows what the threat poses, even with the stadium long since evacuated. They didn't have enough time to get a proper headcount given everything that was going on, but at the very least most of the people have left. It's impossible to get a completely accurate count given how people could have been out grabbing food, gone to the bathrooms, etc. while the evacuation was taking place, but they did their best. Still, he can't help but worry about the students who weren't at their seats when everything went down. Especially. Eraserhead comes to a halt as he rounds a corner, the sound of a voice reaching his ears. His eyes narrow as he walks more cautiously, his ears straining as he tries to identify it. If he recognizes it, then odds are good it's lost students, or a hero who's widened their search area. If not, it's an accomplice to Midosegi. But what he doesn't expect is to recognize it and feel dread rise up inside him. Because I'm safe, don't worry. Stay calm. It's Midosegai's voice. He slowly raises his hand to his earpiece, putting him in contact with everyone. He keeps his voice to a whisper as he follows the voice down the hall. Midosegi has escaped. I repeat, Midosegi has escaped. I'm hearing his voice come from one of the preparation rooms. Moving to engage. Shota, wait. But he doesn't listen to Recovery Girl's words, because he hears something that causes the blood to rush from his face and prompts him to rush to the door. Izuku. He hears his student's voice. The door slams open, his hair and scarf floating around him as he prepares to take down the villain as quickly as possible. But he doesn't see a villain. The only person he sees in the room is Todoroki, looking at him in surprise. In her hand is an old tape recorder. And then there's a boom, and all he sees are sparkles. In different parts of the tunnels, heroes open doors to preparation rooms only to be blasted with glitter, much like the underground hero. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, cursing and reports are made, causing Recovery Girl to sigh. If any of them had listened to her, they would have known that Midosegi is still unconscious and strapped into the bed in the infirmary. Next to her, Midnight laughs her ass off at being one of the very few who won't be cleaning glitter out of her ears for the next month. Mitoseki never said what kind of bombs he planted. I wake up and after taking a moment to take in the sameness of my surroundings from the last time I woke up, am surprised to see that I'm substantially less bound than before. Instead of straps holding me down against the bed, I'm simply handcuffed to the rails. Though my left arm is almost completely covered in a cast, only my hand is free for whatever reason. I'm also alone this time, so I have no one to antagonize. I'm sure someone is watching me through the camera in the corner though, so I flip them off with my right hand, instinctively flinching when I do. But no frying pan comes flying at me in punishment, no scolding for trying to find loopholes in the no cursing rule. Just silence. I sigh, letting myself flop back onto the bed. It's cold. I stay like that, refusing to move. Hours pass with no one entering the room. And I'm content with that. I spend the whole time thinking about all the fun times Himi and I have had together. Not in a we'll never see each other again way, but with a casual fondness. Even if they send me to Tartarus, I know that she and the Lovi will get me out as soon as they're able. And I'd do the same for her. Neither of us would ever settle for anything less. But for now, me and whoever is on the other side of the camera will play the waiting game. A game I grew up playing. All the time. It took 10 years before I stopped waiting for something that would never happen, so they have absolutely no chance of winning. I admittedly zone out at some point, so I'm not really sure how long it takes for someone to show up. At least 16 hours, judging by the sensation my stomach is causing. Hunger pains. Which don't affect me other than as a warning and distraction, since I don't feel actual pain. Through the door walks Eraserhead, Underground Pro, in his usual outfit that doubles as both casual and hero clothes. Practical, so he'll always be ready should he need to fight. I approve. My villain outfit is the same way. Though the way his hair still sparkles kind of ruins the intimidation factor. In his hands is a table, and behind him walks Midnight, who's carrying a chessboard. He puts the table directly next to my bed while shooting me a warning glare, prompting me to snap at him playfully, my teeth clicking together. His glare intensifies as he steps back, letting Midnight lay the chessboard on top almost reverently. Or she's terrified of scratching any part of it. After carefully lining up the detailed marble pieces, she steps back towards the bed next to mine and takes a seat. Now that it's set up, Present Mike enters the room, kicking the door closed behind him since his hands are full with the chair he's carrying. He puts it on the opposite side of the chessboard and retreats back to the door, leaning his back against it instead of leaving. Finally, Nizu pops out of Eraserhead's scarf, hopping down into his seat. He delicately raises the white knight on his left side, placing it in the same column as his bishop. He looks at me, challenge reflecting in his beady little eyes. Your move, Mitoseki. Chapter 72, An Offer. We play in silence, only speaking when one of us gets the other's king in check. Or in Nizu's case check and checkmate. I've lost 3 games before he finally deigns to make conversation. So, Mitoseki, how have you enjoyed your life of villainy so far? An interesting question. Not the why, how, or any other form of figuring out my start as a villain, but a seemingly idle question. One that will give him some measure of my mental state. Just because I know that isn't a reason to lie though. I've enjoyed it. I answer honestly as I maneuver my queen into a half-hidden trap that will sacrifice her in exchange for his knight. I can act as I please, and villains don't really care about quirks. Just results. Nizu hums as we exchange our pieces as I expected. I doubt this round will last more than another few moves, but oh well. Yes, I've noticed such a trend myself. It is quite surprising, how those on the wrong end of society are oftentimes more accepting than those on the right. Seems kind of backwards, doesn't it? I muse aloud as I move my king. Indeed. Nizu agrees as he moves his queen. Checkmate. We reset the board, our audience of 3 staring silently. Which reminds me. So why are those 2 here? I ask, pointing at Eraserhead and Present Mic with my chin. Midnight I can understand since her quirk can knock me out before I get fully free of my restraints. Are they here just in case you underestimated me? Nizu chuckles, starting off the game once again. No, no. Eraserhead is something of a confidant, and they are something of a trio, given they went to UA together. So I decided that if Midnight and Eraserhead were here, I might as well complete the set. He shrugs. And they all know how to keep secrets, when it is required. Oh. I ask, my interest piqued. My voice takes on a sing-song tone. Secrets, they're no fun. Unless they're shared with everyone. Nobody laughs, causing me to frown. As retribution I put Nizu's king into a weak check, causing him to blink for a moment before his eyes narrow. Tricks and traps, Nizu. Tricks and traps. So, you do not mind your secrets being shared. I have to laugh at that, the heroes oh so subtly tensing. Ha ha ha. How cute, you think you know what my secrets are. I don't even know what they are, so I highly doubt that you do. Brain damage for the win. Brain damage for the win? If that's the case, then I suppose you would be just as interested in what I have to say as the others. Nizu looks positively thrilled at the prospect, and my eyes narrow in suspicion. He can't actually know something, can he? I doubt that the Yagis would come clean with everything, especially Inko. I only ever had the one hospital visit after being diagnosed quirkless, and the anger on her face over the fact that she needed to take me. Well, let's just say if that didn't get out already, then they have ways of keeping their secrets. Like the fact that All Might is Toshinori Yagi, though I guess that one has been thrown into the spotlight. Hearing no objection, Nizu continues. Well, in that case, he leans forward, his expression suddenly serious. You are not as powerless as you would have us believe. I blink, tilting my head with furrowed eyebrows. Yet? I mean, I'm pretty proud of the fact that I've killed people stronger than me, so that's not really a secret. Nizu examines me for a moment before he retakes his seat, getting confused looks from the heroes that surround us. So you truly are unaware? Interesting, I had thought you would have discovered the truth, given what I've seen of your unaltered essays. I knew they were messing with my grades. I shout, raising a fist to the sky and internally chuckling at the brief burst of gas that comes from Midnight's skin. Beans for lunch? I ask her while waving my hand in front of my nose. She flushes, glaring at me as she opens her mouth. But she's cut off by a motion from Eraserhead. They exchange glares for a moment before she huffs, crossing her arms as she leans back and fixes her glare on me. You won't get a rise out of my staff so easily. Nizu chides, to which I silently point a finger at Present Mic, whose face is red as he clutches his hands to his mouth to keep from laughing. His sense of humor resembles a child, that is hardly an accomplishment. Present Mic acts mock offended silently, but I stop paying attention to him, moving us back to the main topic as I move my king once again. So, what's this supposed secret about me that you thought I would know? Nothing in particular, simply the fact that the quirkless are not quite quirkless. There are gasps from around the room, the trio of heroes evidently not being aware of that fact. Meanwhile my eyes sharpen and I peer at Nizu, eyes searching his face and body language for any hints about whether he actually knows that or is simply taking a shot in the dark as to how exactly a quirkless person managed to take down a number of pros and escape from one of the top 10. But his rat biology prevents me from finding any of the usual tells, his beady black eyes fixed on my face. And I realize that he's been watching me as well, and unlike me, he's gotten the information that he wanted. I click my tongue as I move the pawn guarding my king, leaving his rook free to checkmate. Well played, rat. He tilts his head and chuckles in acknowledgement as moves his rook. I do try, checkmate. I frown as we reset the board. So I was right about every quirkless having a quirk, which means that the HPSC has done their best to hide that fact. His eyes flash at the tidbit I just gave him, but it would have only been a matter of time before news got out about the league recruiting more members. It's unimportant, for now. Especially with them not knowing how many new people we're recruiting. I'm not particularly surprised that you know, given your amenity regarding them. I'm sure you've hacked their systems and grabbed all you could. Probably around the same time you destroyed the QASC, right? He immediately loses his look of enjoyment, becoming as still as a rat in a trap. His voice comes out flat. You know. Now it's my turn to chuckle. Indeed I do. I take his queen, the first time I've done so in any of our games so far. You don't work so closely with All for One without learning more about those who could pose a threat to him. He doesn't move, just stares at me while I smile back, waiting for him to make his move. Eventually, he does, avenging his queen with a pawn, taking my bishop. I suppose I should feel proud that he considers me a threat. You would think so, wouldn't you? I snark back as I set up my rook to get behind some pawns and work its way down the board. Evidently you don't get to 200 years old without being a paranoid son of a gun. I ignore the inquisitive looks I get at my word choice, focusing on the game. Nizu wins, of course. As one of the smartest beings on the planet, he won't lose so easily. He needs to be eased into it. The next game is the final game for now, and we both know it. Which means that it's time for us to get to the main reason he's come here. I would like for you to go through UA's rehabilitation program. A pawn slips from my finger, clattering to the board as I stare at him with my mouth hanging open. What? He looks amused and pleased at my utter lack of comprehension, though looking at the expressions the others have, I can understand why. They look ridiculous, and present Mike even slipped off the wall. What I want to ask is, are you insane? Why would I ever do that? But my curiosity seems to outweigh my incredulity. Since when does UA have a rehabilitation program? Since I decided you would be joining UA. Nizu claps his hands together joyfully, and Eraserhead gives him a deadpan look while getting sympathetic ones from his friends. Bold of you to assume I'd participate. Bold of you to assume you have a choice. Nizu rebuts my rebuttal. I click my tongue in annoyance. I could always choose prison. Or join and use it as an opportunity to go on a murderous rampage. Has he really thought this through? From what I can tell, it's basically a whim that he's decided to follow. But if that's the case, then I'm actually more interested in seeing where it goes. Entertainment, fun, and freedom are basically three cornerstones of my life, with the last being Himiko. You could. Nizu acknowledges with a nod before fixing me with a look as if he knows what I'm thinking. But where would be the fun in that? Ah, and there are the magic words. Because despite what might otherwise be said, it does seem fun. Who knows, it might be a more traditional school experience than I've ever had. I've already got some friends in Eureka and Shoko at UA, so I wouldn't be alone. Might have to work a bit on Eureka if she's put off by how I acted on the stage, but I'm sure I could figure something out. And Shoko was actually disturbingly okay with me randomly showing up to torment Izumi in All Might. Still, I can't just randomly join. What would the Lovi think? And that's not even considering the fact that I have people waiting for me. Anyone else think it's kind of cute that they call themselves Love? Midnight asks in the background, and consequently gets ignored. We could make a statement. Nizu replies. We would have to make one anyways, and I'm sure you'd have no objection to seeing the looks on the interviewers' faces while they try to paint you as a villain while being of All Might's blood. You've already managed to garner the public's sympathy with your video. I laugh at that, the image of them going "you're a villain," and me going "All Might's my sperm donor," and then them trying to figure out how they can ruin my image without contradicting All Might's is pretty funny. I choose not to mention my video, since I have no idea how it was actually received. He could be lying for all I know. Not enough, they'd probably think I'm being forced into it. I hum in thought as I try to tap my chin, only to remember that my other hand is still handcuffed. I jingle it to draw their attention. Mind getting this off? It would show true us. You haven't agreed to anything yet. We would be stupid to let you go without a second thought. Eraserhead grumbles, but his glare is actually focused on Nizu, who plays innocent. Not that he could ever pull it off. I've seen the pictures of what was left of the director of the QASC. I tilt my head. Speaking of agreements, what would I need to agree to for this to work? We'll need to draw up a list, but the basics will be no crimes, no harming or killing anyone. I blow a raspberry at him for being boring and predictable, which he ignores, followed by not trying to escape, or give information to the League of Villains. Amendment, I say, raising a finger. I cannot try to contact the Lovi members, but if I just so happen to run into them, then we're free to talk without your hero students or any chaperones you saddle me with trying to interfere or arrest them. Quite a tall order, given that they are all wanted villains. I shake my head in mock sadness. That's rather prejudiced of you, Nizu. Sky hasn't actually committed any crimes before, or since she joined. Of course the amendment would constitute the entire Lovi, and not just her. And why should it be allowed in the first place? Nizu presses, oddly persistent on this point. Almost like he expects us to engineer a coincidental meeting. I shrug, giving him a lopsided smile. Because it would be fun. He chuckles at me, throwing his own words back at him before abruptly stopping. No. I give an over-exaggerated groan of frustration. Fie. The members of the Lovi about my age will join the rehabilitation program if they get caught by any UA staff or student. Is that a deal? The heroes raise eyebrows, clearly wondering just how many young villains we have. The answer would surprise them. And how likely, exactly, do you think it is that they'd be caught by a member of UA? Nizu asks curiously. I shrug. I give it a week before Himi breaks in, or Shiggy throws Sky at the school for annoying him. So you're bound to get at least one. Or I'll be out in a week. I pause, realizing I forgot something. Also, if the Lovi captures me while I participate, I'm free of my obligations towards the program. Hold on there, little listener. That does sound entertaining. Nizu muses, rubbing at his chin with a paw while I take my next move. He nods, extending a paw. This will be quite the interesting game. I smile predatorily, taking his paw and shaking it. It will indeed, N3 to you. Checkmate. On the chessboard between us, my queen corners his king. Chapter 73, A Call. Thanks for letting me use your personal phone, Nizu. He smiles at me, both of us ignoring the scratches he clawed in my face after I called him by the forbidden name. Present Mike and Midnight got permission to leave after he got pulled off of me, so it's only him, me, and Aizawa in the room. It was decided that we wouldn't call Recovery Girl to deal with my new injuries until after the call. It's not like they hurt anyways. Of course. Anyone else's phone wouldn't be secure enough. The HPSC would be able to listen in and track where both signals are coming from. We can't have that. I chuckle, eyeing him with a knowing look. And of course the fact that it will record the entire conversation is just a happy coincidence for you. His smile doesn't even twitch. Indeed it is. I finally hear a click, Shigariki's suspicious and annoyed voice echoing forth from the other side. The hell is this? How'd you get this number? I take a deep breath, knowing that my next words can change everything about how this conversation will go. But I've had time to prepare, I know exactly what I'm going to say. Hello, I've called to talk to you about your extended warranty. Is your bioengineered superweapon properly insured? If not, press 1. I can feel Nizu giving me a judgmental look, and Eraserhead is doing the same. Pretty sure Shigaraki is staring at the phone on his end too, but his expression is probably more confused than annoyed. Or a mix of both. After a moment of silence, he finally responds. "Da fuck kind of drugs are you on?" I snort. Rude. Addicts wish they could get as crazy as I am with mere drugs. And more to the point, I thought you would have been worried since I haven't come back yet. Did you even notice? I put the back of my hand on my forehead and swooned dramatically. Woe is me, my boss is evil and exploits his employees, he cares not if they get injured or sick. The only thing he fears is them joining a union. Relatable. Eraserhead adds quietly, more to himself than actually wanting it to be heard. I mentally file the information away while he immediately gets a look of regret on his face. Wait a minute, Midosegi. The surprise is clear in his voice and I smile. Ding ding ding. Correct. For guessing correctly, you get a prize. Would you? Fuck that. Shiggy interrupts my announcement, and now he sounds angry. Weird. I wonder why? Get your ass back here right the fuck now. Eri is the only thing stopping your girlfriend from going on a rampage, and she's in the middle of getting ready to sleep for the night. I win CE. Ooh, yeah. Berserker Himi is scary. Could be worse though, at least she doesn't have a regeneration quirk. Don't give sensei any ideas. He'd probably do it. The hell are you anyways? I perk up at that. Oh yeah. I'm still at UA, I'm participating in their rehabilitation program as a guinea pig. Da fuck kind of drugs are you on? I roll my eyes. Already used that line, and the answer is none. I pause though, wondering if that's true. I glance at Nizu. You guys didn't have me on any drugs while I was knocked out, did you? I get a head shake in denial, so I turn my attention back to the phone. Yeah, no drugs. They offered to turn it into a game, and I thought it would be fun. You do realize that Toga is going to kill the both of us if she can't see you, right? I shrug disinterestedly. I mean, that sounds kind of like a you problem. Plus she can always sneak in. I send a condescending smirk towards Eraserhead while he grinds his teeth. It's not like the heroes will be able to stop her. Wait, are the heroes listening in on this call? Yep. I say, popping the P before explaining more. My half, at least. I'm using Nizu's personal phone so you don't have to worry about getting tracked. Dumbass. He shouts, causing me to pull the phone away from my ear. Do you really think the rat won't be able to pull some bullshit cheat out of his ass to find us through his phone? Ah, you're learning. I coo at him in a sickeningly sweet voice before getting serious. You should have more faith in me, I have it covered. He grumbles quietly to himself before sighing. Fine. Fine. Whatever. You said it's a game, so what are the rules? I smile as I explain the rules, how I'll essentially be a student and can't initiate contact with the Lovi, that I'm not allowed to escape but can be kidnapped, and how if basically any of them get caught they'll join me. He takes a bit of time to process the explanation, but he does eventually reply. It does sound like it will be interesting. I can hear the reluctance in his voice. But that doesn't fix the problem of your psycho girl. I blink at the unexpected sound of pain followed by sudden silence, giving the phone a confused look before putting it back to my ear. Shiggy? You good? A portal to an alternate timeline where I'm an insane immortal didn't open up, did it? Isn't that this one? A female voice asks coldly, a hint of a threat in her voice. I swallow nervously. Himi. It's good to hear your voice again. Are you doing okay? Nizu tilts his head at my sudden change in tone, evidently he hasn't been in a relationship before. Eraserhead, though, gives an unsettling grin that stretches across his face. Apparently he is seeing someone. Interesting. Just fine. She says in a chipper voice that sends shivers down my spine. Hee, I'm in danger. Had a nice day, watched you show up at the sports festival and make a fool of All Might until he hit you, your video played. You know, nothing out of the ordinary. Her voice suddenly changes, a kind of manic energy somehow being communicated across the phone. Then you didn't show back up, and I waited the entire day, thinking that you just got held up. But now I hear that not only did you get caught, but you're making an active decision to stay caught. Now, how do you think that makes me feel? Himi, Nope. She cuts off my explanation, leaving no room for arguments. And did you even think about how this would make Eri feel? She was really looking forward to her next lesson. Hey now, don't pin the lesson on me. I still say she's too small for that. She snorts over the phone and I roll my eyes at Eraserhead. Partners, I mouth silently. He doesn't show any signs of agreement, but I know he gets it. I'll just ignore that ominous shiver traveling down my spine, signifying that Himi somehow knows what's going through my head. I disagree. The earlier she starts, the better she'll be growing up. She's too little. She doesn't have the necessary reach. She just needs to get closer then. It's better to teach her how to shoot a gun before training her with knives. I keep talking, ignoring her usual objections to guns. Yes, they're impersonal, but they're a better safeguard until she can increase her skill level. She huffs, and I can just imagine the way she pouts as she crosses her arms. Fine, but you're the one telling her that the lesson is getting put on hold. My voice conveys my smirk. Sorry, but I can't. One of the rules of the game is that I can't initiate contact with the Lovi. You can come visit though. As long as you don't get caught. Bring Eri with you. Oh no you don't. She shouts. What rules, and what game? Don't just leave without properly explaining anything. I chuckle. Just ask Shiggy, I already explained everything to him. I blink as I'm hit by a sudden realization. Actually, what happened to Shiggy? We were talking on the phone before you somehow got a hold of it. Oh, that? Don't worry, she says in a way that makes me immediately worry, he's not dead. I just kind of maybe stabbed him a little bit. Mamagiri took him someplace, so he's probably getting medical attention. Makes sense. I nod in agreement. Where'd you stab him? In my defense, I was stressed. Her immediate defense has me split between being amused and getting even more worried. Let's just say he'll be having trouble sitting for a while. I pause, slapping my forehead before slowly dragging my hand down my face. Himi, I say tiredly, please tell me you didn't shove a knife up Shigariki's butt. I ignore the strange looks the heroes give me. Given that I'm going to be cutting loose while I'm here, they're going to experience a ton of weird stuff. They'll get used to it soon enough. Or go crazy. Either works. I didn't. She yells, offended. That's disgusting. My knives don't deserve to be treated like that. All I did was stab his left cheek. Fair. Anyways, I think it's about time to go. See you when I see you? Oh. And can I have a cursing allowance? Or at least an exception for certain people? She huffs. Fine. Yes, towards those 2, and 5 curses a week. But no sleeping with anyone at the school. That includes the students and the teachers. I pout. Fine. But then you fall under the same restriction. Fine by me. I can hear the smirk in her voice. You're the only student I know. I take it back, I take it back. I hear a click and stare at the now silent phone. I switch looks between Nizu and Eraserhead. I took it back, so it counts, right? Nizu shrugs while Eraserhead grins unsettlingly again. I sigh. Whatever. Guess we'll see what happens. Without further ado, I bring the phone back up to my face and crunch. Start chewing it. I make heavy eye contact with Nizu as I eat his phone, grinding the sensitive electronics between my teeth. He just stares at me uncomprehendingly. Apparently even the smartest experiment in the world needs time to process something as ridiculous as me suddenly eating his phone. It's only when I swallow the first bite that he seems to snap out of it. I suppose that I should have seen this coming. or at least some sort of attempt at destroying your tracks. Though I do believe this is the first time that someone has chosen to eat an inedible object in an effort to prevent me from obtaining information. I shrug, wincing as I swallow the rest down, the uncomfortable sensation of electronics scraping their way down my throat anything but pleasant even with the absence of pain. Yet, you're going to start seeing a lot of weird, unusual, or otherwise mind-boggling situations now that I'm here. He gives me a grin, not nearly as wide as Eraserhead's but somehow even more unsettling. I'm sure that it will be entertaining. I look forward to seeing what you do within the hero course. I pause, blinking at him as Eraserhead groans. Hero course? Not Gen Ed. Not at all. His grin is seeming a lot more predatory than it was a few seconds ago. It would be such a shame for someone with combat skills like yours to be barred from using them. Not to mention that my students would benefit greatly from prolonged exercises against a villain of such renown. My eyes narrow at him. Which class am I going to be put in? His grin doesn't falter. 1A, of course. The same class as Izumi and Kakan. Is it too late to choose prison? Yes. Fluff. Chapter 74, Introductions. I have an announcement. But let it be said that I think this is a terrible idea that can only end in disaster. Eraserhead, formally introduced as Aizawa outside official settings, sounds absolutely done with the day despite it only having just started. A fair assessment. I think to myself before letting out a huff of effort and rolling forward. The vent grate clatters to the floor, falling still once I land on it in a crouch. I straighten my legs, throwing my arms up above me in a cheering pose. It's Amy. An impulsive murderer with over 50 confirmed hero kills. I lean forward and put a finger to my lips and my other hand on my waist, shooting the class of stunned hero students a wink. I stage whisper, they don't know about all the civilians. Civilians? Aizawa questions sharply and I whirl around, clasping my hands behind my back. Well, duh. I scoff. You don't go from no kills to hero kills right away. You gotta work your way up to it. He glares at me, his eyes glowing red with his hair and scarf floating around him. I smirk back. Urgh. I trail off leadingly. I could just be teasing you. Who could say? Certainly not you. He maintains the glare for a moment longer, and I can see him absolutely itching to wrap me up in his capture scarf. The only thing stopping him? The fact that we all have to keep to the terms of our agreement. I haven't actually done anything so he can't start anything. It's going to be fun poking at that line to figure out just how far it stretches. He lets out an irritated sigh before turning to his students. Unfortunately, the principal wants to use Midosegi as a test case for a villain rehabilitation program. So he's been stuck with this class. Why though? A voice echoes from an empty spot in space above a floating uniform. Passive invisibility? Or is it active? It will be interesting to study. Probably because the heroics class will give me an outlet for my aggressive tendencies, reducing the chance of an incident outside of a controlled environment. Not to mention that there's the possibility for rescue training to embed a desire to save people rather than kill them within me. Plus, during combat exercises you'll all get to experience what it's like to go against an actually successful villain. Not like the F-rank thugs from the unforeseen simulation joint. I shrug. And of course there's the fact that, unlike any of the other courses, you all have true combat experience and supposedly will be able to stop me if I decide to ignore the deal and attack. I grin at them and close my eyes, clapping my hands with a tilt of my head. So, any more questions? I promise I'll be honest. There's silence at my sudden word vomit, and I hold back a frown. Right, most of them aren't used to me explaining things fully like the Lovi is. After a moment a blonde with a black lightning bolt in his hair speaks. Like, can you help me study? I blink at him, the other students turning to give him disbelieving glares and surprised stares. He holds up his hands while he defends himself. What? You all just heard that? He seems smart. I snort out a laugh, pointing at him. PFT. You I like. I give him a thumbs up. Sure thing. Just let me know when. Like hell DEKU is smart enough to tutor anyone. The shitty excuse for a villain got his ass caught. The only reason he's even here is fucking pity. Whoa BQ bro, calm down. A redhead with spiky hair and shark teeth says, shock in his eyes. Along with the rest of the class. A physical reinforcement quirk from what I recall. Rock-based. I get that having a villain in class isn't really manly, but trying to convince him to not be one is super manly. No chance of that happening. I say with a bright smile directed at him. But I do intend to honor my part of the deal with being here, so look forward to becoming heroes who are less likely to die in an alley like the ones I usually hunt. The sudden dead silence is broken by Aizawa's sigh. While I do agree with the sentiment, take a seat so class can start. I stick my tongue out at him before jumping up and grabbing the vent. I swing myself out of the way of his capture scarf as I climb up, swinging my upper half upside down to see him about to jump in after me. We stare at each other for a moment, his eyes showing confusion and mine amusement. Well? Get on with the class. I'm in my seat. He glares at me with an unamused expression before pointing at the empty desk directly in front of his desk and in front of all the others, putting the entire class at my back. That's your seat. Get down. I pout at him, swaying as I cross my arms. Don't wanna. His eyebrow twitches. Get down. I sigh, letting myself drop straight down and catching myself in a handstand. Fine. But if I get bored I'm taking a nap. Don't care, he grunts, staring at the class as I take my actual seat. That took longer than it was supposed to, so I'll just get to the point. He pulls out a device and presses a button on it, causing a chart to appear on the board. These are offers from pros for the hero internships that start next week. He looks at Shoko and a spot in the classroom that I've resolved to completely ignore. Who is it? Don't know, don't care. If the final match hadn't been interrupted, the two of you would likely have obtained more offers. Even if he says that they still have the highest numbers, followed by Yaeorozu in third. Probably because she shot me on live national television. Speaking of, I wonder if she's going to get in trouble for that? Or does she have a gun license? I mentally block out the first person's reply and listen to Shoko's. It's fine. I would have gotten most of them because of my father anyways. He just grunts in reply, moving on. Those who didn't get any offers will have a list of UA-approved heroes you can intern for, so don't be discouraged. There's a palpable sense of relief from those in question, as well as wariness. Weird. Since you'll be representing UA on these internships you'll need hero names. I'm told I'm terrible at them, so I'll be making sure you don't regret them. The door slides open and the hero Midnight walks in, swaying her hips while looking at me appraisingly. I return the look, nodding in appreciation while Aizawa gets in a sleeping bag and goes to sleep. Why is he a teacher? What you choose now can very well become your code name for life, so if you aren't careful you could end up with something utterly indecent. Says the literal R18 hero, I snark, which gets ignored. Markers and whiteboards get passed out to everyone, even me for some reason. At my raised eyebrow, she explains. You'll be shadowing a few of the staff on patrols, and there are actually a few heroes who expressed interest in attempting to mentor you. For some reason. She mutters that last part under her breath, but not so quiet I can't hear. Curious, but I simply shrug, tapping my chin with the uncapped marker. I can't really use my villain name for my temporary position as a hero, so what should it be? The first to go up is the guy with the stomach laser who needs support equipment to use his quirk. Weird since a person's body naturally adapts to their quirk as they grow up. I cannot stop twinkling. Brew. No, I know sometimes pros have ridiculous names, but there's still a limit. Change it to can't stop twinkling so it's less of a mouthful. I never thought I would feel bad for the future of heroics. The second to go up is a pink girl with raccoon-like eyes. Literally pink, skin and hair, with small yellow horns coming out of her forehead. Alien Queen. Oh, I see what she's going for with that. It's actually pretty good. That horrible monster with the acidic blood? I don't think so. I can't help but snort in disbelief at the immediate rejection. That's awfully close-minded of you, Midnight. Hey. She blinks at me in confusion, the student proposing the name following suit. How so? A name like that won't reassure civilians and is more likely to make them scared. I click my tongue, shaking my head in disappointment. You're aware of the discrimination against those whose quirks cause physical mutations. She nods, not losing her confused expression. Well, by taking the name Alien Queen, she's blatantly showing that her skin isn't some sort of gimmick, like Native's indigenous American-based costume. I shrug. While it would result in her being a bit less popular with those bigoted enough to judge on such things, it would also inspire those with similar mutations, possibly preventing them from believing they have to resort to a life of crime in order to make something of themselves in a society that pushes them down. I nod in acknowledgement that she did make a valid point in her brief justification. And yes, while it's not exactly a name to inspire hope in civilians, it would work to inspire fear in villains, which would perhaps work even better to increase her capture rate. So long as her reputation is high enough, she could simply show up and have the villain in question surrender. Similar to Endeavor's reputation for killing his opponents, even though the majority of them actually live. Admittedly though, she'd have to adopt a certain persona for it to be truly effective. There's silence for a few moments as the hero and student look at me, and I can feel the gazes of the rest of the class staring into my back too, causing me to roll my eyes. Helpful analysis is part of my deal with Nizu. So expect sudden expositions like that semi-frequently. Thanks. The girl says, looking at Midnight uncertainly. The pro grabs her chin, a thoughtful look on her face before she nods. It's acceptable, but try and think of something else in case you change your mind by the end of the week. Once the internships start, you'll be stuck with your choice until you can go through the effort of changing it. And trust me, it is not easy. The girl nods, looking a bit dazed while she heads to her seat. What follows is a series of more reasonable names which gets interrupted by Kakan's actual villainous names, unlike the pink girls. When they get rejected one after the other, the board explodes in his hands, his glare saying that he somehow blames me for the fact. I roll my eyes, flipping him off as a little thrill goes through me at the act. Oh, I'm definitely going to have fun with being able to curse at them. Apparently the guy with engines on his legs just chooses his own name, Tinya Ida. Part of the Ingenium legacy of heroes. He's glaring at me the whole time he's up there for some reason though. I don't remember targeting Ingenium or anyone from his agency, so I wonder why? Maybe it's just because I'm a villain? But it looked like it was personal. I decide to go next, having decided to keep it simple and easy to remember. Ijuwamido Sajai, the spiteful green bunny. Midnight doesn't know how to react to that, but it gets okayed, so I call it a win. After sitting back down, I perk right up seeing Shoko go up. She looks right at me, her eyes sparkling. The temperature queen, frozen torch. My mind stutters, going back to my suicide note, then back to the notebooks I made for her. She took half of her name from both sources, and it means the world to me. I have to hold back tears as I give her a small smile, and she blushes as she goes back to her seat. We both ignore the way Midnight coos over the name. There's one last person to choose their name, and so I reluctantly acknowledge their existence. Izumi takes a deep breath, carefully avoiding looking at me as she puts her whiteboard down. Midokugyo. Penance of the Green. Chapter 75, Lunch. Half of the class immediately books it out of the room when lunch rolls around, while the other half crowd me. Izumi is in the first half, and Kaken in the later, making me sigh and roll my eyes at what I know is about to happen. You worthless! So to speed things up I lean forward and grab his tie, yanking it back and down to slam his head into the desk. There's a crunch and a thud before he slumps to the floor, silent and unconscious before a wave of ice encases him. The assembled students switch their shocked gazes from me to Shoko, their mouths hanging open. I chuckle, stretching as I stand up. I feel a flash of amusement as they flinch, taking a step back with flashes of fear in their expressions. I turn to Shoko as we nonchalantly head towards the door, the rabid Pomeranian's antics nothing new. So, I'm guessing that this is the quietest he's been since you started UA. She shrugs, a small smile pulling at her lips. You'd be surprised, actually. He's on a short leash after the principal investigated Aldera, so he hasn't been shouting as much. His personality is still terrible though. Hey! I blink in surprise for a moment before frowning. So if the rat knows about all the laws he's broken, why are he and Izumi still in UA instead of a prison? I'm aware that some of the hero students are following us, but unless they decide to stop creeping in the background they aren't really important enough to pay attention to. Shoko sighs, annoyance flickering across her face. According to the principal, if he'd tried arresting them then your father. Toshinori Yagi is not my father, nor is Inko my mother, I tell her softly but firmly. She nods, easily accepting the new information. If Nizu tried arresting either one of them, then All Might would have used his influence to clear their records. He was also worried about them turning into villains if they were to blatantly be turned away from becoming heroes. So he decided to put them in therapy and do community service, and if they did terribly he'd be allowed to prosecute. The corners of her lips turned downwards. Unfortunately, they met the bar he set. I hum in thought, putting my hands behind my head as we walk into the cafeteria. Sounds unfair, but with Yagi holding the title of Symbol of Peace, I suppose he was fairly limited in what he could do. Would also explain that time I saw Kaken picking up trash. I snort. Clearly though, he has blind spots if he thought Izumi would turn villain. Shoko tilts her head as she grabs a tray and moves down a counter extending from the wall, glass containers showing off a variety of food further down. I mimic her actions, grabbing my own tray and sliding down the line as she talks. You don't think she'd turn to villainy? How come? I open my mouth to point out that it's obvious, but the words freeze in my throat. Why, do I think that? From a purely objective point of view, her actions are more along the lines of villainy than heroism, so it would make sense for her to become a villain if she couldn't join a hero school. Heck, I have no problem believing that Kaken would become a villain, but Izumi? I just can't imagine it. Cold soba. Shoko tells the cook behind the counter, lunch rush. He nods before grabbing a bowl and handing it over. Chicken katsudon, I say absent-mindedly, still following Shoko's lead in obtaining a cafeteria lunch for the first time. I'm still trying to work through my feelings as I follow her to an empty table. I'm perfectly fine with acknowledging Izumi as evil, but not as a villain? What the heck? Her actions were cruel. I hate her. I want her to suffer. But do I want her to die? I have no idea. I groan as I let my head fall to the table. For some reason, it seems like my emotions towards Izumi still haven't frickin' settled. Things would be so much easier if I could just kill her without feeling regret, I sigh to myself. But to my surprise someone responds. Shit went from 0 to 100 real quick. I blink, looking up and seeing a guy with electric blonde hair with a black lightning bolt streaking across the side. I mean, seriously? That's the first thing you say after we sit down. I blink again as I take in the people who've decided to sit with Shoko and I. There's the blonde, of course, and a guy with a bird head, and a girl with purple hair and jacks coming out her ears. The first two made it into the finals of the sports festival, so I'm pretty sure I know their names. Kamino and Takoyaki? Feels close enough. No idea about the girl's name though, since she didn't get a spotlight introduction for making it to the finals. He gets lost in thought a lot. Shoko says as way of explanation for my outburst. The Jack girl with a punk vibe raises an eyebrow. You know him that well? He only got brought to the class today. Kamino nods, pointing at her with an air of challenge. Yet. And what's up with your face? You never show emotions. I tilt my head curiously, looking at him in confusion. What are you talking about? Shoko wears her emotions on her sleeve. She's very expressive. We went to the same middle school together before he disappeared. Of course I know him well. A mysterious past shrouded by a fog of despair. Takoyaki says in a deep voice. I think about that for a moment before nodding understandingly. Yeah, that sounds about right. I didn't really make it a point to announce that death is simply an inconvenience for me, and the reason I left was because I fell into despair. I give the bird boy a thumbs up. You're pretty observant. Revelry in the dark, he says with his head dipped while the other two stare at him in confusion. Suddenly, I hear a cackling that seemingly comes from nowhere. Without any warning, a dark bird thing erupts from Takoyaki's chest. This guy totally gets you, Fumi. You should show him your collection. Takoyaki looks down even further while I stare at the bird thing in surprise, my eyes gleaming. Fascinating, I mutter, reaching out to touch it before pulling my hand back. It wasn't really clear on the video, but are you perhaps a sentient quirk? They turn away from their apparently embarrassed host and hold out a clawed hand to me. Got it in one. I'm Dark Shadow, and just so we're clear from the get-go, I'm a girl. I shake their hand claw, even while I frown. Dark Shadow? Sorry if this comes across as rude, but isn't that a little on the nose? And kind of a little racist. Oh damn! Kamino shouts, throwing his hands in the air. Meanwhile Takoyaki jerks in surprise and Dark Shadow tilts her head at me. Well, how else would you describe me but as a Dark Shadow? They shrug. That's what I've been called ever since I manifested when Tokoyami turned 4. I snort, holding up a finger before pausing. Tokoyami? Not Takoyaki. My honest question gets a snort from the punk girl, stifled laughter from Kamino, and a small hev from Shoko. The now properly named bird boy looks a bit offended at me thinking he was named after food while Dark Shadow cackles again. They turn to their host. I like this one. Tokoyami lets out a huff. I suppose proper introductions are needed after all. I am Fumikage Tokoyami. I point at the blonde. And he's Kamino, from Kamino. More laughter tells me that I might be wrong. Denki Kaminari. I'm sure my electric personality won't let you forget it. He shoots me sparking finger guns, a confident smirk on his face. I snort, mentally filing it away. Close enough that people won't think much of it. I wonder if anyone will realize that I basically told them where to find one of the love's locations? Kyokujiro, the punk girl says quickly. I don't really want to know what you thought my name was. I shrug. I wasn't planning to guess since they didn't really name many people outside of the tournament. I've just been mentally referring to you as the punk girl since you give off a kind of no-nonsense don't mess with me vibe. She blinks for a moment before looking away, twirling one of her earphone jacks while a blush dusts her cheeks. She coughs, the other jack raising itself to point at me. Well, yet. Don't fuck with me, or else I'll stab you. I laugh. I know that feeling. Anyways, I clap my hands and look back at Dark Shadow, ignoring the frosty glare that Shoko directs at Jiro. None of my business, nope. Nothing to do with me whatsoever. Are you really okay with your name just being a description? That would be like me being named green hair or freckles just because I have them. I'd only lived through 4 cycles when I named them. I tisk at Tokoyama's objection, wagging my finger at him. That's no excuse. Dark Shadow is basically your daughter, and you decided that you'd never ask her opinion. They're my quirk. Not my daughter. The boy looks absolutely scandalized at what I'm saying while Kaminari and Jiro are laughing. Shoko, of course, seems to understand what I mean. But Dark Shadow is sentient. So that would mean that they are, in fact, their own person. Which would mean that you are her father since she came from your body. But since you didn't have a partner when you made her, it would also mean that you are her mother. Shoko nods while the other four stare at her with wide eyes. She points at Tokoyami. Therefore, from a purely biological standpoint, you are both male and female. There's a moment of silence before Tokoyami buries his head in the table, a massive groan leaving his beak. This is a banquet of madness, and I am unsure if I should remain to partake. I shrug, taking a sip of whatever drink it is I grabbed. I mean, you did choose to sit down with a known villain, so. No offense, Jiro says in a doubtful tone. But you aren't really acting like a villain. You know, other than knocking out Bakugu. Kaminari points out, getting a shrug from the girl. I'm fine with that. With how loud he always is, I was kind of hoping someone would shut him up sooner. She uses her jacks to point to her ears. Sensitive hearing. I raise an eyebrow. Really? Shoko said that he's been a lot quieter since our time in middle school. And from what I can tell, I make a show of looking around the cafeteria and confirming what I thought. UA doesn't condone quirk use on campus, so you shouldn't have to deal with him letting off explosions every few minutes either. Kaminari and Jiro stare at me with mouths agape. You mean he was worse? Kaminari shouts, drawing attention to our table. I shoot the onlookers a cheery grin, waving a knife at them. They quickly look away and I snort, making it disappear back into my sleeve. Oops, the table is staring at me again. They let you have a knife? Kaminari asks with a bit of worry in his voice. Much more appropriate than their blasé attitudes so far. Nope. I say, popping the pea while smirking at them. But a little thing like me not supposed to be having it isn't going to stop me. That gets a few tense chuckles from them, and next to me Shoko rolls her eyes. I don't understand why him having a knife is what has you all unsettled. His sharp mind is much more dangerous than any blade. Chapter 76, Heroics. What's this I hear about you waving a knife around during lunch? Aizawa demands before I can even return to class, having wrapped me up in his scarf and dragged me into this empty classroom. On a desk next to him is my recently confiscated knife. You know, if the world worked on hentai logic, this would be going very differently. I say conversationally. He doesn't respond, just continues to glare at me, causing me to sigh with a roll of my eyes. Well, if you must know, some students were being nosy, so I subtly encouraged them to mind their own business. I cock my head as I look at him. Speaking of, are you a close-minded person who doesn't treat Dark Shadow as a person? My seeming non sequitur seems to surprise him enough that he responds to that before continuing his interrogation. Dark Shadow is a quirk. He shakes his head. Don't try to change the subject. Where'd you get the knife? I hum as I bounce my head side to side before stating with a completely straight face, I pulled it out of my ass. A small thrill goes through me at the curse, even though it feels weird to say. Himi's pretty much trained cursing out of me, but now that I have an allowance I may as well use it. He scowls, tightening his scarf as his hair starts floating and his eyes turn red. He really likes to use his quirk for intimidation purposes, doesn't he? I'm in no mood for games. We confiscated all the knives you had on you when we brought you in, and I know you couldn't have gotten it at lunch. So where'd you get it? I smirk, making heavy eye contact. I literally pulled it out of my ass. UA didn't do a cavity search. I mock in a lilting tone. He doesn't blink as he maintains his glare. Take this seriously. I say nothing, only continuing to smirk at the hero as realization slowly dawns on his face. You aren't joking. I slowly start laughing as his face twists into disgust. That's disgusting. Effective though. I continue laughing as Aizawa unravels his scarf, returning it back to around his neck. He goes to grab the knife before thinking better of it and just picking up the entire desk instead. Go to class. You have heroics up next. He walks towards the door, not even hesitating to leave me alone as I shout after him in an amused tone, are you sure you don't want to check for more? Who knows what I have up there? I'll let recovery girl know to expect you after school, he throws over his shoulder before picking up his pace. I snort as I walk down the hall at a more leisurely speed. Sure, I don't have anything else hiding in my butt, but there's no way he would know that. For all he knows I could have a grenade up there and am planning to pull the pin when I get back to the classroom. I can't help but tisk at how lax he is regarding his students' safety just because he doesn't want to do a cavity search. But I guess that is something more typically handled by police than heroes. Hat. I walk into the classroom with a smile on my face, ignoring the way Kaken immediately jumps to his feet only to be restrained by Kirishima? Or am I thinking of the city? I'll find out if I'm wrong later. But regardless of his name, I admire how easy it is for him to calm such a dangerous wild animal. I kick my feet up and lean my chair back while waiting for the next class to start. Now that I think of it, I wonder who the teacher is? I extend my leg a bit farther so I can look at the person behind me without turning around. It's a girl with long dark green hair and a neutral expression. So, who's the heroics teacher? She blinks at me before answering, both of us ignoring the way Ida complains and chops his hands next to her. I wonder if more than his legs have artificial parts? All Might is the one who teaches that class, Kuro. She puts her finger on her cheek and tilts her head at me while I freeze. Shouldn't you know that since you guys attacked the USJ because he would be there? Well, he was supposed to, Kuro. I let my chair fall back to the floor as I swing around to look at her properly. Say CK right now. She blinks, poking her tongue out the side of her mouth as she tilts her head to the other side. CK, Kuro. I groan, eyeing the windows. If I defenestrated myself, do you think it would get me out of the lesson? Or would I get in more trouble for stabbing the prick? I'm pretty sure murder is almost always worse. Little Miss Alien Queen sitting to the girl's left says tentatively. What's defenestrate mean anyways? It means thrown out a window. I explain, letting out a huff as I slap my knees and get to my feet. For example, I am about to defenestrate myself so I don't have to deal with Might. Luckily or not depending on the student's viewpoint, the door opens before I do more than take position to get a running start and in walks Cementos, the hero who may in fact be cement that gained a quirk. Greetings, students. Today I will What are you doing? I alternate between looking at him and the window for a moment before asking a question of my own, still fully prepared to dive headfirst through the glass if I don't like it. Is All Might teaching heroics today? He doesn't lose his look of confusion, but a bit of understanding leaks into his expression. What exists of it, anyways? Given the circumstances, All Might will not be teaching the heroics class this week. He continues explaining over the various noises of annoyance and disbelief. Discussions will be held during internships to decide how the class will proceed, so do not be concerned, All Might is not quitting his job teaching here at UA. I click my tongue in disappointment but smile when I hear Shoko speak up. Not to mention that he's busy dealing with the backlash of Izuku's announcement that they're related, as well as his public identity being revealed. The fact that he hid that his quirk is a transformation type has the public split on. That's enough, Miss Todoroki. Cementos almost yells to cover up the rest of her words, clearly trying to avoid the topic. Regardless of what All Might is dealing with at the moment, what should concern all of you is your training. Go ahead and get changed into your hero outfits and head to ground beta. There, I'll explain what we're doing for the lesson. The class allows themselves to be distracted as they all get up to head to the locker rooms. Clearly they don't want to think about what it means for the symbol of peace to be revealed to be a human just like them. They'd prefer that he remains some unstoppable force of nature, a bulwark that can protect them from all the truly difficult hardships. A naive mindset, in which they acknowledge that some villains will always be beyond their abilities while subconsciously deluding themselves into thinking that All Might will deal with the biggest threats so they won't have to throw their lives away. They know that's not how it works, but they can do nothing but hope it will. But that's decidedly a them problem. Not only am I a villain, but I also bounce back from dying. So even if I run into the problem of being unable to win, I don't really have anything to worry about. Plus running away is always an option. I follow the others to the boys' locker room, giving Shoko a small wave before walking through the door and missing her considering look. Inside all the others are getting into their hero costumes, but given I don't have one I guess I'll just wear my uniform. If they wanted me to wear something else they should have said something. While I'm waiting for them so I can follow where we need to go, someone notices my predicament and decides that it's an invitation for them to help. Hey villain bro! You can't go out there in your uniform, it'll get destroyed. The red-haired boy who seems to think pants are a costume pulls out a gym uniform and hands it to me, at the same time using his other hand to stop Kiken from exploding me, a piece of white tape covering his mouth stopping the stream of obscenities he no doubt is trying to scream. I take it with a raised eyebrow. Thanks. These people are really weird. Why are they acting so casual with someone who attacked their class? Sure, most of them didn't actually see me at the USJ, and we weren't really trying to kill them either, but still. Maybe me acting casual makes it difficult for them to associate me as a person with me as a killer? Normal people do tend to have frankly ridiculous expectations of villains, so maybe it's society's fault they're like this? Either way, Kirishima gives me a sharp grin and flexes his free arm. No problem man. Just let me know if anyone bothers you. He practically drags Kiken out of the locker room with him, and I can't help my eyes from following him. They narrow. There's something off about him. I dismiss it for the moment. There's nothing to do about whatever it is until I actually figure out what it is. He's friendly at the moment, so I suppose it doesn't really matter until it becomes a problem. I wait for the others to finish changing, leaving the room one by one. Kaminari is the last one out and he stops at the door, fiddling with his fingers as he looks uncertainly at me. You don't have to wait to change, you know. We, saw the video at the sports festival. So we've all seen your scars. We won't stare, promise. He suddenly waves his hands in front of himself while shaking his head. Not that they're a reason to stare, obviously. It's just, well, if you want to wait you can, but we don't want you to feel like you have to. Right. I blink at him in surprise for a moment before chuckling. It's not a happy chuckle, despite how much I appreciate him trying to make me feel better. It's too sad for that. Oh, Kaminari. I look at him pityingly, because it truly is pitiful just how little these hero aspirants understand of the world. What I showed was only what I was comfortable showing. They're just the tip of the iceberg. I reach out and put a hand on his shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze. I do appreciate what you're trying to do here, but trust me, I lean forward as I look into his eyes, I will never do something because of other people's opinions about me. I won't lie to myself, which means I won't lie to others about myself. Me waiting to change is because of the more personal scars. I let him go and step back, giving him a wide smile. So again, thank you for the concern, but I'm good. I shoo him out. Go on, I'll catch up in a minute. Chapter 77, Hostage Situation. Today, we will be simulating a hostage situation. Cementos explains once we're all assembled. Regardless of who you all choose to intern with next week, the reality remains that you cannot predict what kind of situations you will encounter. He raises one of his thick rectangular fingers. Though you must keep in mind that you do not have hero licenses, nor do you have provisional licenses. As such you cannot engage in hero work without the express permission of the hero you are interning with. If they become indisposed or otherwise incapacitated, another hero may grant permission, but you do need permission. There's a wave of muttering from the hero students, mainly along the line of how they know the laws, but there's a few grumbling to each other about how they're essentially heroes while working alongside pros, so it should be fine. It's stupid enough that I find myself rolling my eyes. Yes, the hero system and the laws around quirks have problems, but they realize that they're still high schoolers, right? Do they really think they would be able to handle stumbling upon Stain right after he kills a supposed fake? Best case scenario, he lets them off with a warning/threat to not fall into the trap of fake heroism. Worst case, 2 dead heroes at a minimum plus the intern. Again, not my problem, but they should at least understand the fact that there's a reason heroes have mandated therapy. Maybe we should have shifted some of the focus from the USJ attack to traumatizing the idiots. Sir, would a combat exercise not be more beneficial? Ida half asks, half shouts with his arm trembling above his head. Why even bother raising your hand if you're just going to talk anyways? Cementos sighs. Even though I said that you need permission from your mentor to engage in hero work, I am more than familiar with how enthusiastic hero students can be once they're out in the field. Rescue work can more easily be excused than engaging in combat. Not to mention that you all have much more combat experience than first years typically have. I ignore the uncomfortable look he sends towards me, which is swiftly emulated by the students. Well, theirs are a little more hostile and accusatory, but the basic stuff is the same. I just raise my hand and wait to be called on before I ask my question. Like a civilized person. Who's the hostage? I ask, followed by a raised eyebrow when he jumps a bit at the question. He clears his throat, looking away from me. Well. Given the situation, there will be 2 hostages that need to be rescued, one of which will be randomly chosen from among you, as well as 3 villains the heroes will need to evade. He looks back at the students, almost glaring. Remember, this is meant to be rescue training, so combat should be avoided if at all possible. You're avoiding the question, so I'm guessing I'm going to be stuck playing damsel in distress the entire time. Yes. I nod at the admission and turn to Shoko to make a joke about me needing a dress, before coming to a stop. I blink as I fully acknowledge her hero costume for the first time. It's a beautiful dark blue dress that trails down to her knees with flame designs rising from the hem. In similar fashion, the sleeves cut off at her elbows, white ruffles transitioning to flames aiding the invocation of a burning glacier. A dark green belt wraps around her stomach, keeping the front opened dress closed. Underneath is a white leotard to keep her decent, and black leggings that cling to her legs. A tiara rests gently on her ponytailed head, solid black except for the green gem resting in the center. Her entire hero costume gives those who see her the feeling of being in the presence of a graceful princess, one who was frozen, but is being warmed by the flames of hope. Until I look at her feet, which sport heavy dark blue combat boots with flames sandwiching the laces. I can't help but snort at the sudden whiplash when compared to the rest of her costume, even though I'm fully aware that one of the notebooks I left for her explains in exacting detail how proper protective footwear is incredibly important when traveling through any sort of disaster area. Seeing me staring, she smiles, and it's a very nice smile. She sways her hips to make the dress swish around her. How does it look? I merged a few of the costume designs you drew in your notebook. I cough and look away. Yeah, you look good. Thanks. There's a moment of silence between us before sudden shouting right in front of me causes me to jump backwards. Squee. You two are adorable. Did you date back in Where'd you get that from? I glance down and to my surprise see a knife in my hand. I stare at it for a moment before looking up and look at where I think the invisible girl's head is. I'm honestly not sure. I don't remember grabbing any knives, but maybe I saw one and grabbed it on instinct. I scratch my head with the tip, genuinely wondering where I could have gotten it from. The only thing I can think of is that I managed to reclaim the one Aizawa confiscated, but he would have noticed, and I definitely would have made sure to remember if only to rub it in his face later. I shrug, dropping it back into my sleeve with a casual roll of my wrist. Whatever. I look at Cementos, who's mimicking Aizawa's I'm done with this look. So, we starting the exercise yet? The three villains for the first round are the pink girl named Mina Ashido, the purple thing I met at the entrance exam dubbed Minoru Mineta, and the frog girl who sits behind me, Tsuyu Ajui. My partner in distress is the quick-to-violence heiress, Momo Yaeorozu. Given that it's meant to be a simulation of a hostage situation, none of us are allowed to know who the heroes are, or how many will be participating in the round. Makes sense since the hostage takers would have no idea of knowing who would be showing up. Yaeorozu and I are just sitting at a table while we wait for the villains to discuss things. I look over and can't help but raise an eyebrow at her. Costume. You know, there are easier ways to indulge in your fetish than becoming a hero. Her head jerks back and she gives me an offended look while bringing her hand to her chest. I beg your pardon. I shrug. Begging and exhibitionism? Are you really that repressed as a coddled rich girl? Her cheeks light up in a blush as she glares at me. I assure you that I am interested in neither activity. I simply require exposed skin to utilize my quirk. I give her the most unimpressed look I can, which is pretty unimpressed. You're using a large belt for pants. Do you even have underwear on? She makes a kind of high-pitched whine as her entire face turns into a tomato and clenches her fists in front of her. I am wearing bloomers, thank you very much. I roll my eyes, raising my hand in a calming gesture. Look, all I'm saying is that you can get your skin exposure without looking like a stripper. It's as bad as Midnight's debut costume. She gasps before gritting her teeth, her eyes getting a bit bloodshot from the force she's glaring at me with. You take that back. I wave my hand and snort at how defensive she is. Do you really not see it? Do you even know what her costume was like back then? She pauses for a moment as she thinks before looking away. No. I bark out a laugh. There you go. Look it up after the exercise and you'll see what I'm talking about. I can even help you come up with something better. For example, go digital instead of having to lug around a giant book hanging off your butt. She groans. Is it so hard to believe that I simply prefer for it to be physical? I put a lot of work into compiling this information. I nod in acknowledgement. That's fair, but what do you mean by compiling the information? She seems a bit surprised that I'm not judging her preferences, but why would I? That's basically the same as kink shaming, and I am in no position to judge someone else's kinks. Well, I need to know the molecular makeup of whatever I create, so rather than requiring me to memorize everything, I compiled those that I feel would be most commonly used in hero work in my book. I hum before snapping my fingers. That's why everything you made for your family back when we first met were all melee weapons. More simple than a gun, not to mention quicker given you'd have to make the weapon, bullets, and gunpowder. Makes the fact that you actually managed to make a functional one at the sports festival even more impressive. Well, thank you. Her blush is decidedly more tame this time, only lightly dusting her cheeks. Your advice was rather helpful, as well as the examples you provided us with. I tilt my head to the side as I wonder what she's talking about, before realizing that she thinks I have a long-term relationship with Jiren. Himi and I only did 2 more bodyguarding gigs before he said that it wasn't working out. Apparently everyone was threatened by 2 people no older than high school students and reacted aggressively. Then they suddenly contracted a deadly disease with a 99% fatality rate, commonly referred to as being killed. Jiren did actually put Himi and I in contact with her though, and even if we can't call her a friend, we were at least acquaintances. At least until the USJ when she cut off all contact. Which wasn't unreasonable considering we did attack her class. Before we can talk more, the villains finish their discussion, with the purple thing looking decidedly unhappy. Ashido is the one to explain, holding her palms together in front of her as she gives me an apologetic smile, though I do see more than a hint of annoyance behind it. So, sorry about this, but we're planning to split the two of you up to make it harder for the heroes to find. And, well, Bunny, you're going to be guarded by Mineta. I look at the thing that's blatantly staring at Yaoyorozu's chest with a bit of drool leaking out of the corner of its mouth. She's covering herself with her arms and looks distinctly more interested in my help redesigning her costume. I wave her apology off as I get up. Don't worry about it, it's perfectly reasonable. I grab the thing and forcibly drag it from the room despite its protests and struggles. Let's go have some fun. Chapter 78, The Exercise Begins. 3rd. The three girls watch as the real-life villain drags their screaming classmate into the hallway. They aren't sure where exactly he's taking the pervert, but they're all relieved that they won't have him leering at them during the exercise. But are we sure it is wise to leave the two of them alone? Yaoyorozu asks into the air, not sure herself if she's genuinely asking for their opinions or is simply questioning herself. I mean, Mina shrugs. The teachers seem to think that he won't kill any of us, so it's probably fine. Kuro. I thought we sent them together because we were hoping he would. The other two turn to stare at their frog-quirked friend. She shrugs dismissively. I know I'm not the only one who's thought of where his body could be hidden. I just figured we decided that this was a good opportunity where we wouldn't be blamed, Kuro. There's silence for another few moments before Mina's eyes narrow and she points at her. You're joking. She peers closer at her, her mouth twitching as she thinks. You're joking. I think. Tsu just stares back with a blank expression. The world may never know. Before Mina can crack a joke at the incredibly old reference, an unholy screech echoes through the building, causing a shiver to crawl down their spines. Before they can do much more than jump in surprise, it abruptly cuts off. They exchange uncertain glances, none of them sure of how to react. Yaoyorozu feels that they should investigate, if only because they're all aspiring heroes. Mina also wants to investigate, but is worried of what they would find, and whether or not it's a trap. Meanwhile Tsu. She claps her hands twice and bows her head. Rest in a place with no women for you to harass, Mineta. Getting judgmental glares from her classmates, she lets out a sigh. If Usagi had actually done something to Mineta, Cementos-sensei would have warned us over our comms. Since he hasn't, he's probably fine. Mina raises an eyebrow. Probably. Tsu shrugs. Physically, at least. Mentally, I hope Usagi manages to traumatize the pervert out of him. Izuku. I can't help but shake my head as I use the unconscious Grape's hands to pull his quirk from his head. Really, what kind of hero student tries to make a deal with a villain to perv on his female classmates? Sure, knocking him out was probably a bit much, but people like this ruin what it means to be a villain. Why the heck are our morales better than an aspiring hero's? Anyways, with him knocked out I had a couple of routes to go down for the exercise: play an off-duty hero who managed to escape, a psychopathic villain who decided to use the chaos to have some fun, or make the villain an idiot who knocked himself out after setting some traps. Given that the Grape is clearly an idiot already, the last option made the most sense. But since he's knocked out, I have to set the traps myself. Add on a high-pitched screech like a dinosaur, and if the hero students have any actual heroic instincts they should be having a bit of a panic about what it could mean. Which translates into them rushing a bit to save the hostages. But since they do need to be careful to avoid the villains, then they can't just run in blindly in the hopes of stumbling onto us. So I have a good few minutes at the minimum to get things set up. I pause after booby-trapping the door, which thankfully opens inwards. Unless Kaken is one of the heroes. Izumi. I sigh as I watch Bakugo storm into the building with a snarl on his lips and explosions popping in his palms. I figured that something like this would happen the moment the exercise started, so I give Kirishima Red Riot an apologetic look. He laughs, shooting me a thumbs up as he chases after his friend. Well, he considers Bakugo a friend, at least. No idea why, but that's his business. Not like you're any better. Mina's a good person, unlike you. Are you really going to drag her down to your level? I studiously ignore the voice as I gesture for Hagakure to take point. We don't know where either the hostages or the villains are, so we need to be careful. We're silent as we creep through the building, Hagakure poking her head around each corner before giving me a signal that we're clear. But we've barely made any progress before a loud screech makes us jump. It only lasts a few seconds before abruptly cutting off, but that's more than enough. Enough for me to know. My heart beats faster, hammering against my chest as it rapidly picks up the pace. My breathing becomes short and raspy, my eyes dart around as I try to find him. Because I know that scream, I've heard it too often, far too often, to mistake it for anyone else. I try to swallow and wet my suddenly dry throat, but it's like there's a lump blocking it, stopping me from getting any air. And all the while, the voice speaks. You self-centered bitch. You knew what would happen the moment Bakugo ran off. You knew what he would do the moment he found him. And did you go and try to stop him? No. You fucking coward. No, why you redouble wrong? You're scared. Scared of Izuku. Scared of seeing how much he hates you. And no. Of course he hates you. You deserve it. I know. You said that you would change things if you ever had the chance? You fucking lied. Letting Bakugo go after him is just as bad as if you went after him yourself. I sent Kikirishima too. Oh, real fucking nice. You think any friend of Bakugo is actually going to care what he does to Izuku? He's a good person. He won't. And what about you? The voice's words are suddenly cold, vastly different from the previous fiery rage. They send a shiver down my spine. You were Bakugo's friend, weren't you? More than that, you were Izuku's sister, but did that get you to stop Bakugo? No. You helped him. What makes you think Kirishima will be any different? Hell, it will be even worse now. Because of you, Izuku turned into a villain. Into a killer. You broke him, dragged him through the mud, and threw him off a cliff. You are the reason that he's suffered his whole life. The reason he joined the League of Villains. The reason for. Suddenly I feel pain in my cheek, and I'm staring to the side. I blink, slowly turning my head to face forward. But I see nothing there. Feel nothing. Even though I can see white gloves on each of my shoulders from the corners of my eyes, it's like there's nothing there. It's almost like I'm floating. And then one of them floats into the air and slaps me, sending a stinging pain into my other cheek. And then I can hear. I didn't even realize I couldn't. Izumi, focus on my voice. Can you hear me? It doesn't matter how, but you need to signal that you can. Izumi, focus on my voice. Can you hear me? It doesn't matter how, but you need to signal that you can. Izumi. I can hear the calm voice repeating its words a few more times, but it takes me a bit to really understand them. It's only when a glove raises to slap me again that I manage to dip my head a bit in an incredibly shallow nod. I hear a breath going out before the voice speaks again. It's not the other voice, even though it's one I know. It's calmer, nicer, pleasant to listen to. Izumi, I need you to tell me 5 things you can see. I nod absently as my eyes dart around the hallway. I try to swallow again, but it doesn't work. I see the wall. The floor. Gloves. 2 of them. 2 boots. And the ceiling. Good, that's good. Now, 4 things you can touch. My fingers brush against the floor. The floor, it's carpeted. My hero costume. The wall behind me. And I blink, as the gloves suddenly have pressure from where they press down on my shoulders. Why your hands? They're kind of pushing down. Her voice lets out a short chuckle but doesn't move her hands. That's right. You're doing good, Izumi. Now, 3 things you can hear. I swallow, and this time it actually feels like it works. Your voice. My voice. The blood rushing in my ears. That's good. Her, Hagakure's, voice is still calm, but it has a bit of a strained quality now. 2 things you can smell. I take a deep breath, trying to pick up a scent I know. I smell your shampoo, I think. Lilac scented? And my nose wrinkles a bit. Do I smell vomit? Hagakure clears her throat. Yet, not the most pleasant smell, but it is there, so you're still doing well. Now, I just need you to tell me something that you can taste. I smack my lips before they twist unpleasantly and I gag. Ugh, that's nasty. I blink as I connect the thoughts. Wait, did I throw up? Hagakure lets out a breath as she helps me to my feet. Yes, you did. Now let's get out of here so we can talk without the smell hanging in the air. I let her pull me along while I shake my head to clear the last of the haze that's clouding my thoughts. Finally, I can focus, and I see Hagakure pull me into a room that looks like some kind of lounge. She gently but firmly pushes me onto the couch and takes a seat next to me before pulling me into a side hug. Do you want me to ask Cementos to pull you out of the exercise? I'm sure that Hound Dog would be not happy, given that emergency meetings with therapists are never a good thing, but more than willing to see you. I think for a moment before slowly shaking my head, then again but more firmly. Thank you, but no. I'm good now. I do an arm pump to show her that I am good, but even if I can't see her look of doubt I can certainly feel it. Izumi, I know a panic attack when I see one. Don't try to bullshit me by trying to brush it off. I swallow, lowering my arm before looking away. I'm not okay, but it can wait to be dealt with until after class. I can feel her eyes staring at me, but I refuse to squirm. After a few moments she eventually sighs. All right. But after our part in the exercise is done I am bringing you to Hound Dog's office. Got it? I can't help but chuckle at the threat in her voice. It's cute. I nod and smile at her. Got it. A thought strikes me. How long has it been, anyways? Toru is silent for a second before her glove goes up and scratches somewhere on her head. That's actually a good question. I don't have a watch or anything, so. Suddenly we hear the sound of static come from our comms before it clears up. The exercise is now over, the villains have successfully used the hostages to escape, and also defeated half of the heroes sent on the rescue mission. I look at Hagakure, and am pretty sure she looks back. Evidently, it's been long enough for us to lose. Chapter 79, Bakugu Sucks. 3rd Bakugu. The spiky blonde-haired hero student rushes through the hallways of the fake hotel the exercise is taking place in, a snarl on his face as he blows open every door he passes. He barely pauses after each explosion to listen for a scream of fear or pain before moving on, ignoring his annoying red-haired classmates' calls for him to slow down and be careful. They just make him even more angry at the one Bakugu has nicknamed Shitty Hair. Fucking bastard keeps getting in the way of me killing that worthless piece of shit Deku. Dumbass heroes think the shitstain has what it takes to be a villain, so it won't even matter that I don't have my license yet. In his mind, if he kills Midosegi at least according to official channels then he should be given his license right the fuck away. In his mind it's an easy way to catapult the start of his rise to being the #1 hero. Not to mention that it would just add to the badassery of his origin story. After graduating from Aldera Middle School, Bakugu Katsuki's rise to the top of the hero charts began at UA High School. After facing numerous tribulations, he confronted a supposed villain who had infiltrated the school. After defeating them, it was realized that the boy could never have managed to achieve the feats he'd been accused of, due to his quirkless nature. For helping society, and the heroes themselves, come to this realization, he was immediately granted his hero license. He only accomplished even more impressive feats from there. He can hear it now, everyone singing his praises for revealing how utterly beneath him that quirkless loser is. All he has to do is find the damn nerd wherever his fucking hiding place is. But then he hears the bastard scream, and he lets loose a savage grin. Fucking found you, Deku. He uses explosions from his palms to speed himself up, excited to put the farce of him somehow being a villain to an end. You're fucking dead, Deku. You hear me? Finally, he reaches a cracked open door, and behind it he can hear a sound he's more than familiar with. Kakan, PPP please. Dd don don t hurt me. The arrogant nerd's annoying fucking mumbling. Does it matter to the hero aspirant that he's begging for mercy before he's even entered the room? Not at all. Does it matter that the point of the exercise is to save the hostage? Not at all. All that matters in Bakugo's mind, is putting Deku in his place. He uses an explosion to blow the door open without a second thought, following behind it immediately and locking sights on the quivering green-haired boy to the detriment of his awareness regarding his surroundings. He sees nothing else in the room. Not his unconscious classmate tossed in the corner. Not the balls scattered around the room, including the ones keeping his future victim trapped against the wall. And not the door that swings into his face with even more force than he used to open it. Izuku. I throw my head back and cackle when Kakin crumples to the floor, almost instantly knocked unconscious after getting slammed in the face by the door and cracking his head against the frame. It only gets louder when the door has enough force to make a second round and hits his foot with less force, but still enough that he'll feel it when he wakes up. Especially since it hit his toes. Heroing 101 dumbass. Don't walk into an obvious trap. I let my cackling die down into regular laughter, and then into chuckles as I look around the room with a smile on my face. It was definitely not easy to set up so quickly with the grape being unconscious, but I have to say, the immediate payoff was certainly worth it. The grape's quirk is scattered all around the room, making sure that anything movable is stuck in place and ensuring that anyone trying to enter the room needs to essentially hopscotch to get to me, the hostage. Then they'll have to figure out a way to get me unstuck from the wall since the balls are stuck to my skin. Of course, if they don't care about injuring me, then just letting me lose some skin is an option. I'll make sure to scream bloody murder the whole time if they go that route though. Punishment for not thinking of just breaking the wall around the balls instead. And so I wait for another of the hero team to investigate the sudden silence and stumble on the scene. I mean, they'd have to be a pretty bad hero student to not even bother checking on their teammate. Then again, it is Kakan, so I can understand not wanting to get anywhere close to him. I let my mind go blank while staring up at the ceiling, mentally checking out until someone gets here. Nothing else to do until then. Although I might be able to kick my shoe off and kick it at the unconscious Pomeranian. But then he might wake up, and I enjoy the silence. Before I can come to a decision on whether or not I should do it, I hear someone shout from outside the room. Baku bro. Are you okay? Welp, time to get into character. Hello? Is someone there? Please be careful. The villain set a trap. There's silence for a moment before the door gets slowly pushed open. The boy who shares his name with the city pokes his head in and looks around, his eyes widening at seeing all the balls scattered around the room. What the heck? I hold back an eye roll as I stretch my neck and kick my legs, managing to draw the hero's attention. Be careful coming in, the villain booby-trapped the door. Your partner rushed in before I could warn them and got knocked unconscious. The shirtless boy visibly swallows before he crouches and drags Kaken out of the room. I can hear him moving him outside the room, but can't see what he's doing to him. Waking him up or making him comfortable. Nobody will be happy if he wakes the loudmouth up, so hopefully he's just setting him against a wall or something. It only takes a few more moments before he comes back, carefully stepping over the half-circle of balls surrounding the door just far enough away that it won't hit any of them when it opens. He looks behind the door and sees the entire thing covered in purple balls, along with the wall behind it. The door stop that would typically prevent the door from going that far has been removed, and since the balls bounce off of each other, if you aren't careful opening the door it would bounce back even harder and hit you. As demonstrated by a certain kamikaze mutt. Damn, that's actually pretty smart. I shrug. I guess, but the villain was clumsy and tripped onto his balls. He bounced around for a bit before finally hitting his head and knocking himself out. It doesn't matter how smart the trap is if the one who set it falls in too. I give him a shaky smile. I am just glad that someone is here to rescue me. I have no idea what the villains would have done if you didn't show up. Yet. He seems unsure of what to say for a moment before giving me a sharp-toothed smile and slamming his fist into his hand. Yet, I'm here to save you. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here no problem. He takes a confident step forward. And slips, his foot sliding forward as he lets out a loud cry of surprise. I deadpan as his other leg buckles and he goes down on one knee, one leg almost fully extended and stuck to one of the balls scattered on the floor. We just stare at each other in an awkward silence for a moment. What did you even slip on? I certainly didn't have enough time to make sure someone would fall onto the balls. As far as I know, the rest of the floor should be perfectly fine. I think the rug. He looks sheepish as he awkwardly gets to his foot, hopping forward so he can start trying to get his stuck foot free. At least you didn't do the splits. He barks out a laugh as he uses his hands to tug on his leg, not making any progress in removing the ball. Not that it would end well if he did get himself free like that. Hasn't he ever seen, like, any cartoon or anime where a character's gotten one leg stuck? Even if he does manage to get free, he'd either get stuck on a ball behind him, or fall backwards and get completely stuck with no hope of getting out without outside assistance. At least that would be the case if a short frog girl hadn't just jumped on his back. Timber. She says in a monotone voice while Kirishima lets out a yelp as he pitches forward. He windmills his arms in an effort to keep his balance, but my fellow green hair uses him as a springboard to do a backflip up onto the ceiling where she manages to stick both the landing and herself. Kirishima, meanwhile, face plants with his body stretched across a number of balls, rendering him well and truly stuck. He lets out a groan of disappointment. Ugh, sneak attacks aren't manly at all. I'm a girl, so I'm fine with that. She says before looking over at me. She tilts her head with her tongue sticking out. How'd all this happen? I shrug, bending at the waist to flip myself backwards and kick my feet through the wall next to both my hands. I give a strong heave, tearing free the plaster my hands and the balls are stuck to. Kakin was an idiot like usual and Kirishima tripped. Then you got an 8 out of 10 for gymnastics when you finished him off. Her head tilts the other way. Only an 8, Kuro? Why not a 10? The back flip was pulled off nicely, but any decent hero can do a flip. Now, if you had done a twist or a twirl, that would have been a solid 10. I nod. That takes practice and shows dedication. Understandable. She nods before pointing at the rancid grape in the corner. And while that's good to know, Kuro, I was talking about how you got stuck and why my net is unconscious. Oh, that. I wave my mildly more dangerous hand dismissively. He was disrespecting womankind, so I punted him into a wall. But since I didn't want to ruin the exercise, I used his body to trap the room so the hero team wouldn't be able to just walk out with me. Thank you for the consideration, Kuro. She puts a finger on her chin as she looks at me. You know, you're oddly considerate for a villain. I snort, crossing my arms. Villainy is a business with a healthy dash of personal and trauma. I consider my time here outside of business hours since I'm not allowed to kill anyone. She just hums noncommittally before looking down at Kirishima, and I follow suit. That's manly. He says with a bit of doubt and a constipated thinking face, and I snort before looking back at her. So, is the round over or what? She doesn't say anything, her head tilting in the way they do when they're listening to something. Why wasn't I given an earpiece or something? Less than a minute later she focuses back on me. Cementos-sensei says to gather back outside the building for an after-action report. My team won. I pump my fist and give a little hop. Who? Go team villains. You're a hostage, Kuro. She deadpans at me. I laugh while dancing around the balls on the floor. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't support villainy even as a civilian. Just look at Gentle Criminal, he has a pretty dedicated fan base even though his tech people are in a constant fight with the HPSCs over keeping his videos up. She just shrugs in reply before crawling across the ceiling to make her own exit. On the floor, Kirishima blinks. How am I going to get out of this? I shrug and use him as a board, walking across his back to reach the door. How am I supposed to know? The grape is in your class, so you should know best how to get out of it. Chapter 80, Round 2. After getting Kirishima free and the rest of the hero team to the nurse's office for some reason, Cementos has the class do an analysis of the exercise. With the now named Tsu being declared the MVP by popular vote, the class quickly moves on to the next one. They're more traditional in their act as villains. The tape guy named Zero ties up me and Kaminari, but the team elects to keep us in the same room, unlike the first group. Jiro plugs her jacks into the floor, presumably to monitor hero movements and get early warning if they start getting close. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow leave the room, saying how they'll ensure the Feast of Darkness obtains its guests. Gotta say, those two are fun people to be around. Still, since they're taking this more seriously than the last group, I have to treat it the same as well. Which means no conversation and more cowering in the corner. Jiro gives me a look of confused concern, but Zero just dismisses me. I give her a quick thumbs up before getting back into my act. Kaminari stares at me blankly for a moment before seeming to light up in realization. Which causes him to get into the act of a hostage himself. You won't get away with this, villains. His sudden shout causes our captors to jump in surprise. The heroes will totally save us and, kick all of your butts. The two give him unamused looks. Really, Jemingwei? That's the best smack talk you have. He gets an offended look at Jiro's criticism. Hey! I'm not talking smack, just stating facts. But y'all will be getting smacked when the heroes show up. Zero gives him a pained look. Dude! That pun was painful. The blonde boy pauses and thinks for a moment before letting out a chuckle. Hat, you'll be getting smacked. He looks at Zero with a gleam in his eyes. It's not a pun unless you meant it to be. Which means you only have yourself to blame for what I said being punful. The tape dispenser boy lets out a groan before crossing his arms and glaring at me. I don't know how, but somehow you're responsible for this. Whelp. Looks like serious time is over and done with. I stick my tongue out at the grumpy fake villain. Not my fault if you think his puns are noteworthy enough to stick to you. Probably should make sure you don't leave yourself hanging in the wind if you don't want that to happen. There's a choked laugh from Jiro, who covers her mouth while her face flushes. Kaminari has no such compunctions over laughing though, and he makes sure to show that by laughing in an overly exaggerated fashion. Zero's face turns red and he glares at me even harder before pointing a shaking finger at me. Be quiet, villain. You're lucky that you're here instead of in prison, even if none of us know what the teachers are thinking by letting you come to UA. I shrug dismissively. I mean, I asked if I could go to prison instead, but they said no, so. I tilt my head at him. That kind of sounds like a you problem. So try and keep it to yourself as well as you keep your weed. He flinches, unnoticed by the other two who are busy snickering at the rebuttals I'm throwing at him. I notice though, and doesn't that just put a smile on my face? Now, I never touched that stuff myself. My body is a temple, and I have no intention of desecrating it. I pause, thinking about that for a moment. Well, I shake my head. No, that's right. I don't desecrate my own body. Drugs and other addictive substances are a no-go for me. I give him a thumbs up. But you do you. Who cares if you are cultivating a crippling weakness that villains are not only likely to discover rather easily, but also setting a bad example for any children or civilians that look up to you in the future. Not me, that's for sure. He looks at me like someone threw a bottle of lemon juice at his face while Kaminari looks at me with a surprised Pikachu face. Well, not really Pikachu, but since he has an electric quirk that's how I'm going to describe it. Wait, does he actually do weed? I roll my eyes. You don't do weed, you smoke it. And while it's faint, the smell does have a nasty tendency to stick around. Especially if you still have it on you. I hesitate to say what I want to say next before just dismissing the words. Telling them about some of the bar's patrons will be much too big of a hint towards the love's location. Being too obvious about it will just make my own little game far too boring. It's only my first day at UA, after all. There's plenty of time to poke at them unless I get rescued. In which case I'll be able to laugh at the school about how terrible their security improvements are. But that's for later. For now, I make sure to pitch my voice as high and annoying as I can make it. Like, FYI BTW, if you want to actually hide it, don't be like a total dummy and put it in your hero costume. It's so totes obvious where you stash it. I make a half-grabbing motion at the whistle-like protrusions on his shoulders to show that I do in fact know and am not just messing with him. Well, about knowing where his weed is. I am totally messing with him to amuse myself in general. Putting aside Zero apparently doing drugs, Jiro ignores my correction about how while technically a drug, weed is generally considered a separate category, as well as Zero's frankly pathetic defense about how I'm lying because I'm a villain. Instead she points at me with a jack she pulls from the floor. How the hell did you get out of the tape? The other two seem to realize for the first time that the tape that previously bound me is currently laying in a pile on the floor. In response, I shrug. I mean, yeah, it's tape. But despite Mr. Stationery not liking me, he doesn't seem to want to actively hurt me like the kamikaze mutt. Peeling it off only took a bunch of hair off my arms, not skin. Not like that would have bothered me even if it happened though. Kaminari cringes at what I say about the tape taking off skin before giving his own wrappings a disturbed look. Then he seems to remember that his arms are covered by his costume and breathes a sigh of relief before seeming to remember something. Dude, what the heck? How would you be fine with that? I shrug again. Pain is an illusion crafted by the mind and fabricated onto our brains in an effort to guide the body into the path of least resistance in an effort to ensure the survival of the human race. Although with the emergence of quirks, new pathways have been being steadily developed in order to accommodate the drastic changes in humanity's physiology. This has led to some unique cases where quirks forcefully remove the sensation of pain, which could be interpreted as genetics giving up on that person having anything worthwhile to pass on to future generations. I am unaffected by this illusion, not because genetics has decided I no longer have nothing to contribute but because the vessel the signals are meant to originate from has become damaged to the point where they are unable to make contact. I pause to take a breath and look at the electric boy, only to see that his eyes have glazed over. A quick check on the other two shows that Jiro is cross-eyed and Zero seems a bit dazed. Neither are on Kaminari's level, but apparently they weren't prepared for my answer. Which means that they don't manage to react in time when Dark Shadow crashes through the wall and into the villain team. She's quickly followed by a brilliantly bright laser that causes her to screech and shrink. After it fades away she growls and makes to lunge back out, but aborts the movement when the hero team walks in. Along with Tokoyami, who's wrapped in capture tape. Desist, Dark Shadow. The darkness has been repelled, and must attempt to engulf the world another day. Technically that happens every night. I point out, causing the tailed boy to blink and the armored boy's head to tilt to the side. which is about the time it takes for the villain team to finally shake off themselves out of their funk and attack. It probably would have taken longer, but it's hard for people to be shocked into inaction when they're already in shock. Jiro's jacks shoot to the speakers on her legs and she sets herself to aim them at the armored boy. Zero takes the opportunity to shoot his tape at the tailed boy, who ducks under it and kicks off the rebel he's standing on to launch himself forward. Tokoyami stays where he is since he's out of the exercise. The knight in shining armor puts his hands behind his head as he turns to Jiro, but before they can do whatever they were planning to do, their hit bit a wave of sound that causes them to fall to their knees, the only reason they don't fall fully being the hand on the floor holding them there. But given the fact that vibrations and metal armor don't really mix well, he won't last much longer. And true to my prediction, it only takes a couple seconds for him to start tipping over to the side. But before he's completely out of the fight, he manages to fire off a laser from his stomach. Jiro lets out a curse and jumps to the side before rushing at him, and it burns a hole in the wall behind her. While those two fight, Tail Guy and Zero are in a dance where the tape boy desperately tries to get any of his sticky strings attached to his opponent. But the hero hopeful clearly has the skills his karate gi would lead you to believe he has, weaving between each shot without too much difficulty. I wouldn't quite say it's with ease and grace, but it's definitely not something that's much of a challenge for him. Which of course causes Zero to panic. His eyes dart around wildly, looking for some kind of escape from what he seems to realize will be his loss. They pass over his partner busy wrapping the other hero in capture tape, over Kaminari whose brows are furrowed in thought, and finally land on me, lighting up as he comes up with an idea. One that I just know is not going to end well for him. He moves one of his elbows away from the tailed boy, letting him get much closer much more quickly, and points it at me instead. The tape wraps around me like one of those old snap wristband things and he heaves with effort as he throws me at his opponent, whose eyes widen in shock and his body freezes for a moment in indecision. Of course, I'm not silent during all of this. I believe I can fly. I sing while flying at him head first. I believe I can GHK. The tailed boy grabs me before lowering me to the ground. He's not gentle, but he is in a combat situation so it's understandable. Too bad for him that moment of vulnerability lets Zero completely wrap him up in tape. Everyone seems to pause for a moment before letting out relieved breaths, so I assume this round of the exercise is over. After unwrapping the knight from her capture tape, Jiro walks over to me and uses her jacks to cut me free. You good, Green? I nod. Yab. Not supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, but being sent flying is nothing new to me. I've gone a few times with Skyfall and kind of like the feeling of the wind rushing past me. Okay. She probably hasn't heard about Mary Poppins, but then again she did go into hiding 40 years ago after she had another movie made about her, along with Nanny McPhee. If there's anyone the world should be terrified by, it's those two instead of All for One. Kaminari suddenly shouts, causing us all to jump. Especially Zero who's just finished untying the blonde. Hold the fuck up. He points at me with wide eyes. Did you say you have brain damage? I tilt my head and give him a smirk. Clever boy. Chapter 81, Relationships. The third round has Shoko and Eureka as the villains, with my fellow hostage being a large rocky-looking fellow who seems to be hyperventilating. Eureka is desperately trying to help him, but anytime she seems to make progress he glances over to me and it gets sent right back to where it was before. I glance over at Shoko, who hasn't taken her eyes off of me since she walked into the room. Should we? I don't even have time to finish the question before Shoko answers. Head out to a separate room on our own? Absolutely. Without another word or any warning she grabs hold of my arm and starts pulling me towards the door. I'm surprised enough that all I manage to do is look back over my shoulder and see Eureka giving me a befuddled look. She opens her mouth to say something, but by then I'm through the door and Shoko slams it behind us. Then she uses her ice to freeze it shut. I give her a deadpan look, getting a small shrug in reply, accompanied by the small smile on her face that she's had since she saw me. This will help keep the heroes out of the room. And if I freeze over the entire hallway before we leave, they won't be able to tell they're in that specific room. I hum in acknowledgement but don't drop my suspicion. Not that she seems to care, since she continues to drag me towards the stairs, where she does indeed stop to send a wave of ice down the hallway, freezing everything. She gives a satisfied nod before prompting me to start climbing the stairs. I do so easily, curious about what her overall plan is for the exercise. We go up, and up, and up, eventually reaching the roof. She freezes the door shut behind us. None of our classmates have quirks that would encourage them to climb instead of going through the building. Except Shoji, but he has some reticence about using his quirk to its full capabilities and tries his best to fit in with everyone else. I frown. That sounds like an unhealthy mindset. Discrimination-based. She nods. Most likely. He absolutely refuses to remove his mask around anyone, even during lunch. He'll normally grab his food and leave somewhere he can eat alone. I hum in thought while frowning. Doesn't Yue have a therapist? Nizu kept arguing for me to visit whoever it is every day while we hashed out the details for my stay here. Got him down to a session a month on the grounds that any more and I'd jump off the roof of the building. Another nod, in which she ignores my comment about jumping off the roof. That would be hound dog. Most of the class doesn't really go to him though, except for Izumi. Most of them weren't really all that affected by the League of Villains attack on the USJ. Makes sense, this time it's my turn to nod. The main targets for that were the Yagis, but All Might didn't show up until the main act was over, so we had to improvise. Interesting, she says as she puts her hands on my shoulders and guides me down to the floor alongside her. She sits me on her lap and starts playing with my hair with a content expression. It definitely had an effect on Izumi. But enough about her and everyone else. Tell me about what you've been up to. I chuckle, leaning into her touch. It's nice, gentle. Just like when she did the same thing back in middle school. Well, where should I start? She lets out a low hum as she combs my curls. How about you tell me a bit about your villain friends? I'm curious. I smile. Sure, but you have to tell me about your friends too. She nods. I don't have many, pretty much just Yaeorozu. Though I guess her friends are kind of like friend extensions. That's fine. Tell me about them. She flicks my ear. You first, Mr. Rabbit. I chuckle, deciding to start off simply. Well, despite how Shigaraki acted at the USJ, he's actually pretty well put together, if impulsive. He's also a huge game geek and the hero class of 1A stares in silence at the monitor showing a scene on the rooftop, the sound not working for some reason. They've all forgotten about the three on the hero team who have been trying to smash through all the ice blocking their way while they try to find the hostages. Are they seriously cuddling? Ciro asks with a voice full of disbelief. They totally are. And they were sharing a moment before the exercise even started. Toru squeals while her gloves wave around in the air excitedly. They're totally crushing on each other. How long do you think it'll take for them to confess to each other? She turns to her friend and asks the question, only to see her with a thoughtful look on her face instead of the mischievous/excited look she usually has when seeing two people being cute with each other. Hey? Mina? What's wrong? Wah. The pink girl jumps a bit when she feels her friend's hand on her shoulder. She looks around before realizing that everyone else is still staring at the monitor with a variety of looks on their faces. Oh, it's nothing. Toru gives her her best deadpan stare, not that anyone can see it. Girl, if it was anyone in our class having a moment like that, you'd be snapping pictures, trying to hold back squeals, and probably need to be restrained so you don't rush them while yelling about how much you ship them. Oh, come on. I'm not that bad. Mina says indignantly. Toru just lets out a sigh, and Mina can feel the amount of pity in her look. Yes. Yes you are. The alien girl pouts with her arms crossed for a moment before she sighs. Fine, I am. It's just. She gets a complicated look on her face. I want to know about him and Izumi. Toru blinks, having not expected such a reply. Hey? Are you talking about how they're supposedly siblings? Mina lets out a heavy sigh, her arms dropping to hang limply in front of her. Yeah, it's. I need to know. Izumi has told me a lot from her point of view, but I need to hear his side of the story. The invisible girl hums. Well, why don't you just ask him? He's barely acted like a villain since he showed up, so he'll probably answer. Mina groans. It's not that easy. I can't just go, Heya. Can you tell me about how Izumi abused you? Because I think she's changed and you should give her a shot at making amends. There's no way. There's a moment of silence between the two, one that stretches into awkwardness. Mina looks up and sees the set of gloves being unnaturally still. When the invisible girl does speak, it's in a hushed whisper and Mina feels herself pale and a chill goes down her spine. You mean? Izumi is one of the people who gave him those scars. Mina slinches and casts a furtive look around the two of them before letting out a breath of relief at seeing how nobody is paying attention to the two's whispered conversation. She fumbles at the air a bit before she manages to catch Toru's head and bring it close, desperate to make sure nobody overhears. Yes, some of them. But you can't tell anyone. She continues over Toru's sputters of indignation. Look, I don't think it's as simple as either of them seems to believe it is. I mean, come on. Does Izumi seem like the type to treat someone like that? Toru's silent for a moment while she thinks about everything she's seen from Izumi. Reluctantly, she nods. Okay, I see your point. But the evidence is on his fucking skin. How is the situation being complicated an excuse? Mina lets out a heavy breath. It's not. And she knows that. Which is why she's doing everything to stay out of his way. Why do you think neither has even acknowledged the other's existence? She hates herself for what she did. Another moment of silence before Toru replies, slowly, as if testing the words. That, it would explain what happened while we were in the building. Mina looks at her sharply. What? What happened? She doesn't recall anything happening, but then her mind latches onto the most likely possibility, a feeling of dread filling her stomach. Are you talking about when the scream happened? I asked the others and they said it was Midoriya, but the camera's on you and her cut out for some reason. The camera's cut out? Toru asks before shaking her head. No, that makes sense. She lets out a slow breath of air. Okay, so when that scream happened, she had a panic attack. What? Mina shouts unintentionally, drawing attention from a few of their classmates and a jump from Jiro, whose jacks flail at the air for a moment before calming down. After giving them reassurance that everything is fine and claiming that they're just making shipping plans, the class resolutely ignores them. Which honestly hurts Mina's feelings a bit at how easily the two of them are brushed off. She has to mentally remind herself that she wanted them to ignore them, and that they aren't doing it because of how she looks. After a few seconds of mental reassurance she turns back to Toru and continues their whispering session. She had a panic attack? Is she okay? She gives the concerned alien a thumbs up. Yeah, I went through the 5 senses exercise with her and made sure to take her to Hound Dog's office as soon as possible. Mina lets out a sigh of relief, pressing a hand to her rapidly beating heart. That's good to hear. Then she blinks. Wait, you know the 5 senses exercise? Mina, the invisible girl says with a flat voice. I'm invisible. All the time. You don't think I'd have issues? I constantly need to reassure my younger siblings that I'm alive and not actually a ghost haunting my own family. Not to mention that time all the kids at my middle school decided to pretend I didn't exist. Her voice is strained at the end when it trails off and Mina instinctively pulls her friend in for a hug. They stay like that for a moment before she gives a dry chuckle. Well. Looks like the three of us have enough members for a trauma club. Toru snorts, pushing the girl away. Dork. They fall into a more comfortable silence this time, turning their attention to the monitor and watching as the villain and hero student laugh together, seeming like nothing more than two friends catching up after being apart for a long time. I'll help you. Mina side-eyes the spot Toru's standing. I don't believe that Izumi's innocent. But if just hearing that scream sent her into a panic attack. She trails off before sighing. I want the full picture before making my final decision. Mina smiles, bringing her friend in for a one-armed hug. Thank you. Unbeknownst to either, their conversation was not as private as they thought. One of their classmates heard everything, and plans to launch their own investigation. Despite the green-haired boy having been in their class for less than a day, he's been rather easy to get along with. And given that every one of them has seen his scars, they want the truth. My Izu's senses are tingling, Himiko says while staring at the wall of the bar. It just so happens that if one were to go in a direct line where she's looking, they'd reach UA High School. Eri looks up from the chunk of wood she's whittling away at under Himiko's supervision. Mama? Is Papa in trouble? Himiko hums while petting her daughter's hair, who closes her eyes and leans into the touch. Maybe. I know he'll keep his promise not to sleep with anyone, but... She is there. Eri blinks. Who? Himiko looks down at her daughter, a small smile playing at her lips. Who? Eri blinks again and furrows her brows before tilting her head to the side. Who? Himiko lets out an over-exaggerated gasp before scooping the horned girl into her arms and spinning her around above her head. My little unicorn has been turned into an owl. Who has done this vile act of villainy? She pointedly ignores Skyfall pointing out that they're all technically villains, so she's calling herself vile. Eri lets out a shriek of surprise at suddenly being airborne only to let out a laugh moments later. It was Papa. Papa turned me into an owl. Himiko lets out a giggle before she brings her down and rubs her cheek against Eri's hair. Well then, we'll just have to have Papa turn you back into a unicorn then, won't we? Eri's eyes shine as she looks up at her mother. Does that mean we're going to see Papa? Himiko smiles and boops her nose. That's right. It's been a few days since we've seen Papa, so I think we'll have to go visit him tomorrow. Chapter 82, End of the First Day. Almost all of you have failed horribly, Cementos says with a disappointed look on what counts for his face. The third round of the exercise ended with the heroes failing to save the hostages, due to them being unable to find the right room and break through all the ice. What followed that round were the hostage takers and hostages, minus me, becoming the rescuers, and how did they do? They forgot the entire point of the exercise. See, the heroes were supposed to save the hostages without fighting the villains. You know, since that would mean they're engaging in vigilantism and breaking the law. But apparently, the previous batch of arrogant and overall idiotic students set the bar for how the class would go. There were only 5 people who actually managed to avoid fighting with varying degrees of success. Ashido, Hagakure, Jiro, Tsuyu, and Yurika. To be fair to Tokoyami and Yaeorozu, they did try to sneak. But Dark Shadow decided that they wanted to fight and ignored Tokoyama's pleas to stop, and Yaeorozu became collateral to Kaminari letting his quirk go full blast when he got surprised. He should really get an MRI of his brain done. Him shocking his brain enough to go into his way mode, as Jiro calls it, can't be good for him. Actually, why hasn't it already been addressed? Aren't all of the teachers here supposed to be pro-heroes? How has an incredibly clear and alarming issue like this not been addressed? Nothing to do for it until after school, where I'll be dragging him to the nurse's office and demanding an actual full-body medical examination. Recovery girl wants to do the same to me anyways, so it shouldn't matter if I bring an extra person along. Partners in medical experimentation. But for now, I'll just listen to Cementos chew out the students for being blithering idiots who should be made into sandwiches by an angry British man. You were supposed to rescue the hostages, not take down the villains. Ida's hand shoots into the air as he interrupts the teacher. But sir, taking down the villains results in the hostages being rescued. Therefore, should that not be counted as successfully completing the exercise? You'd still be arrested on vigilante charges though. I point out simply, snorting at the aggressively affronted look the glasses-wearing boy sends me. What? You think being correct excuses you from the law? Well, if we were to actually be sent into a situation where we'd need to rescue people, it's more than likely that the hero we're interning under would have given us permission to use our quirks. Especially so considering that we wouldn't be experienced enough to secure the building, villains, or hostages on our own. I nod in agreement at Shoko's analysis and pat her head as a reward. She smiles and leans into the touch while I continue pointing out how the other students are idiots. That is a fair assessment, but that's for an actual, real-life situation. For this scenario it's assumed that your mentor is away or otherwise incapacitated. For example, there's a mass villain attack that they're dealing with and they charge you with helping civilians get away from the danger zone. You come across villains who are taking advantage of the chaos to abduct some influential people to ransom off after everything dies down. As heroes, you should save them. But without permission to fight the villains, you'd have to grab the hostages and run. I look at Cementos and see him with his arms crossed. Anything else to add or did I cover it all? Oh? Now I get to talk. The block of cement asks in a surly tone. Is this guy seriously pouting because I explain things? Not if you don't want to. I say in a cheery voice. I ignore his shout while I turn to the students and raise a finger. The last point that you have to consider is that the villains can always kill or cripple the hostages to buy time for them to get away. Would you be willing to let someone die just so you can deal with the villain? Something to think about. With the exercise probably done and the after-exercise reports done, I decide to take my leave. But it feels like I'd be leaving behind a tense atmosphere if I just up and walked back to the locker room. Which means... hub. I backflip/cartwheel away while the students stare in confusion and the teacher clearly thinking that he doesn't get paid enough for this. I climb into the vent outside the boys' locker room after I change back into the school uniform, waiting for the perfect opportunity to catch my prey. I watch as students pass by below, the senpais of the first years clearly excited for the school day to be over. The first years themselves enter and exit the locker rooms, some loitering around while talking to each other before leaving somewhere else. Most likely the dorms. But eventually, my target exits the locker room, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Jiro leaning against the wall. He waves excitedly as he approaches her. Hey, Jiro. What are you doing still hanging around? He shoots her finger guns. Did your jacks point you towards my electric personality? She snorts dismissively. Already told you Sparky, not interested. I'm just curious about where this is going. Kaminari gets a confused look on his face, his brows furrowing while his head tilts. Where what's going? I take that as my cue and drop down from the vent, shouting a wordless battlecry with my arms and legs bent in the jumping spider jump pose. The I've got you now pose? I'm not actually sure. It's the one where you bend your arms and legs into 90-degree angles and cover as much area as possible when you jump down at someone. Not that my pose particularly matters since the moment I latch myself around the blonde we start falling to the ground and he lets out a yelp of shock at the same time it materializes around him. I lose control of my motor functions and my mouth goes off on its own doing the electrified person sound. Meanwhile, I can hear Jiro laughing her butt off at the two of us. It's actually an interesting situation. The pain of being electrocuted doesn't affect me, but the electricity itself does. Which makes sense given that the brain uses electrical signals to communicate with the body. It also makes me wonder if, with enough practice, he could control someone with his electricity. Send the right signals and he can control anything they do. Oh, looks like he's overloaded. I pick myself up and pull the dopey-faced boy with me, 2 thumbs up twitching in front of him. Seeing his state, I shrug. Well, recovery girl was probably going to need him to be in this state at some point anyways. Now is good enough. Before I can start dragging Kaminari to her office, I'm stopped by an earphone jack shooting in front of me. Hold one there, Green. I'm gonna need you to explain what you're doing. I turn to the violet-haired girl and raise an eyebrow at the cautious look in her eyes. Ah, what's wrong, Jiro? Don't you trust me? You're a villain, she deadpans. Wait. Kaminari says as if in agreement. Or it could be disagreement given how friendly he's been. I stick my tongue out at her. I'm not hearing a no. She lets out a huff. Just answer the question. Didn't ask one, I point out teasingly before shrugging. But didn't you hear me mention recovery girl? Pretty sure that makes it clear that we're going to the infirmary. She raises an eyebrow dubiously, finally lowering her jacks. Why? I stare at her for a moment. I stare at Kaminari, who lets loose another way. I look back at her. I just kind of gesture at the boy vaguely like it should be obvious. Which it should. He fries his brain when he overuses his quirk. Do you not think that's concerning? What if it gives him brain damage? Well, more brain damage. She blinks blankly at me for a moment before frowning thoughtfully. If it could really hurt him like that, then wouldn't his parents have looked into it? Wait. I'm gonna assume that's him saying that they either haven't, or only put in a minimum of effort. Like visiting a quirk analyst and seeing what they say. Which apparently wouldn't have been much since he's still like this. I roll my eyes and start walking, gesturing for her to follow. You would think so, but people tend to be lazy with quirks. Not in training them, but in how they can be used. Unfortunately, this also applies to their negative aspects and how they can be mitigated. She hums with a thoughtful look on her face. That actually makes a lot of sense. I scoff as we turn a corner, the infirmary in sight now. Well, I mean, just look at you. She raises an eyebrow and raises her jacks to point at me. Careful there, Green. That sounded dangerously close to an insult. I wave off the threat easily. Himi is scarier on a good day. Mostly when I tell her that she's drunk enough of my blood and disagrees, but still. I'm just talking about how easy it would be for you to get some sound dampeners that don't interfere with your normal hearing range. Just something that would block or soften sounds that reach a certain threshold. It's not like that hasn't been done before. I keep walking, and it's only when I reach the infirmary door that I look back and see that Jiro's standing way back where we were with her mouth hanging open. I tilt my head and call out to her curiously. Something wrong, Violet? Way. The sudden nickname seems to knock her out of whatever thoughts had her frozen like that, since she shakes her head and speed walks towards the two of us. She grabs my arm and peers into my eyes, which I look back into curiously. Are you serious? I blink and tilt my head again. You mean about the sound dampening stuff? Yeah. I mean. I shrug. It's not like enhanced hearing is anything new, you know? Obviously someone is going to look into support gear to help deal with that. She frowns at me for a moment before letting her head drop back to stare at the ceiling and letting out a groan. Phew. That would have been so helpful growing up. I shake my head and push open the door. I step inside as I wag a finger at her. See what I mean? Quirk obsession blocks basic stuff like that from entering people's minds. Which is why we're getting Kaminari checked out. What exactly do you need me to check? I turn to look at recovery girl and give a small wave. Hey there, violent old lady. I ignore the smack she gives to my leg, which only proves my point. I jerk my thumb over at Kaminari. We want you to see if Kaminari overusing his quirk damages his brain. She looks at the blonde's condition and nods her head easily. It wouldn't be the first time someone has crippled themselves with their quirk. Anything else? I nod. Yep. Aizawa wants you to put your hand up my butt. Chapter 83, Dorms. I can't believe you told her that. Kaminari shouts with a shocked laugh as we walk to the dorm building for Class 1A together. Jiro isn't with us, courtesy of noping the heck out of the infirmary after I told recovery girl what Aizawa wanted her to do to me. She didn't believe me, of course, and said that she'd be more than happy to do an X-ray instead. Which didn't work out very well since I injected lead into my bones after the last time I died. Do I care about the incredible likelihood that I have lead poisoning because of this? Not at all. From what I remember, it mainly causes a bunch of debilitating pain in different parts of the body. Since I don't feel pain, I'm basically immune. It's not like it affects memory or anything important. Anyway, since the X-ray didn't work, she asked me why exactly Aizawa wanted a cavity search, the more boring way to say it. I mentioned that I hid a knife up there before I showed up at the sports festival. She didn't believe me, and, well, the end result is that I did not have a little old lady putting her hand inside my butt. Which is a shame for UA since I did in fact put more than a single knife up there. Which is probably where I got the one I was waving around before the exercise, now that I think of it. But I still don't remember actually grabbing it. Whatever. I told recovery girl what Aizawa wanted, she refused. It's not my problem anymore. Well, technically it is. Sort of. The part where I have a knife isn't my problem, at least. That's a problem for the faculty and students. I shake the thoughts from my head. The point is, since I didn't get any dubious form of sexual gratification, not that I'm actually attracted to recovery girl, I have my limits, I ended up just lazing around while waiting for Kaminari to wake up. Why did I wait for him to wake up? Because I don't know where the dorms are. I spent all my time between the sports festival and now stuck in the prison/isolated infirmary located within the bowels of UA, so I actually don't know my way around the school yet. Sure, I knew where the infirmary was well enough to get there from the locker room, but that's only because I got lost and ended up there 3 times while looking for the classroom. Guide me well, Kaminachiko. Where did that come from? I chuckle at his reaction, putting my hands behind my head while we walk. So what are the dorms like? Chaotic? Boring? Did someone put a satanic ritual circle in the basement? Kaminari rolls his eyes at my ignoring of his exclamation but answers all the same. It's pretty cool. Kota has a pet bunny that he'll let us pet as long as he's around to supervise, and Sato is always baking stuff. I start rubbing my chin. Roasted rabbit sandwich. Dude, no. That's fucked up on so many levels. Only if you feed it to the owner. I counter with a raised finger. Seeing the horrified look still not leaving his face, I roll my eyes and gesture down at myself. Besides, villain. You know, doing cruel and unusual things just because I want to? Depending on how dramatic the nearby heroes are, I would be the very incarnation of evil. He just rolls his eyes and waves me off. Dude, there's a big difference between villain and what you said. I huff at him and cross my arms before looking away. It's not like I was actually going to cook and eat his pet. I think about it for a moment. Unless I end up hating them. Or I'm hungry. Or there's a bet. A dare? Maybe for a dare, depending on if I'm on a streak or not. I look back at the blonde boy and see him deadpanning at me. The sad part is that I can't tell if you're joking or serious. I chuckle before sticking my tongue out at him. The world may never know. But the world sucks, so I don't really care. He stares at me for a moment as we come to a stop in front of a large brown building before throwing his hands up and walking to the doors. You know what, I think that's enough of that for me today. I snort and follow him, barking out a laugh when he shoves the doors wide open and shouts while striding inside. Careful, everyone. Crazy coming in hot. I appreciate the compliment, but you aren't my type. You couldn't handle me. He rebuts without turning back, continuing his journey to the stairs located in the back of the lobby. The first floor of the dorm building is essentially a really large studio apartment, living room directly to the left of the entrance, followed by the dining area sandwiched between it and the kitchen. There aren't many students around at the moment, just the girls from what I can tell. Let's see. Mina Ashido, Tsuyu Ajui, Okako Yurika, Kyokajiro, Momo Yeiorozu, Toru Hagakure, and her. Other than Dark Shadow, who is stuck with Tokoyami, and Shoko, that accounts for all of them. Probably having a girls' night, or whatever it is a group of girls do together without any boys around. I just realized that the closest I've ever had to a guys' night with the Lovi is pulling an all-nighter to game with Shiggy. Anyways, since I am decidedly male, I ignore them and walk towards the stairs to hunt for my room. Since I've been told nothing about its location, that means I'll be knocking on each and every door and antagonizing the occupants. I wonder if I can get Kaken expelled for attacking me? I mean, he's been trying all day and nobody has said anything, so probably not. Just as I put a foot on the first step though, I'm suddenly rammed by a dark shape crowing to the world. Freedom! Caw bitches! America! I shout while flying back. Then I'm back outside on the path leading into the dorms, staring up at the sky. Welp! I guess I'll die then. Mood. I glance over and see a tired-looking boy with violet mad scientist hair staring at me with tired confusion. Why'd you get launched out of the building? I shrug, not bothering to get up. For freedom. He just stares at me silently for a moment. His eyes close in a slow, desynchronized blink as he contemplates my not at all confusing answer. I mean, what would be confusing about freedom? He opens his mouth to say something, but gets interrupted when a dark streak shoots out of the still open dorm doors and hovers over me. Oh crap! Sorry 'bout that, Segi. I was too excited and didn't realize there was anybody on the stairs. I wave a hand to dismiss Dark Shadow's concerns. It's fine, I'm not hurt or anything. Also, obligatory kinky comment. I blink as my words cause a thought to pop into my head, and it's out of my mouth before I can even bother to try and think it through. Along with several others. Do you have reproductive organs? Can you separate from Tokoyami for any length of time? If you don't have reproductive organs, would you gain them in the theoretical separation? Would you grow legs too or float or fly like a bird? Do you want reproductive organs? You seem to be able to alter your shape to some extent, so could you add them or take them away as you want? If you eat something, does your body need to convert it to waste? Or does every part of whatever you eat get turned into nutrients and transferred to Tokoyami? Does his body take the nutrients your body would need to grow more powerful? Is your bird form because of the mutation that turned his head into that of a bird? Or is his bird head the result of you taking a bird form? What about? Caw bitch! My mutter storm is abruptly cut off due to Dark Shadow's sudden screech, and she prevents any possibility of me resuming said mutter storm by wrapping herself around my entire body and dragging me back inside the building, the doors closing behind us with an ominous thud. What the hell? Hitachi Shinso stands outside the dorm building that holds the hero students for 1A when he says these words. This building isn't his destination though, he'd just been passing by on his way to his own dorm after leaving one of UA's gyms. Eraserhead the Eraserhead, is having him build up his muscles before he starts personally training him. And then some guy with green hair came flying out of the building, the bird quirk he saw in the finals followed him, the guy started talking sheesh, probably way more than a mile a minute, then the bird gave an unholy screech and dragged him back into the building. So he repeats, what the hell should I tell someone? He stares at the closed doors for a moment, contemplating whether or not this is something that needs to be reported. He stays like that for a few minutes, and when he doesn't hear any screams of pain, terror, etc., he shrugs and continues on his way to his own dorm. I'm too tired for this shit. I need more coffee. Nearby, unbeknownst to the Gen Ed student, a girl with long dual-colored hair watches through a pair of binoculars while holding a stereotypical listening device, a heavy set of headphones covering her ears to transmit his words. When he starts walking, she quickly hooks the microphone portion to her belt and lowers the headphones. I knew it, Shoko Todoroki says as she pulls out a notebook that was tucked into her waistband. Unlike her longtime friend, she lacks the ability to seemingly pull them from thin air and make them vanish. But that doesn't bother her, she's sure their children will be able to do the same thing as their father. She forcefully shakes her head to dispel those thoughts. Bad Shoko. Investigation now, motherhood planning later. She flips through the notebook until she gets to a page with a poor rendition of Shinso, the 2 pages after it filled with the evidence she's found. Tired, like Aizawa-sensei. Coffee addiction, like Aizawa-sensei. They spend time together after school. She nods her head, happy with what she's observed today. She looks at her dorm building, hesitating for a moment before sighing heavily and moving to continue following the indigo-haired boy. Izuku gives his all to analyzing quirks. How can I be his future wife if I don't give it my all to ensuring everyone knows that Hitachi Shinso is Aizawa-sensei's secret love child? Chapter 84, Girl Talk. Well. This is inconvenient. Sure, it's not the first time I've been blind and tied, but it is the first time when I've only known the girl a day. And usually Himi is on standby with all the other stuff for us all to have a fun night. Still, I was hoping to at least see where I'd be sleeping before getting into any more shenanigans. Yet here I am, trapped within the boundless darkness of a female form, unable to pull myself free. Buried to the greatest degree I've ever known, there was that one time Himi and I got curious about why people were interested in that thing called vor. It worked well to test both of our quirks, but neither of us could really see the appeal of it when applied to sexual interest. Anyways, to list off my current situation, dark shadow is wrapped tightly around me, I can't see, I can't move, and it doesn't seem like she's going to let me go anytime soon. My usual go-to options for being restrained? Firstly, I could suffocate and die, not feasible since the human body naturally attempts to breathe after losing consciousness. If Dark Shadow's body prevented or stifled the flow of air, then there would at least be a chance. But interestingly enough, there's no disruption of any sort. It does mean I can't traumatize her and whoever's around though. Secondly, I could snap my neck and die, also not feasible, since I physically can't move any part of my body. Which really sucks since I worked hard on learning how to snap my neck with no help. Like, people wouldn't believe how hard it is to twist and jerk your head hard enough in just the right way that you die instead of just becoming paralyzed. Especially with no hands. My final option would be, to take a nap. Dark Shadow's body is actually really comfortable. Not as comfortable as I would be snuggling with Himi, but more comfortable than an empty bed. And since I'm not sure how long she's going to keep me like this. Nap time. It would be rude to sleep with a girl and not say anything though. Thankfully I can move my mouth. You're very snuggly, so I'm gonna take a nap. And now, I sleeps. The girls of 1A are used to their class antics at this point, considering that they all live in the same dorm system. So seeing someone get sent flying out the front doors isn't enough to get them to react beyond some mild concern. By the time they get up to go check on them, Dark Shadow is shooting back inside the building coiled around something and joins their group. Hey girls! She chirps at them. Fumi said that he's going to try and let me act on my own more, so I can finally join girl talk with you all. Her clenched claws are shaking next to her beak in excitement at the prospect, and the girls can understand that. It's always nice to get together to talk and unwind. Well, the ones that aren't distracted by the size of whatever she's holding. The ones who are, stare at the coiled part of the girl curiously. not that we're not excited, but what you got there? The quirk girl stares at Mina for a moment before abruptly going to the kitchen. The rest of them share confused glances at the unexpected action, as well as the rummaging sounds that come from it. Just as suddenly as she left though, she returns, holding a drink in her hand. She looks at Mina expectantly. Okay, go again. I'm ready this time. The pink girl stares at the dark girl blankly, causing the shadow to pout at her. Before she can say anything about it though, Sue decided to accede to her request. What do you have there, Kuro? Dark shadow glances down to the drink in her hand before glancing back up to the frog girl. A smoothie. Silence reigns in the group as they collectively deadpan at her. She stares back, unfazed by their judgment at the centuries-old meme that has somehow managed to persist into the modern era. She takes a sip of the smoothie in question, the slurping of the straw seeming unnaturally loud in the quiet. Then Izumi blinks and points at it. Wait, isn't that Bagu's smoothie? Slurp yep. You know he's going to kill you for stealing his drink, right? Slurp Nat, I've got a plan. I am curious as to how you intend to avoid his wrath. Would you care to share? Momo asks with a raised eyebrow. Slurp well, if he bothers to ask, I'll just say that Segi took it. He already hates him and keeps trying to attack him anyways, so it's not like anything would change. Slurp and we all saw how he laughed when Bakugo knocked himself out, so I'm pretty sure he would have done something like that anyways. Toru raises her hand, which everyone can only tell by the fact her sleeve is now pointing upwards. Isn't blaming the villain for something he didn't do going to make him mad though? And I can't be the only one who thinks that would be a bad idea. Slurp Dark Shadow shrugs. Probably. But that's why I'm going to ask him after he wakes up. Wakes up? Did you knock him out? Eureka questions the bird in shock. Slurp nope. He fell asleep. He said that I'm snuggly so he was gonna take a nap. She looks down bashfully at this, and her audience are sure that if it was possible, she'd be blushing. Collectively, the girls choose to pointedly ignore that and return to their seats. Though they don't return to their previous topic, the sheer absurdity of listening to Dark Shadow having made them completely forget what they'd been talking about. But she's also brought up a new topic to replace it. You all know I say what's on my mind, Kuro. So what do you think of Midosegi? Because I think he's interesting. They exchange glances at Sue's question, and the responses are uncertain. He seems like the kind of guy I'd love to party with, but he's a villain. Mina says with her face screwed up in a complicated frown. He's a man who has many secrets hidden within his inner darkness, ones that I shall unearth. Dark Shadow claims excitedly with a wave of her pilfered beverage before taking another drink and letting out a satisfied exhale. Also, his hair is basically a nest, and I've laid claim to it. Hey, Kurogiri. The misty man doesn't pause his cleaning of a tall glass cup as he replies. Yes, Toga. Can you open a portal to UA? I suddenly feel the need to stab a bitch. Apologies, but they've obtained defenses that prevent me from opening any warp gates onto the premises. The stab-happy girl looks at where Skyfall is playing video games with Tomura, causing the girl to shudder apprehensively. She looks around for the source, letting out an eep of surprise and rolling under the booth's table, which also causes both her and Tomura's characters to die. He lets out an angry groan and turns to scowl at Toga, but upon seeing her face he resolutely turns back to his game. Nope. Fuck that shit. Seemingly to not even see the leader of the Lovi, she continues to stare at Skyfall with wide, empty eyes. Could you drop Sky from orbit to flatten a bitch? Apologies, but Midosegi is there at the moment, and I doubt he would appreciate such an abrupt end to his fun. She hums noncommittally, causing the bartender to sigh. You will be visiting him tomorrow, will you not? You would be unable to do this if the school was no longer left standing. She stays silent for a few minutes before finally letting out a frustrated sigh and flopping defeatedly over the bar. Fie-yin. Dark Shadow feels a shiver go through her body, and an appreciation for life suddenly fills her. She has no idea why, but it feels like she came very close to death just then. Unaware of the quirk girl's confusion, Toru gives her opinion. He's way too considerate for a villain. I want to know more about him. Unbeknownst to most of the group, the invisible girl is staring directly at Izumi when she says this. Kyoka's stare isn't nearly as hidden or benign. Yet, why don't you share what he was like, Yagi? Izumi winces at the use of her last name. After the USJ, the girls had all decided that they were on a first-name basis, given they'd all survived a life-and-death situation together. The fact that the punk rock girl isn't using hers now is. I mean, you are his sister. Which means that you should know him best. So how about you tell us? It's clear to the other girls that Kyoka isn't happy with the resident telekinetic, but they have no idea why. With the exceptions of Toru and Mina, who share winces as they realize she'd overheard them talking during the exercise. Izumi herself says nothing, simply lowering her head and looking down. Kyoka maintains her accusatory stare while the others get uncomfortable looks on their faces. Though Dark Shadow just finishes off her drink as she watches the drama unfold, unaware that this isn't typically what girl talk entails. With the silence stretching far past uncomfortable, Okako decides to act like the hero she wants to be and rescue the situation. He's super weird. She all but shouts, startling those around her as she throws her hands in the air. I mean, he saved me during the entrance exam, and he gave me some good advice to use against Bakugo so that I could make it to the second round of the tournament, so I thought that he was a good guy. But he's admitted to killing people. Why would he help me, an aspiring hero, but then start a fight at the sports festival? She lets herself flop backwards across the chair's backrest, letting out a heavy sigh. I just have no idea what to think about him. She looks at the other girls without moving her head. Did you know I thought he had a ghost quirk? But if he's a part of the League of Villains, it kind of makes sense how he was able to get away after he destroyed the zero-pointer. Hold up, Mina blinks at the mochi-loving girl for a moment. You're saying that guy destroyed a zero-pointer? How? Went inside and blew it up, she replies easily. Told me his name was Bigius Dicus. There are snorts of surprised laughter at the sudden reveal of his fake name, quickly stifled. Even Izumi has to hold back a laugh, given she heard about Bigius Dicus back on the first day along with Mina and Toru. Now that they all know that the person in question did not die, it's okay to laugh at the name. Even if Izumi doesn't know how to act with him. But with Okako's opinion known, the girls turn to stare at the last person to share. Momo taps her cheek with a finger as she thinks about what to say. Because unlike most of them, she had met the boy previously, in less than ideal circumstances. Eventually though, she does settle on what to say. We essentially became text friends back before I started attending UA, along with his partner. Of course, after the USJ I cut off contact, given he'd attacked us. She blinks as she realizes something and rapidly shakes her hands in front of herself. I swear I didn't give him any information about our class though. I wasn't even aware of what we were doing that day. Please believe me when I say I had no knowledge of what was going to happen. The girls work to calm the heiress, reassuring her that they don't think she was responsible. Kyoka is her biggest supporter, given she was transported to the same area as her and saw how hard she fought. Breathing a sigh of relief, she continues. Anyways, he helped me learn how to construct guns and bullets using my quirk, as well as provided advice on kidnapping. Which was rather useful on several different occasions. What? The rich girl simply tilts her head at everyone else's exclamations. What? Chapter 85, Internship Offers. This is rather unexpected, Principal Nizu says before taking a sip of tea, peering at his guests over the rim. He places the cup down without a sound before folding his paws on top of his desk. Typically, it is UA that informs the hero if the student they offered an internship to accepts. So having all of you suddenly showing up yourselves is an unusual occurrence. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, huffs disdainfully. Having a villain attending a hero school is also an unusual occurrence. It should not come as a surprise that we would wish to see the situation for ourselves. Mirko, the current number 9, snorts at the way he phrases it. Ha! Let's just call it like it is. She leans forward with her elbows on her knees and her hands hanging limp between them. Since Mitosagi is enrolled in the hero course, he can get internship offers. I want him, and since these guys are here I'd bet they do too. She jerks her head towards the other 3 visitors sitting across from Nizu. Gran Torino, the retired mentor of All Might, lets out a loud laugh at the rabbit hero's blunt assessment. Of course I am. Bastard that he is, Yagi never told me he had a son. Talked about his daughter for hours, but young Izuku? Not a peep. Obviously I want to get to know him. I wouldn't be so sure, Sir Nightai, All Might's former sidekick says as he adjusts his glasses. As you said, Toshinori never mentioned anything about a son, but spoke at length about his daughter. As such, we should treat his claims of being related to the symbol of peace with scrutiny. Nizu shakes his head while holding back a sigh at the man's denial. I can assure you, Sir Nightai. The boy is All Might's son. All records, as well as All Might's own admission, leave no doubt of that. Nightai scoffs, leaning back as he crosses his arms. And yet no blood test has been conducted. He raises an eyebrow at the principal. That seems more than a little suspicious, I hope you understand. Endeavor grunts. I agree on that point, but my daughter attended school with both the boy and his sister. I was there when All Might was confronted about what happened to him when the boy was presumed dead, and he clearly stated that he is his son. Gran Torino whacks Nightai's leg with his cane, earning a hiss of pain from the man. Stop being daft, you brat. Yagi is an idiot who feels that being the symbol of peace is the most important thing in the world. Do you think a man like that would let people find out that he has a quirkless son? Nightai's lips press together into a thin line, not a sound escaping him. He knows that the news would shake society's faith in their pillar. The prejudice against quirkless people is deep-rooted and widespread enough that it's possible that All Might would lose his spot as the number 1 hero. It would embolden villains across the country, leading to an unprecedented rise in criminal activity. If it's true that Mitosagi is both quirkless and his son, then it would have needed to remain a secret for All Might to remain the symbol of peace. That doesn't mean he has to believe it though. Especially regarding all the terrible things Mitosagi claimed had happened to him while All Might looked the other way. Dude has his head so far up All Might's ass that he can't see anything else. Mirko waves Gran Torino's pointed question aside with a casual insult. But we got sidetracked. She looks back at Nizu while leaning back in her chair. What do I have to do to get them as an intern? Hey now, I was here first. Gran Torino glares at the female hero. Respect your elders and let me get to know my godson. Given my daughter already has experience in dealing with the boy, it would make much more sense for the 2 of them to intern with me. Endeavor counteracts with a reasonable statement. But I can see into the boy's future to ensure he does not cause any trouble during the week. Nightai pitches in with his just as reasonable justification. The HPSC said I get dibs. Mirko smirks, getting glares from the men. What? Got a problem with that? I'll kick all your asses. They seem to forget that Nizu is there. After that, each of the pro heroes argue as to why they're best suited to take Mitosagi in as an intern for the week, as well as why the others are less suited to the task. The moment that Nightai dismisses Mirko as a brainless barbarian is the moment it devolves from an argument, into the 4 of them trading insults. Bitch, please. Like you have any right to call other people brainless. You take months to get the smallest bit of proof that someone's a villain. My agency primarily targets organizations, while you simply hop around your patrol route looking for somebody to kick. Ha! You're just jealous that I'm young enough that I can patrol. Where's your cane, old man? Gran Torino takes offense to that insult, even though it's aimed at Nightai. Disrespectful brat. I may be old, but I can still give the three of you young uns the beating your mothers never did. Endeavor has to hold himself back from asking if things like that are more commonplace than his family's therapist made them out to be. He does not believe it would go over well with the assembled crowd. So, instead, he simply scowls at the three with an imperious expression. One that attracts the ire of the less flammable hothead. You think you can sit there and things will work out for you? Like hell you're getting the brat. You can't even get a better rank. Endeavor feels a vein pop out on his forehead at the rabbit hero pointing out the one thing that will frustrate him no matter what. Please, he sneers, you would not be nearly so high in rank if it were not for the filthy degenerates who worship the female form. Mirko gives the man a lopsided smirk. Oh, so you're gay? That explains why you're always staring at All Might whenever the two of you are in the same place. The sudden attack on the number 2 hero's sexuality is enough to get the sidekick and retired pro to stop their own bickering and gape at the number 9. And then Gran Torino bursts into loud guffaws of laughter. Even Sir Nightai isn't immune to the smooth turnaround, snickering at the man. Endeavor, meanwhile, maintains an undecipherable stare at the smirking Mirko. It takes a bit of time for the laughing heroes to calm down, but when they do they notice that the temperature seems to be rising. They look at the flame hero and see the lines crossing his costumed chest steadily growing brighter. Mirko doesn't falter though, continuing to meet the man's gaze without flinching even as sweat clearly drips from her face. And of course Nizu, who has been watching the chaos with clear enjoyment, is pleased with the excellent timing his new visitor has to prevent another destructive fight from breaking out at one of his meetings and destroying the room. He clicks the button on his desk and the door swings open before the person can knock. To the surprise of those gathered but none so more than Endeavor, Shoko Todoroki walks in. Dragging a fully encased in ice Katsuki Bakugu, a snarl of rage frozen on his face and a manic glint in his eyes. To the heroes, it looks like he was frozen mid-attack. Ah, Miss Todoroki. Would you care to explain what you are doing here with your frozen unpleasant classmate? The girl nods without changing expression. He tried to attack Izuku again, so I decided that it would be easier if he was kept in ice all day instead of trying to stop the constant attempts throughout the day. The principal nods understandingly while Endeavor suddenly looks very, very tired. I see, I see. And what did Aizawa have to say about your actions? He said that heroes do the right thing, not the easy thing, Shoko says immediately. But in this case the easy thing was the right thing, so I don't think that applies. She looks at the frozen student, and seeing the ice beginning to crack again, places her hand on it to apply a fresh layer to prevent his escape. Though I do find it inconvenient that he's physically strong enough to break out of my ice even without his explosions. It's rather perplexing. It would be easier if she could make it thicker, but then he might get permanent damage. Not that she cares, but dealing with the backlash would be inconvenient. Nizu looks at Endeavor, who sighs in acceptance, before turning to his other guests. If the three of you wouldn't mind stepping out for a bit, we could continue this discussion at a later time. Mirko shrugs, Nightai scowls, and Gran Torino lets out a huff of air. But the three do get to their feet and exit, leaving Endeavor and the Nizu behind to try and explain to Shoko that while understandable she cannot freeze her classmates outside of combat exercises. Nightai doesn't even glance at the other two before he's striding through the halls towards the exit. They can practically hear his mental shout of "I'll be back." They exchange glances, and both gain mischievous smirks on their faces. You know, the rat never said we had to leave. Gran Torino nods in agreement. You're right there, young un. If we left, how would we know when he's ready to talk to us again? Mirko looks up at the ceiling and taps her chin. There aren't any seats out here for us to wait in, so we should probably go look for a place to wait. Gran Torino smirks. I used to be a teacher here, so I should be able to take us to the teacher's lounge. Of course, it's been so long that I might just get us lost and wind up at the kids' classroom instead. Oh no. That is definitely not what we want to happen, Mirko says in a monotone. They stare at each other for a few moments before clasping hands and showing off wide smiles. With a pep in their steps, the two start their journey through the halls of UA to the teacher's lounge. It appears we are lost, Mirko deadpans in a loud and stilted monotone while outside the large door leading into one of the first year's heroics classrooms. It does seem like that is the truth, Gran Torino deadpans back with an equally stilted monotone. But we can surely ask those inside this completely random room where we can find our destination. You are a wise old man. The people through this door can certainly help us. Despite being behind the older hero, Mirko is the one to open the door. She is not the one to react first after hearing a shout from inside the room. Yeet, the glowing child. Gran Torino jumps into the air just in time to catch a small girl wearing a red dress over a white, long-sleeved button-up. And like the voice said, the child is indeed glowing from the horn on the right side of her forehead, just in front of her long silver hair. But before he can question what's going on, he too becomes engulfed in light. Chapter 86, A Visitor. Tay. Kakin tries to attack me the moment he walks in the door, which I suppose I should have expected given we hadn't seen each other after he knocked himself out during the exercise. Honestly, I didn't see anyone after falling asleep inside dark shadows, arms? Coil? Body? That one has slightly sexual connotations attached to it, but it's also the closest descriptor that fits. Anyways, I fell asleep while buried in the depths of darkness, and woke up inside the classroom. What happened between now and then? No idea. There seems to be some conflict within the female dynamic of students, though. At least if the tense atmosphere and occasional narrowed eyes are anything to go by. Tokoyami is also putting out maximum awkward energy, probably due to the fact that his daughter impulsively slept with a villain. Let's put myself in his shoes. Oh, wow. I didn't even get to see who it was before they were an unrecognizable pile of viscera. Eri shall remain pure forever. Good thing he's more embarrassed than angry. But wouldn't it be considered a case of bad parenting for him not to get upset? Or is it a case of him being pro-equality, and he's proud of Dark Shadow like he would be proud of his son in the same situation? Oh wait, I was paying attention to something. Aizawa sighs. Todoroki, why? The Fire and Frost user tilts her head at the absurd question. Keeping him frozen all day will be easier than constantly trying to stop him from attacking Izuku. Heroes do things the right way, not the easy way. Her head tilts the other way. Isn't the right way and the easy way the same here, though? Go to the principal's office. Take Bakugo with you. She blinks at him before letting out a long-suffering sigh. Okay. She puts her hands on the ice, but frowns when she sees the cracks in it. She refreezes it before turning to look at me. I shoot her a smile and a thumbs up, causing her to blush and smile. Worth it. After she leaves with the world's angriest ice sculpture, Aizawa starts the class. Don't forget that I need your decisions on who you plan to intern with by the end of the day tomorrow. You have self-study right now, so make use of this time to come to a decision. I'm going to take a nap. I stare as he pulls out a sleeping bag and does indeed go to sleep. I continue to stare for another minute before turning back to stare at the students to see how they react. I thought that yesterday was an exception, but they're acting like this is completely normal. I tap Lady Kermit's desk to get her attention, then point to the caterpillar man snoozing away. This happen a lot around here. Her shoulders move slightly up and down in a small shrug accompanied by her head dipping slightly in the smallest nod. You get used to it. I frown. How is he a teacher? Getting another shrug, I sigh before perking up. Oh well. Who are you planning to intern with? She stares at me unblinkingly, so I accept her challenge and refuse to blink first. I'm not sure how long we stay like that, but at some point we gathered an audience. You got this, Sue. Don't back down. Male supremacy. Dude. That came out wrong. Staring contests are manly. No one can tell who will win, who will walk away from this legendary battle of optical combat alive. But is it victory that both sides wish to achieve? Or simply the thrill of the fight? The world may never know, but one thing is for certain, this contest of wills shall go down in history as sneak attack. I react on instinct to the sudden shout. I shoot to my feet so fast that my chair goes flying, my arms shooting out above me to intercept the small form falling from the vent and wielding a knife. I catch them around the waist, but that still leaves their arms free to bring the knife down in a stab towards my eyes. Instead of allowing the attack to go through, I twist my arms until they're upside down. Then I let go with one hand and move it so I can keep spinning them, completing a full 360-degree spin. And I keep going. Before they know it, my assailant is spinning like a helicopter blade, an analogy I build into by carefully raising them above my head while they spin. Feel the power of the Usagi whirl. My unrelenting assault forces my tiny assassin to squeal and beg for mercy. Papa. Too fast. I'm gonna hurl. Hurl, child. Hurl. Become my weapon of mass destruction. Meow. I cry out in fake pain when I feel someone chop the back of my head. Bad rabbit. Put her down. I pout at the frog even while I slow my arms. Fiain. The small attempted killer is brought to a gentle stop in my arms before I carefully lower them to touch down on the ground where they stumble side to side unsteadily. Hello, little unicorn. May I ask why you attempted to murderize my eyeballs unprovoked? The students stare at the silver-haired child with their mouths hanging open while she shakes her head to try and clear her dizziness. After steadying herself, she looks up at me and plants her fists on her hips, one of them still holding a large knife. It was provoked. You turned me into an owl. I nod while ignoring the peanut gallery's confusion. Makes sense. So you were trying to cleanse the curse by destroying the source. Her brows furrow as she tries to parse through unfamiliar words, so I simplify it. If you kill me, you turn back into a unicorn. She brightens up and nods her head happily while pointing her knife at the ceiling. That's right. Warrior Princess Owl shall return to being Warrior Princess Unicorn once you are dead. I let an arrogant smirk cross my face before launching into an evil laugh followed by a villain monologue with my arms held out to the side, fingers curled. Mwahahaha. Foolish warrior princess. You can only return to your unicornness by defeating the source of your curse. And it is not I who you must face. Her eyes widen and she points the knife at me with burning fury. Who must I kill? The source of your curse is your vegetables. The only way to turn back into a unicorn is to consume all that is placed upon your plate. The knife falls from suddenly numb fingers as she stares at me in horror. No, no. You're lying. I hold the back of my hand to my mouth while giving a noblewoman's laugh. Ho 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 ho. I do not lie, warrior princess. Consuming your vegetables shall not only lead you to freedom, but also an increase in your power. Her head tilts to the side. Hey. I crouch down and put my hands on my knees. Eating your vegetables will make you grow up big and strong. Her head tilts to the other side. But isn't that what weapons are for? I raise a finger as I explain. Yes, but eating your vegetables will make it so you can stab people harder and faster, which will make it easier to kill them. She gets a thoughtful look on her face. So if I eat my vegetables, I'll be able to kill you one day. I chuckle and reach out to ruffle her hair behind her horn. That's right. But don't forget, you'll also have to keep up with your training. It's a process where you aren't allowed to skip any steps. She nods and clenches her fists in front of herself while her eyes shine with determination. I understand. I'll grow up big and strong so that I can defeat you one day. I laugh. Good, good. As a reward, I shall use my unfathomable power to return you to your natural state. I reach out with the hand not patting her head and, boop the snoot. You are now a unicorn once more. She beams at me before hopping in place from joy. Yay! I'm a unicorn again. I chuckle at her exuberance, getting lost in the moment. But then I'm reminded that we aren't alone. Those steeped in the deepest darkness have the potential to blaze as the brightest light. Translation: that was kawaii as fuck yo. I look over and see both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow looking at us with relaxed expressions and smiles on their faces. As are a few of the others, though a number of them have complicated or disturbed looks on their faces. I guess it was cute, you know, if you're into that sort of stuff. Jiro says nonchalantly with her head turned away and twirling one of her jacks, but I can see her shooting glances at us from the corner of her eye. Are we going to talk about the fact that a little girl dropped down from the ceiling and tried to stab the villain? Sato asks with his hand raised. Kaminari shrugs. I mean, she didn't actually stab him, and they know each other, so it's probably fine. But then that leads to the question of how she managed to get here, Yaoyorozu points out with furrowed brows and a contemplative frown. Who cares, she's adorable. Ashido shouts with gleaming eyes, followed by Hagakure's excited movements. Yet. Adorableness gets her a free pass to whatever she wants. Ida adjusts his glasses with a frown before raising his foot to take a step forward, reaching a hand towards her. Regardless of this child's situation, the fact of the matter is that she should not be in such close proximity to a villain. I glare at the idiot with enough hostility that he freezes, even before I flick my hand and point my knife at him. I am more than happy to stab a bitch if you ow. I blink the instinctive tears out of my eyes and look down at the girl in front of me. Or more accurately, the small frying pan in her small hands. She points it at me threateningly while those closest to her take a cautious step back. No cursing. Mama says it's a corrupting influence. I chuckle and pick her up, planting her on my hip so that I can use one hand to straighten my broken nose. Normally, yes, but Himi gave me a cursing allowance. I'm allowed to curse up to 5 times a week. Her eyes narrow at me suspiciously, and I'm surprised to see what looks like a spark come off of her horn. What number was that? I look away and whistle innocently. A glance back at her shows that it's not working, so I sigh in resignation. I'm pretty sure it's number 4, but I kind of lost count. She crosses her arms and pouts at me. No more cursing this week. Mama's rules. I pout at her, and then the glasses-wearing idiot decides to make a grab for her. The engines on his legs flare and he shoots forward with his arm outstretched to take her from me almost faster than I can react. Stupid speed quirks. I do manage to twist so that he'll miss, but he's still going to end up crashing into us because he somehow thinks that speed and classroom go together. Thankfully, before that can happen, Dark Shadow is in front of him with her arms extended. Back the car off. Ida crashes into the sentient quirk, who wraps her arms around him even as she's forced back, nearly crashing into us. She doesn't, but it's a close call. She lets out a sigh of relief and looks over her shoulder at us. You too good. I smile at her and open my mouth to answer, but before I can, Eri screams and her horn starts to glow. My eyes widen in shock, because this is the first time I've seen her quirk activate in the entire time she's been with the Lovi. And the only thing I've managed to get her to say about it is that it made Daddy disappear. She refused to talk the rest of the day after telling me that. So, with the knowledge that her quirk is dangerous and has managed to traumatize her, I do the only sensible thing I can think of. Yeet the glowing child. I shout as I twist and throw her towards the door, which is clear of any potential victims. But as if the universe itself has conspired to tell me and Eri to suffer, at the same moment, it opens. Eri most likely lands on whoever it is that was coming in, and I have to cover my eyes from a sudden flare of light, accompanied by the voice of someone who should have been supervising my daughter's first school visit. You problem children couldn't go a single period without causing trouble. Asks the clearly incompetent teacher, his eyes glowing and hair floating as he stares at the light, causing it to die down almost immediately. And what's revealed is Chapter 87, Aries Quirk. I blink at the unexpected sight that's revealed once the blinding light vanishes. I look at Aerie. I look at the man holding Aerie. That seems fine, I threw her at him and he caught her. That's perfectly natural. And you know what else is natural? The man holding my daughter. Au naturel, that is. Pervert. I shout as I kick myself toward the creepy naked man holding Aerie in his arms. Wait, he has a cape. Why is he only wearing a cape? Who does he think he is, Midnight? With a knife in hand I roll forward to dodge under Eraserhead's capture weapon, coming up in a lunge with my knife aimed at the one spot every naked man should fear. While I've been launching myself at the man in a completely reasonable bout of justified protective rage, something long and pink is being launched at my daughter. Not that I'm overly concerned about that occurrence, mysterious classroom tentacles definitely have better morals than people. During all of this, the naked man is simply standing there like he has nothing to fear. He's even cocky enough to pretend that he's super confused and has no idea what's going on. But I know that behind that absolutely baffled expression on his black butterfly mask are eyes full of arrogant self-assuredness. Oh, and Mirko is standing behind him too? Several things happen in quick succession. I give Mirko a small wave while the tentacle wraps around Aerie. The man's eyes seem to widen as he finally understands what's going on and his feet start lifting off the ground with absolutely no build-up. Aerie gets yanked out of the pervert's arms, Mirko blinks, and the man launches into the air, causing me to miss. Unfortunately, as has been established, Mirko is in fact standing behind him. The man flips himself in midair so that he's facing my back, his cape flaring behind him and causing my female classmates to scream at the sight they're forced to see, a rare occurrence of a full moon in broad daylight. I blink due to an unexpected gust of air that blows into my eyes, which means I can't see anything else. And that means that we finally get to the end result. I feel the familiar sensation of my knife sliding into flesh and open my eyes. Directly in front of my face is a familiar sight. Smooth and muscular legs, shaded like a tantalizing morsel of chocolate with a soft and juicy surprise when you get to the center. Which, of course, is covered by the curve of an equally familiar pure white leotard. I swallow when I see my knife buried to the hilt in one of those firm muscular thighs and slowly look up. I take my time, appreciating the way the leotard clings to her muscles and chest, before finally meeting Mirko's calm red eyes. Too calm. I swallow nervously. Himmy's gonna kill me if this scars. Mirko smiles at me reassuringly. Absolutely. She really likes my thighs. Maybe to an unhealthy degree. She did have me choke her out that one time. Now, obviously we aren't talking about our past experiences in normal tones where everyone can hear. We aren't dumb, clearly our voices are lowered. Of course, that's not counting those with enhanced hearing, but it would be the word of a top hero vs a hero student. There would be no question of who'd be believed if they both made claims on what's being said. Especially when what's being said is that said top 10 hero has had multiple sexual interactions with a known villain. So neither of us are worried about the few people who might be hearing us. Then again, I probably have something more important to worry about, don't I? Apart from Himmy and I's sex friend suddenly showing up for a booty call, which is odd since we're normally the ones who go to her. What with the whole can't invite the hero to the semi-secret villain base. Anyways, back to what I was doing. Niceties exchanged with the sex friend, I leave the knife in while I turn my attention back towards the flasher walking around a high school and the mysterious tentacle that took my daughter away from said flasher. I breathe out a sigh of relief when I see the pervert wrapped tightly in Eraserhead's scarf. Finally, the man does something useful, and Aerie sitting on Tsu's desk with tears streaming down her face while the frog comforts her. She seems to have things well in hand for now, so I take the opportunity to ask Eraserhead an incredibly important question. So, Can I castrate him? No. I frown at the hobo hero who doesn't look away from the so far silent pervert. At least he's technically clothed now. A naked man is walking around UA unmolested. Given this fact, I don't think I'm being unreasonable here. Said naked man opens his mouth to defend his kink, which, fair, I don't have any ground to stand on regarding kinks, but still. Eri was in his arms while he was naked. Castration is the least he can allow done to him as an apology. Unfortunately, depending on whose side you're on, Mirko speaks up behind me, unaffected by the knife in her thigh. He was clothed 5 minutes ago. And shorter. And older. And uglier. Oi! Said supposedly old young-looking man cries out in objection. I'll have you know that even at 65 I still got moves. He looks down at himself and frowns bemusedly. Well, I was 65. Now I feel and look 30 years younger. I frown at the nudist as my mind fires away at the situation, my body moving to be by Eri's side while it works. I gently pet her head and make reassuring noises while my eyes scan the man, Eraser, Mirko, and the scattered pieces of what was most likely his clothing before Eri's quirk affected him. Though there's one thing that keeps repeating in my head as I analyze. Younger. 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 Couple that with her having made daddy disappear. I nod. Got it. Makes sense. Quirks are bulletin nonsense. I cut off the curse and switch it to something Himi and Eri approved. Aizawa briefly directs his glowing-eyed glare at me before refocusing on the captured man who's glaring at me also. Well, problem child, explain. I look out in the distance with a faraway look in my eyes. No, I don't think I will. I chuckle at the way the man twitches. Relax, it's fine. Eri is a good girl and was just startled. I get down to her level and give her a soft smile. Isn't that right, little unicorn? She looks at me through red eyes filled with tears, and it breaks my heart to see the worry and fear on her face. She hasn't looked at me like that since the first couple days after I found her. Why you aren't mad? I shake my head gently. Of course not, unicorn. There is absolutely nothing wrong with you, or your quirk. She sniffles. Promise. I hold out a pinky and adopt a serious expression. I'll do you one better, I'll pinky promise. That gets a small giggle from her before she sticks out her own pinky. Pinky promise. I hook my finger around hers and give it a little pump. The pact is made, an oath ordained. Pinky's pained, should the promise be made in vain. She giggles again and I crack a smile at her before straightening up and planting my hands on my hips. Now, I think that's enough excitement for one day. How about you tell Himi to take you out for ice cream? She pouts at me. You won't take me. I shake my head sadly. Sorry, Unicron. I can't. Stuck at UA for a while. I look over the scattered students who are doing their best to look away from the front of the room where I'm having a tender moment with my daughter. Oh, and the streaker. Probably more him than us, actually. Now, can I trust any of you to take her to the front gate so she can head home? The few people comfortable look at me with incredulous expressions before Aizawa speaks up, his quirk deactivated due to the pervert having given him no problems. She's going to remain at UA where we can figure out her situation. We aren't sending her to a group of villains. At his exclamation, Tsu raises her hand. He glares but allows her to talk. I could take her to Principal Nizu. Then I could tell him that something happened so he can get things sorted out, Kuro. The man eyes her for a moment before nodding his head. Good initiative, Ajui. Get it done. The older girl nods before lifting the younger girl up and planting her on her hip in a practiced motion, standing up straight for the first time I've seen her. Eri pouts at me but allows herself to be carried from the room. I shake my head fondly before looking back at the teacher and the streaker. So, are we just going to wait for someone to bring him clothes? Or do you enjoy the scent of a naked man on your scarf? You do bury your face in it a lot. Aizawa scowls at me, but does answer by letting go of his scarf with one hand and digging around in his sleeping bag before pulling out a pair of black sweatpants. Do you often find yourself in need of extra pants while you're at a high school? That would actually explain some things. His scowl deepens and he drags the man out of the room, the door slamming shut behind him. I exchange a look with the so far silent Mirko, who's been leaning against the blackboard with a smug expression on her face. Seemingly forgotten by the hobo hero. In fact, she's looking a little too smug. What's got you in such a good mood? Don't tell me that you're actually into getting stabbed. If she is, then that's good news for Himi. And for me, since she won't get mad about me stabbing her thigh. She smirks at me. Oh, just thinking about how I can totally use all this to get the rat to let you intern with me. I nod. Makes sense. Unfortunately, the rest of the class seems to disagree. At least if the sudden shouts and general racket they're making is any indication. Chapter 88, Imposter. Wow, these people are loud. Why is it such a big deal to them that Mirko wants me to intern with her? Midnight mentioned that there were heroes interested in me, non-sexually, yesterday, so it shouldn't really come as a surprise. Or maybe they're surprised because it's Mirko. I would be the first intern she's chosen to take, so I guess it's not completely unreasonable for them to be shocked. I clap my hands to try and get their attention and quiet them down, but it's lost in the wake of their shouting. This class is really unfriendly to people with sensitive hearing. Speaking of, Mirko accomplishes what I failed to do, courtesy of doing a quick roundhouse and putting her foot through the blackboard. The sudden onset of wall assault is enough to stun everyone into silence, and I give Mirko a thumbs up. Too bad she's too busy scowling at the class to notice it. You brats are supposed to be aspiring heroes. Act like it. Don't just lose your shit the moment you're confused about something. If you've got a question, take turns and ask. The rabbit hero glares at the students while she pulls her foot out of the wall and shakes off the plaster. Hesitantly, hands start going up and Mirko points to one at random. The grape stands up. Will you step on me? Mirko's face twists into an expression of disgust. Hell no. Nasty ass creep, I have to deal with enough villains who are like that. She looks at me. Can you do something about that? I hum thoughtfully as I tap my chin. I can definitely get him to stop acting like a pervert, though I'm not sure if it would get him to drink his respect women juice. I shrug. But once I pull that card out it can't go back in, so I'm going to give him the rest of the week, then see how he is when he comes back from whatever poor hero gets stuck with him during internships. My declaration gets a worried look from the grape in question, a scowl from Mirko, and grumbles from the rest of the girls. I wonder how they'd feel if they actually knew what it is I did that can get him to stop? Mirko points at the Ida, who chops the air with his hand immediately after standing. Why would you wish to tarnish your good name by associating yourself with a villain? Do you have no pride in your status as a hero? Mirko stares at the legacy child with an expressionless face for a full minute before she speaks. Does it hurt? Ida is taken aback, blinking in confusion at the sudden question while I smirk at knowing what's coming next. Excuse me. Mirko's expression doesn't change while she explains. The stick up your ass. I mean, I'd assume that it's far enough in there that it would be pretty painful, but maybe you're just used to it. Oh damn. 3 shouts break the sudden silence caused by Mirko's completely justified concern for a student's safety. I mean, that stick has to have been up there since yesterday, at least. It can't be healthy to have a stick up your ass 24/7. Maybe that's why he's always so robotic? Ignoring the boy's angry sputtering, accusations, and whatever the heck else he's saying, Mirko turns to the class. Listen up, brats. Flexibility is an important part of being a hero. If you can't adapt to a situation, best you can hope for is to screw up whatever it is you were trying to do. Worst case? You die. She turns her focus to Ida, who's fallen silent. At this moment, Izuku Usagi is not classified as a villain, but as a hero student at UA. As such, he is afforded the same rights and opportunities as the rest of the student body. This includes taking part in an internship. Yes, there will be differences because his history as a villain needs to be accounted for, but it doesn't change the fact that he is in the hero class of UA. If you can't think outside the box, then you shouldn't be trying to keep it safe in the first place. Silence pervades within the room, everyone becoming contemplative on the experienced pro's words of wisdom. I have no doubt in my mind that once they fully understand what she said that they'll become leagues more competent. So what is there for me to do in this situation? I'm gonna mess with them. I think you're putting a bit too much stock in these guys, I say. Big thoughts like that are meant for people with a more developed skill set. A number of glares are directed towards me, though I'm surprised to see that Izumi, of all people, is actually nodding along. Fuck you. Bro, that's not a manly thing to say. Kirishima frowns at me with his arms crossed. I just raise an eyebrow at Mr. Rocks. I'm not insulting your abilities, it's just a fact that none of you have enough experience or are trained enough to fully understand what Mirko means. Watch it green, Jiro frowns at me while jabbing one of her jacks in my direction. We did have to deal with the thugs you and the League brought to attack us at the USJ, so I'd say we're definitely more experienced than most people our age. I nod in agreement. Exactly. More experienced than people your age. But you're all first years, which means that doesn't account for much. I mean, how many of you have realized that one of you got replaced? To my surprise, Kaminari raises his hand. He looks at the rest of the class who are staring back with clear doubts. What? You seriously expect us to believe that Jammingwei noticed something before everyone else? Jiro voices the opinion of the class and I can't help but frown. You do realize that the mere fact he managed to get into UA means that he isn't dumb, right? The curriculum for even the Gen Ed student is much more advanced than other schools, and then the hero course's workload is even more advanced than that. So nobody in this class is dumb. What's with the hate? The Violet flushes at being called out, tapping her jacks together as she answers. Okay. So I get that, but you've seen how he gets when he overuses his quirk. And I don't lose my frown, crossing my arms as I stare her down. Yes, she seems cool and all, but I don't like bullies and it's seeming like she bullies the blonde. She squirms at becoming the class focus of attention, planting her face in her hands before letting out a groan. Her jacks stop tapping and point to me instead. Look, can we get back to the part where he said someone got replaced and J.A. Kaminari said it's true? I side-eye Mirko, who just seems to be enjoying the show, while the students turn back to look at me. I let out a sigh before shrugging. Kaminari, I'll leave it up to you. We dropping it or confronting her about it? The boy looks a bit confused at the loop being completed by going back to him like it was at the beginning, but he answers all the same. I mean, that's the kind of thing to talk about in private? So our replaced classmate is probably better to talk about? Or, well, not better, but we should switch back to that. I shrug in the face of the slightly fumbled refocus. If you say so. I clap my hands, startling them with the unexpected noise. Now then, who here can identify who got replaced, and when? Kaminari is excluded since he seems to have already figured it out. The students get into groups to discuss among themselves, completely disregarding the possibility that one of them might be the replacement and sabotaging the other's chances of figuring out who it is. Not that it should be hard, given how obvious it was that something was different about them. Even I could see it and I'd only known them a day. Of course, that also might just be because I know Himi so well. She's so cute when she gives people hints. Eventually the four groups seem to come to a consensus, and their representatives stand up to face me. Before they can give me their guesses though, the door opens and Tsu walks in with her eyes sweeping over everyone, lingering on Mirko and myself for a moment. She opens her mouth to presumably ask a question, but I hold up a finger to my lips and shush her. SHHH. Everyone is going to guess who got replaced in class today. I want to see how many of them got it correct. Her mouth closes and her eyes dart back to the standing students. She hesitates a moment before seeming to accept it, her eyes conveying her own sense of curiosity tinged with something more as she stands next to me. It's obvious that the others are curious about the interaction, but the false student takes precedence in their minds. Yaeorozu clears her throat, stepping up to the plate first. I believe that it is Mr. Aizawa who is the fake. Though he'd begun using his quirk on the... She blushes. On the man who entered, he was still able to use his quirk. As such, it reasons that he did not actually use his quirk, only simulated the signs that it was being used. I nod along with her explanation. That is very well reasoned, and if someone hadn't brought up the teacher being a fake, I would have been very disappointed. But... I cross my arms in front of myself and make a buzzing sound. You are wrong. She looks taken aback and opens her mouth to argue, but I shake my head. Nope. You got your chance, and you missed it. Next contestant. I point at Aoyama. Go. The possibly false Frenchman poses, sparkles shining around him. 'Tis obvious, monsieur. The false star within the sky is clearly Monsieur Tokoyami. During the flash of light, dark shadow vanished and has not been seen since. Said quirk girl pops out of the bird boy's chest, glares at the boy whose sparkles vanish, and flips him off before going back inside. I wonder what it's like inside of Tokoyami? She's clearly not just sleeping in there, if she can hear what's going on and react. Does she share Tokoyami's senses, like she's watching a show from a first-person perspective? Does she have some sort of living space? 2 down, 2 to go. I point at Eureka. Machi, I choose you. If you're offering. She smiles at me and I nod, easily accepting the fact that I'll be getting her machi at lunch. I choose Shoko. Normally she's much more calm and collected. At the very least she would have waited until Bakugo actually made a move before freezing him, but all he got to do was shout. I raise an eyebrow at her. And what about her quirk? How would a fake manage to utilize it? She doesn't back down, meeting my eyes with confidence. Shoko's quirk is half hot half cold, but all we saw her use was ice. Not to mention that you never said the fake person couldn't use the real person's quirk. I snap my fingers and point at her. That's the kind of out-of-the-box thinking that makes a skilled and competent hero. You're wrong, but that was excellent reasoning and identifying of potential unsaid information. She pouts at being wrong but seems pleased at the praise. It's adorable. She's like a pet. And the final contestant says. Ida scowls at me, chopping his hand at me angrily. I believe that this is an elaborate trick to waste our time on a pointless thought exercise, and you simply wish to distract us so that you can conduct some dastardly plot. I sigh, rolling my eyes at the boy while not even dignifying that with an answer. Kaminari, if you would. He seems surprised at the fact no one else has gotten it right, and he rubs the back of his head while looking uncertain of himself. Well, I mean... He raises his hand and hesitantly points at someone. I'm pretty sure that it was her. The class looks at the girl he's pointing at, then at him. There's a collective shaking of heads that causes me to sigh and gently pat Psu's head. Don't worry, it's not that they aren't your friends, Himi's just great at mimicking people. And your classmates are mostly idiots. The frog girl doesn't respond other than with a sad croak, which is understandable. I mean, only one of her supposed friends managed to realize that she'd been replaced all morning.